welcome in. Wait. Wait a minute. Wait. Before we get started. Before anything happens. Sure can. I mean, I can touch them. I touch them all the time. Hi, welcome in. We're gonna watch some bullshit, listen to some music, and yep. We're gonna watch some bullshit, listen to some music. Yep. And I'm gonna continue doing this blanket. I might switch out to finish a bag I've been making. And the many other crafts that riddle my desk. I still have one more flower diamond painting to do from that set. And then that's done till I open the next set. That's done. In the meantime, let's watch Asians make some bullshit and sell your organs on the internet. Yay! You cannot sell your organs, but other people can. I think they're still called pimps. Maybe they're called doctors, but it's the same thing.
A horror story. It's just unbelievable. This story is unbelievable.
Oh, you know what?
Did you know more than half of Americans are registered organ donors?
Headphones so y'all don't get an echo.
Did you know that every year over 20,000 Americans donate their entire body to science?
When I die, this
there
body is going straight to science.
How's that?
going to donate it right to a medical school.
Well, turns out the
definition you think you're giving it to a medical
science
school,
might be a little broader than some of those donors originally had in mind.
She was then supposedly strapped in a chair and a detonation took place underneath her to basically kind of get an idea of what the human body goes through when a vehicle is hit by an IED.
In this series, we will explore the unbelievable, unhinged, and surprisingly unregulated industry of human bodies, organs, and parts. And there will be some compelling questions that come up along the way. Like, what is the definition of death? And if there's a disagreement on the definition, whose definition wins?
He was awake, and they paralyzed and sedated him and continued on with the OR.
What is the value of a life? And whose life, if anyone's, is worth more?
Anybody 16 to 30? Hey. Boop. Red. Red.
On behalf of me or yourself. The purpose of this video is to give my commentary and opinion on matters of public concern.
Y'all have any opinion on the color of holster I'm wearing? You better tell me before I go live. T&L picked today's color. We are going with red.
One day you get a call from
Red Jub Huggers
saying that they can offer you an alternative route to get that desperately needed kidney. Do you take them up on the offer? Does it matter how much it costs? Do you come up with the money? Do you know where the kidney is coming from?
Probably somewhere.
So before we get to those answers, I do want to talk about something that,
through
as
human
I'm
trafficking,
through this series continues to confuse me. This is the 4th episode of the
I like the middle part right here
of human body parts. Look. It's been a wild ride. Don't worry if you're, just
like
coming for the first time. That's fine. You can watch these out of order. But it's starting to become confusing to me because it's like you're not allowed to use certain language at certain times. Like you can't sell a kidney. Like, if you're alive, you can't sell a kidney.
I happen to have a kidney that I am not using.
They have no idea that there is an enormous black market happening.
John Bellocchio says on the dark web, people all over the world are selling kidneys, and he wants the right to sell his legally. Haken filed a federal lawsuit in Manhattan, arguing the law Congress passed in 1984 that makes selling organs against the law is unconstitutional. And with more than 100,000 Americans on dialysis, he says many are awaiting a transplant that may never come.
There are too many people who are dying who would live. And they're dying because of an arcane rule based primarily on a law of moral
you better start
obligation.
Sending some money then.
You can donate one for free. You can donate one to a person you want your kidney to go to, or you can donate it to a guy that puts it up on a billboard. I don't know. You can donate it. We can't sell it. But people can make money off your kidney. People can do surgery and make money. People can do the transportation of the kidney and make money. Everybody can make money off the kidney but you. And this is kind of like starting to confuse me. So you can sell your own kidney? No. But then after you're dead, somebody can buy your whole body and or perhaps just your kidney. Okay, that's weird. We'll talk more about that later. You can sell your own plasma, you can sell your own blood, you can sell an ovum, you know,
can sell your sea
sperm,
people.
but you cannot sell your own kidney. You can donate it though. So, I mean, these things are all starting to become a little bit confusing to me. So let's go where we know things for sure, and that is the statistics of organ donation. So, just to set the stage, and we already did talk about this particular number in a previous video, but it's less than 2% of all the deaths in the entire United States that even qualify under the conducive circumstances
Five-finger death
that you can even
punch!
harvest an organ. Not everybody who dies
Spotify
under those
jamming.
circumstances is an organ donor. Not everybody who is an organ donor and dies under those circumstances has organs that are viable. Sometimes people are really old, sometimes people, whatever. There's reasons that organs aren't viable. So in the United States, every year there's approximately 3 million deaths. So if 2% of those deaths are conducive for organ donation, that's about 60,000 a year. We also found out that there was the organ trafficking or organ transportation, what was it? The Act about Organs in 1984. It regulated a lot of the donation of
Jekyll and
organs
Hyde,
and
Five-Finger
put
Death
it all
Punch.
under
It's a
this
good one to
loose
ride to.
roof, and it started
It gives
a
you a good
national
hip
organ
swivel.
registry. These are just recaps from
Saying.
earlier in the series. But the creation of a legal organ
Bounce,
donation
bounce, bounce,
registry
bounce,
really
bounce,
put
bounce, bounce,
hope
bounce, bounce,
in a
bounce,
lot
bounce.
of people's
So,
lives, and frankly has resulted
but the
in probably,
chorus
I don't know,
gives you the
thousands,
maybe
maybe millions
where
of
you're like
saved
rolling
lives
in the
over
circular.
40, whatever years that it has been since the act was put into place. But not everybody who's on
Bounce,
the list
bounce,
is
bounce.
going to get their number called in time. A lot of people do pass away.
Round
waiting on
and
the
round
list.
and
But
round,
the list itself,
there's
while
a
it is a good
demon
thing for many people,
inside.
has also, I think, led to a little bit of a notion of
See?
entitlement. Because
It's
there
a
was
good one
once
because
upon a
it
time
changes
in
the
this country
rhythm.
where
Bounce,
people were
bounce,
not
bounce,
entitled
bounce,
to other
bounce,
people's
and then
organs.
swish.
We heard a mother on the news
Circle,
earlier.
circle.
She was told her son was brain dead. She was told he was never going to walk, and if he was going to be in a vegetable
That's right.
state or
This is
whatever
how
they
you-
told her.
this is
that
how
was
you
not
shake that
true.
ass.
Now, I'm not saying they were lying on purpose, but they were wrong. They had already started the process of harvesting his organs. She was told, and she even said it on the news that she went along with it, that she didn't want to keep treating her son with medications because it wouldn't be fair to all the people that were waiting on his organs.
5 kids need organs. And it was unfair to keep bringing them back.
So this has created this dystopian entitlement to other people's organs that is just unbelievable to me, in my opinion. And it's tied to the hope and the desperation. I mean, it is life or death for a lot of people.
The organ procurement organization that serves Los Angeles, where I live, is failing according to the federal government. In fact, it's one of the worst in the country. One analysis showed it only recovered 31% of potential organ donors. Sometimes when you're in this diagnosis, it kind of feels like this is it, and I will just be waiting forever until I'm no longer here.
Now, we just talked about the statistics. I mean, there's just not enough kidneys. There's not enough organs that are coming up on the list for everybody that's on the list. There's just not enough. There's 90,000 on the list at any given time, and there's only, 60,000 people that even have conducive circumstances. If they just stole everybody's organs, there's just still not enough, which I'm not saying they're doing. I'm not saying they're not. I don't know. So that brings us back to the scenario that I offered up earlier. You're sitting on the couch, your sibling, your daughter, your son desperately needs an organ, and you just one day get a call. Hey, we're not calling from the official list, but we do have a private organ donation company, and we'll be able to get you in for surgery. Your son, your daughter, your whoever. That's exactly the type of call that many Americans on the organ donation recipient list, that's exactly the type of call they get routinely. And that all comes to me from this Vice documentary about the dark world of organ trafficking. Okay, so essentially I'm just going to give you all the high points of this documentary, but I do strongly encourage you to go watch it because it was shocking, to say the least. We've talked in this series about the legal, approved, government, checkmark world of organ tissue donation. We talked a little bit about whole body donation. We talked about some of that mishandling on accident or whatever. But outside of that system is, I think, the predominant majority of all the organ trading that's going on. And in this particular documentary, they focused on this group of people who are living in on the border town of, is in Mexico, but it's like right on the border. It's called Mexicali. And a lot of people who are there are not from there either. They're from other parts of Mexico or South America or other places, and they're trying or were trying to get into the United States, but for whatever reason they weren't able to, or whatever the case may be. And there's a lot of homelessness. I don't know, it doesn't seem to be that much substance use, but it's a lot of poverty and people who are really needing to escape their current situations. A lot of them themselves are victims of the cartel, running from cartels or have otherwise become involved with them, stuff like that. And so they're desperate and they're in desperate circumstances. And these folks do end up, according to this documentary, becoming targets of organ trafficking. So in the way that it is presented to the audience, technically it is consensual. This guy wearing a mask, this organ trafficker, he walks up to a guy who appears to be without a home, in Mexico, and he says, do you want to sell, I'll put the clip in here, do you want to sell a kidney for $5,000? You only need one.
¿Usted tiene, está sano, su persona es sano?
Sí.
Sí. ¿Todo bien?
Yo me siento bien.
¿Sabe que puede vivir sin un riñón usted, verdad?
And the man is like, no, I do not want to sell my kidney. Thank you, I don't do that.
No, yo no vendo mis cosas.
No vende sus órganos, perfecto. Está bien.
Or whatever, and then he gets up and
I
leaves.
wear red
nobody
top
chases him
and
down.
red
No one says, no,
bottoms.
you have to give my kidney.
They
Whatever,
match.
imagine Charlie the Unicorn. He woke up with no kidney. He took my freaking kidney. Yeah.
Charlie!
Yeah,
Goodbye.
Charlie!
Who is that? Oh, God.
He
What
took
happened?
my freaking
Oh, they took my
kidney.
freaking kidney.
Anyway, okay, so that's not the situation
Charlie!
here. It was not a Charlie the Unicorn
Shun the
situation. This one was,
non-believer!
technically consensual. The kid was offering $5,000, and the guy is like, no, but then the guy goes away, the original offeree, and in his place, somebody else comes back, and he's like actually thinking about selling the kidney for $5,000.
Probablemente pueda ser tu solución a los problemas de dinero. Porque sabes que puedes tú vivir sin
Shun the non-believer! Shun!
Con un riñón.
Charlie!
Estaba pensando, pero fíjate, se pudo.
Sería bueno que lo pensaras, porque
Hey, Charlie!
son 7 meses
Hey!
y lo firmas y ya hacemos todo papeleo bien. Y el dinero está aquí en efectivo.
Dude, I gotta be careful because y'all are getting a whole bunch of
Solo tenemos que
bra that you
hacer unos
didn't
exámenes
pay for.
para ver tu
And so I don't know if he agreed to it or not, and he went and thought about it. But that wasn't the only group of people. You got to ask where are these kidneys coming from. Maybe it came from a guy in Mexicali who sold it for $5,000. There's other stories told. I mean, I wasn't there, but these are stories that were told in the documentary about other groups targeted, including a prisoner, somebody who was in jail, in prison, and he was maybe about to get out, and maybe he wasn't. I really don't know. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. I think he was about to get out in the documentary. But it's the same pitch to him. If you want to sell your kidney for $5,000, you only need one, and you probably could use the $5,000. It was really crazy. And so something else that was offered up though in this documentary was that another perspective, right? It's not always so consensual. One doctor was saying that he was a surgeon. He willingly works with the cartel, and he said it's because the money is so good. And he said, but one time he was taken forcibly, and when he got where he was going, there was another guy there forcibly had been taken, and they offered him, he owed the cartel $60,000. And the doctor's sitting there just looking at this whole thing happen or whatever. This is according to the doctor, okay? So the doctor's like, oh my God, this guy, he owed them $60,000, and they said, you can pay us back the $60,000, or you can pay us back with your kidney. And the doctor was like, yeah, I mean, I took the kidney, and he did the surgery for the kidney. I mean, this is just out there on Vice.
levantar una persona que tenían ahí secuestrada porque debía $60,000 y querían que se les pagara con un puñal. Entonces, pues obviamente pagó con un riñón. Pero ahí sí.
So, in addition to sometimes perhaps it's not so consensual, there's other perhaps evidence for that. There's this other group, the Knights Templar. They were investigated in 2014 for allegedly kidnapping children and harvesting their organs, killing them and harvesting their organs for organ donation against their will. I mean, that was an investigation that did happen. I don't know if that occurred. I don't know the outcome of it, but I did want to just put that in there.
In 2014, the Knights Templar were investigated on suspicion of kidnapping and murdering children to harvest their organs for sale.
But in addition to these issues with the black market,
surprised?
you don't know who's consenting, who's not,
surprised?
is it forcible, is it not, at what point
Are
do
you
need
really
money?
surprised?
I mean, it's given Squid
Are
Game.
you though?
The way that he
Are you
approached
though?
the guy on the street, like, hey, I got $5,000 for you if you want to give me your kidney, you only need one. It was so Squid Game-esque. It felt.
Yeah, where do you think the
and so this is just
inspirations
showing
for that
the
kind
other
of
side of
Squid
like
Game
what we
shit
have.
comes
We have
from?
like the government
Real
cartel
life.
doing organ trafficking in our country under the private nonprofit, whoever in the hell is in charge of that. But then there's also, you know, this other black market side, and it's like, damn, it seems like the cartel's giving people more autonomy to at least choose over their kidneys or not, then, and you can at least get paid for it. The cartel at least could let you get paid, but then, you know, you can also see the way that might not be the best model to incentivize. There are other problems that this Vice documentary shows, like the people do oftentimes get sick and or die from these surgeries. I mean, it ain't nothing to just get your kidney took. And they also get lied to and tricked, according to other perspectives on this documentary. Some people are saying you could grow it back. You're still young. You might grow your kidney back. So it's like they tricking them into doing it. Yeah, I mean, at least the cartel gives you money for your troubles. I don't know. That's pretty much the conclusion of this one. It's like, yeah, it's bad. It is pretty bad. But from what I've learned about the legal way to do these things, it's pretty bad too. And we're going to get into more examples of that in the next episode. That's all I really had for this one, though. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation, neither are opinions. Everyone's innocent until proven guilty. Love you, mean. Okay, bye.
Yeah!
These bridezillas have lost they dang minds.
Can't lose something you never had, right, pal?
Would I be the a-hole if I stepped down from the wedding party after being fired as maid of honor 2 months before the wedding? Ooh, you got demoted, eh? Alright. Maybe season. There is a trigger warning on this. Entitlement. I have a feeling that there will be a lot of entitlement in this entire video. Nearly a year ago, my best friend asked me to be her maid of honor. I was so excited, and I said yes, and I took the task very seriously. I've gone dress shopping with her for her dress, went shopping with her for bridesmaids' dresses as well. I spent hours addressing save the dates with her, kept in contact with her bridesmaids about ordering their dresses, planning jewelry and shoes in the color she wants. I made sure someone could organize her bridal shower because I was out of state for work for 3 months, making sure they understood her wishes for the party. I also personally took the time to look through her decor info and saved items on an Amazon list for her to go through so she could look at affordable options she wanted to purchase, which she was very happy about. Okay, kind of sounds like you're going like above and beyond, bestie. I also want to note, I have already planned her bachelorette party and needed to call and finish the booking process completely as we are little more than a month out. It's being hosted in town and a very chill night as she requested. I travel for work and I turned down multiple jobs so I would be close for her wedding and events if she were to need my help planning these last few months. This has resulted in me being out of work for the last 3 months because she was upset I was going to be out of state. There have been no jobs close enough to home that made sense, as I'd have to drive back home multiple times during my assignment. But finally, I found a job. Hooray. I literally rearranged my career just to be close by and to help her.
You're doing too much.
This seems like a lot. I'm just saying, like, I didn't have a bridal party. Like, my friends all collectively kind of planned stuff for me. And similarly, when my friends got married, I also planned things for them and helped. But, like, I never would expect them to put their life on hold to plan my wedding events or to be close to me. That's a lot. It was a shock to me to receive a very lengthy text this week telling me she was going to have someone else take over as maid of honor and she was demoting me to a bridesmaid because I told her I may not be able to attend her bridal shower due to work. I could only submit a request for the weekend of her wedding off. I would attend rehearsal, but maybe not rehearsal dinner because I was under the impression I had to pay for dinner myself and it was at a very expensive restaurant, and because I cannot currently afford to get my nails done the day before the wedding, and I told her I likely won't be attending that event either. So OP specifies finances are tight with a new house, personal wedding planning, and a baby on the way. Okay, so she's unable to be at quite a few events. Like, let's just say that. She's unable to be there. I still don't really understand the demotion as maid of honor. I don't feel as though maid of honors should be like at your beck and call just because like they're your close friend for like the year of your wedding planning process.
What's your sole purpose in this army? To do whatever you tell me, drill sergeant?
You know, it's important that they be there for events, but like when you have like a bridal shower, like bachelorette, like rehearsal dinner, like, and also you're not paying for it for them, I feel like it's a lot to ask to be there for everything. Just, she feels I haven't communicated with her enough, even though I check in at least once a month asking if she needs me. I always end these convos with telling her she should reach out if something comes up.
Thank you.
Also, apparently my texts don't come off as being excited for her, which makes her mad. Okay, it is possible that maybe your texts are coming off like, oh, what else? But I think maybe you kind of have the right. I think that maybe after a certain point, you have the right to like not be like jumping at the opportunity to like put your whole life on hold every single time she asks. I guess she feels like I don't want to be involved at all because of these few things, thus her stripping me of the position after I've done all this work. I think you are trying to make up for the fact that you can't be there by doing things that you can do. Like you're doing your best.
What am I doing? Okay. What am I doing? My best.
I really wish that she was able to recognize that. Like, don't get me wrong, it sucks that your maid of honor can't be there for your wedding events. But at the same time, it's like, it kind of sounds like OP's in a bit of a bind and it's not personal. It's just the way it is. So this text also came right after I asked if we could have a backup, learn how to bustle her dress in case my pregnant belly doesn't allow me to bend and squat very well, to do it on the wedding day. Apparently, it saddened her that I even asked. I mean, I also feel like you're trying to like cover bases to like make sure that she's covered. And like, not only that, you know, sometimes people are in the bathroom or something. Like, it's good to have a backup. She said she needs someone who will be there for all events physically to support her. It's just, it's a lot. That's a lot of events to like be at her beck and call and like having to put your whole life on hold. It's one thing if it's like, okay, like maybe we pick 2 events or something like that, you have to be there, but like this whole like bridal party culture is like so, like they're not your like ladies in waiting. Like, is that what? Yes, mistress, I will be there at any point in time. I will spend all my money just to be there for you on your wedded days. I feel pretty bummed and disrespected right now, as if nothing I did mattered. I'm considering stepping down completely after this. Would I be the a-hole doing so? I feel like no.
No.
I think that you are trying your best. I'm just gonna say it sucks.
Isn't that Tyler the Creator kid or whatever? I hear Tyler the Creator was dating Jaden Smith.
But at the same time, it's like
not any.
Just because your feelings about a particular thing are valid, that doesn't mean that you have the right
Jaden
to like
Smith
treat
announced
people
that
badly.
an event of some sort a while ago that Tyler the Creator is
would
his boyfriend.
attend those events. But she can't.
I'm just announcing it because that's what happened in my brain. A squirrel ran to the front of the class and held up a sign and screamed. I have no idea where that knowledge came from, but there, now it's yours too.
Like, what does that even mean? You need someone there for what?
I also don't follow the celebrities, but I think that young black man that was just on there a minute ago is Tyler the Creator, I believe. And Jaden Smith is Will Smith's son. So, that. But a while ago, Jaden Smith, at some sort of, like, a concert or awards show or something, loudly announced that he had been, or was actively, I can't remember which one it was, dating that Tyler the Creator kid who was at that time very popular. I don't remember when this was, but literally, what just happened is what just happened in my head. There's a pack of squirrels, all right? And everybody's on a unicycle. All of them are high, right? Just so we're clear. So, there's a pack of squirrels. And at random, a squirrel will run to the front of the class and just announce some random stupid something or another. Like, did you know you could technically fit 2.5 adult raccoons in a human rectum? You shouldn't. But you could technically fit 2.5 adult raccoons in a human rectum. Did you need to know that? Yes. Did you also know California is the state with the most serial killers, with over 2,000 documented cases? Documented serial killers. Over 2,000 documented serial killers in the state of California. Now you know. This is what I'm telling you. My squirrels each contain random flurries of random useless information. And when you're doing something, or when you're not doing anything, all of them will stand up and start announcing shit. Or, while you're doing stuff, one of them will just get louder than the rest and be like, hey, did you know? That's what happened. You're welcome. Because I saw the Tyler, the Creator kid. I'm pretty sure that's who that was. And I was like, hey, he was dating Jaden Smith, or is dating Jaden Smith. And that's what happened. That squirrel was like, oh, hey, isn't that Tyler, the Creator kid? He's dating Jaden Smith. So it came out my mouth. Because my filter's not all the way on. There you go. Useless, fantastic information of great, awesome. No, it's good for trivia games. I know weird plethora of random nonsense. It's great!
Because I'm old and lonely. Send emails to like the party planner or like the venue. Like you can do that.
Fall Guys?
yourself. I'm
You want me to
sorry.
stop
I just,
crafting
apart
and
from a
change to
wedding
Fall
planner,
Guys?
Like talking to
Okay.
venues like specifically.
You bet.
Like
Oh.
I don't see why you need anyone else to do stuff for you.
All right, Nico picked Fall Guys, and he paid for it.
Come and learn how to bustle my dress, and then the day of the wedding, when we were all kind of hanging out, like another one learned how to bustle my dress just in case. Some of my friends planned like little things, like surprises for me for my bachelorette, but like I did the planning. I did the planning for every event.
Y'all better not throw down a fight with Mech, let me tell you, because Mech got more fucking... Mech got more bones than Alya's, babes. Alya's put together and your mom could not beat out Mech in the bones. Yo. So, if you're lucky, he won't change what we're playing.
But I'm scared. Let's learn how to be a little independent, ladies. Not the a-hole. It sounds like her long-term memory isn't so great and you're only worth what you've done for her today. Or this is a relationship in which the bride is the one that's constantly like getting people to do stuff for her. Or maybe she sees OP as like a friend of convenience, and the minute that friend of convenience is not available, now suddenly they're not friends or not as good of friends, you know?
Ooh.
Just because someone can't do
Let's change
everything
our
you
outfit.
ask
Is
leading
there?
up to your
Oh, see,
wedding,
I already
that does
own
not
them.
mean that you're not good friends. You went above and
No.
beyond. Sorry, I'm never gonna
Mech,
risk my job for someone
babe,
else's wedding.
listen.
I don't understand why you did that. And then
Listen.
she's upset because you aren't there 24/7,
Babe.
365 days a year. Just bow out.
It was repeatedly brought up in the What's Now, what today and yesterday was, that I swear that I cuss, that I have a dirty, dirty pirate mouth. That I am a cussy, cussy wussy that says too many swears. Yep. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Repeatedly brought up as a point of contention.
Completely, I wouldn't attend or send a gift. She costs you thousands of dollars and is working on destroying your sanity. Yeah, I really don't understand this mentality of like, I need my best friend there. Like, okay, you can have your best friend there for the wedding, but like, it's too much. Like, you're going too far. Grow up. So some people in the comments are pointing out, like, honestly, you need to be prepared.
I kind of like
if
this
you step
avocado
down
one.
and, like,
Ooh, a mech test?
like get out of the wedding party that like you probably won't be her friend anymore. And I think that's totally fair. I think that they are right in that assessment, so you need to be prepared to lose this person as a friend.
She didn't deserve you.
Wow, massive, not the a-hole. You've gone out of your way for this person who you thought was your best friend, and she pee-peed all over you when you couldn't put 100% of your own life completely on hold to wait on her hand and foot. This is the thing, like, why do brides or bridezillas expect their friends to literally be their, like, ladies in waiting? Like, there's your friends will show up for you.
Anybody want to
like,
play with me?
especially on the wedding day, hopefully, if they're, you know, good friends and there's not, like, crazy circumstances that prevent them from doing that. This mentality of, like, needing, like, little slaves, like, little minions to follow you
Ranked
around and do your
knockout.
bidding, like, what are you...
Oh, that one went down the wrong hole.
Real. You are not the a-hole, and I would seriously reconsider whether this is even
In
a friendship.
any
If it
level
were
in
me, I
60
wouldn't go to the
seconds in
wedding at
ranked
all.
knockout.
So,
Alright.
OP has an update.
I mean the game.
I sent a text last night that outlined essentially everything I've done listed here in this post, and I expressed how hurt and disrespected I feel.
I'm
I
a
told her
bathtub
what I felt
ducky.
a maid of honor
Oh
is,
wait, I need to change
and
my
that
clothes.
I felt this wasn't it, and that this is all basically
I gotta change my
transactional
clothes.
based
It's
on what
almost
more I can offer
Valentine's
her.
Day.
I also
Valentine's
included in the fact that
Day.
she hasn't personally communicated
Okay,
with me much either
Nico,
lately
you
about the wedding or
changed the
my
game, so
personal
you
life.
get to
I
pick the
politely
outfit.
let her know that I'd be stepping down, sent over 8 hours ago with no
your
response.
theme.
Yeah, I mean, I think OP
Pick
is
your
like absolutely
theme.
hit the nail on the head. Like, this is a transaction.
You want to be a critter? Or you want to be a robot? You want to be a food?
She asks, she doesn't
A critter,
consider you a
robot,
friend.
food.
It is what it
Buggies.
is. Okay, so we have one more update. It took 2 full days
Yeah.
for her to respond. We went back and
Pick
forth
your
quite a bit with
theme.
her telling me the additional reasons for demoting me, where I hadn't been texting her enough and
I
asking her about
have
her
my
personal life. I
Valentine's
wasn't
nails.
excited enough in my messages
Nobody
about
has
the
ever bought me
wedding.
nails.
Essentially, she
Ever.
felt I was more concerned with
Nobody
my own
has
life,
ever
family,
paid for my
pregnancy,
nails,
finding a
just so
job
we're
than I
clear.
was with her wedding.
Nobody
yeah.
has ever paid for my nails.
I'm sorry, you are the
So.
main character in your own life. She's the main character of
Nobody
her
has
life.
ever
You're the main
taken me
character
on a
of your
salon
life.
date.
I'm sorry, you
Ever.
don't consider me a number one
I have
priority
taken
in
people
your
on
life.
salon dates
Yeah, I
and
would feel
paid.
like the number one priority in her
0
life would be, like,
people.
her, you know, unborn child and like her
How about the
husband, or, like,
strawberry
fiancé and her own wedding.
squirrel? Strawberry squirrel?
Well, yeah. There were a lot
Strawberry
of
squirrel?
pity me messages from her, and after reiterating I no longer wanted to be in the wedding at all, I stopped replying.
Strawberry
I haven't
squirrel?
heard from her in
Strawberry
3
squirrel!
weeks. I've returned my bridesmaid's dress, and I feel so at peace
I'm
with
a
my decision.
squirrel.
I don't think I'll be
I made
attending
him
the
make a
wedding at all.
red face. Wait.
Thank you for all the well wishes for my pregnancy and baby as well. We found out last week it's a boy. I start my new job this week, so
No.
time to get my finances back on track.
I need a
and
different
try to
red.
fix the mess that's been created in that area before the baby
Or
is
a black
here.
with
I
red
can't even
eyes.
imagine the amount of stress that this is
Or
causing.
no.
Like, this girl is freaking
Maybe this
pregnant,
one?
and she doesn't have a job. I'm blown away that, like, yes, I understand
Maybe
her
this one?
friend is getting married, and it's super important, but, like, just because you're getting married, that doesn't make you the priority for, like, the entire year. Like, sometimes people have going on, and, like, you also
it looks
have to
like
show
he's
up
throwing
as
it
a
up.
friend.
Yeah, I'm gonna put
Am
that
I
one on.
wrong? I don't think so. Not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole? For telling wedding guests to audition to speak at my wedding.
Oh, I'm making
Okay.
a bag
And you think that's a good idea?
and
I'm so tired, guys.
a-
I'm just so tired.
I'm almost done this blanket.
I'm getting married next year. My partner and I both have very, very large families. I know that the
This
majority
blanket
of
is
them will
almost
want to speak at
done.
the wedding, but if all of them do, it will last 4
And
days, and all guests will be gone
They
by the third
decided
speaker.
that
I was
this is
thinking
the
about
next
how I would
blanket
like to
color. It's
approach
called
this.
tourmaline.
Out of the 25 or so,
I'm gonna wrap
I wish
the
I was
balls
exaggerating,
when I'm
that
done.
would like to speak. I think 7 of them would actually give speeches worth listening to.
It's colored camo.
Oh my goodness. But my partner and I would like to cap it at 4, maybe 5. Here were our 2 options. 1, draw from a hat, although that would give an equal possibility to
I
AITA
haven't
to get
celebrated
chosen, which is
Valentine's
not
Day
what
with
we
a
want.
person
2, have them
in
audition.
like a decade or more.
I can
And I was
like,
married.
I can think
So,
of like
there's that.
literally 50 million
But
things I
also,
would rather do than
no
audition.
one's ever taken me on a fucking
friend's
salon
wedding to
date.
be able to speak.
And
Have
I
them
was
audition,
married.
We pick the top 4 or 5
That.
contenders. The extra positive aspect with that is that we can hear and read what they intended to say, and that way they don't feel like they were entirely excluded. Yeah, but they'll be extremely upset if they go through all this trouble to audition for you, and then they don't get the role.
Is this some kind of joke?
Oh my god. My sister thinks this is a terrible idea and makes us look extremely selfish. Am I the a-hole? 100%. You are delusional. You're smoking the lettuce. Oh my god. I don't understand why it's so hard, okay? Your parents, his parents, then we go down, okay? So parents on either side, then maybe, you know, siblings, if they feel like doing some sort of speech, they could do like a joint speech, and then friends, like top 2 best friends do a joint speech, top 2 best friends do another joint speech. It is not that difficult, okay? Everyone else seems to be able to find a way to organize this without having people audition. I would rather chew glass than audition to speak at someone's wedding. Oh my god. I'm not a fan of auditioning. Like, I like it, but it's also just like so annoying. It's just such an annoying thing. I can't even imagine being asked to do this. I would flat out say no. Like, I'd be like, honestly, I'd rather not.
Oh shit.
The only reason why I speak at weddings is because if I had a choice, I probably wouldn't. You know, you gotta be like
No!
or sober-ish. You gotta chill out. You know, everybody else is having a good time and stuff. And I get really nervous. Like, I know that I'm a YouTuber and stuff like that. I use cameras for a living, but I get really nervous, okay? I'm speaking. I'm nervous the whole day leading up to it. I'm not able to enjoy the wedding. I can't even imagine. Speaking at weddings
dates.
can be fun, but
I
want to
be taking on any fucking dates where I am not the one paying for it.
If I was asked
and that
to
just
audition,
doesn't happen.
I would flat out be like, no.
Go.
No, I don't think I will.
And also, you don't get to control what people say in their speeches either. That's kind of the fun part, right? It's supposed to be this, event where you hear all these nice things for the first time, or maybe you hear some embarrassing things for the first time. I don't know. It's just you can't control what people say. This is giving very controlling. You're the a-hole. This is obnoxious behavior. Yes, the day needs to be about you, but that doesn't mean that you get to act like a diva casting director. Put on your adult pants and just pick someone to speak. Literally, it's not that difficult. Parents, siblings, friends, best friends, and that's it. You can have the nonas and the nonos say something during the ceremony. There's plenty of ways to set it up, but this is just ridiculous.
You've lost your mind.
I don't have my license, and I am heavily medicated, so no, I can't drive.
Privilege of speaking at your wedding, literally. I audition for things to have the privilege.
That's not gonna happen then.
To be a performer. I'm not gonna
That's
audition for something I don't
unfortunate.
wanna do
Sadness.
Pick a couple of people you trust or are most relevant, and tell others you already have people giving speeches.
I mean, there's robots that drive cars. Mech, you come with us on this romantic date.
Fast, an easy way to have nobody speak at your wedding, because nobody would want to do this. It is decided you are the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for telling my friends that her pre-wedding is unrealistic? Pre-wedding. Interesting. I wonder what that means. I, 24 female, am a member of a friend group in which one member, we'll call her Coral, 23 female, is getting married. She announced her engagement to her fiance, 25 male, a few weeks ago, and we were all happy for her. Over the weekend, though, she shared more specific plans for the wedding, and that's where things have kind of gone off the rails. She said she's been seeing a lot of people on TikTok and Insta showing off how to plan pre-weddings. Weddings where the couple spends $0.
Oh, okay.
From the marriage certificate
well,
fee, I guess. At first,
you
I
can
thought
go
she
have a
wedding,
romantic date with TNL then.
And
Rub your beards together. If your beards get tangled, take pictures for me.
Okay, so hold on.
That's
the bride and the groom don't spend $1, but then everybody else has to
Okay, well now I have a boner. Why would you do that? I'm trying to stream right now. That's very inappropriate.
Unless somebody
What's wrong
has
with
a
y'all?
backyard that you can use.
Goodness.
I don't see, and even then, this is a huge pain in the to host someone else's wedding. Okay. She's gonna try and find someone with a large outdoor space to use, not formally a wedding venue, who will donate their area in support of love.
You can talk about me 'cause I'm
I think unless somebody offers, that's not something that is gonna happen. I'm just saying. She's gonna have all of her guests bring a potluck with very specific assignments. Okay, I mean, I've seen this before. I've seen a potluck wedding. It wasn't bad actually. It was I feel like it was a buffet and potluck kind of situation. So I've seen that. She will have a friend officiate, a friend do photography, and a friend do save the dates and invites. Her family to do the flowers, etc. Including some harder to swing, in my opinion, things like getting a large tent, decorations, wedding favors, speakers, a band. I'm not sure what her plan was for a dress.
I want to be famous, I want to be a star, I want to be in movies.
I'm just, okay, it would be nice, don't get me wrong, to not spend any money, but why do you want to have a wedding where you're not contributing anything to your own wedding and you just want everyone else to do it for you? You're hosting a party, my guy. You have guests coming from like out of town, probably. People taking time off work for you, giving you gifts. Maybe this is a cultural thing, but like
In my culture.
no, but seriously, like I don't know, my parents are European, and like when we host, we take care of everything. You don't have to lift a finger. But then my parents, oddly enough, they always complain when like their friends invite them over, like friends that they've invited and like taking care of everything. Those friends will then invite them and say, oh, could you like bring some dessert or something? And they always bitch about it because they just think like, it's so fucking rude.
Canadians. Canadians are heathens.
But it's like cultural, right? Like I feel like it's like different cultures. Anyways, I grew up feeling like if you're gonna be hosting an event, you need to like be a host, and that means unfortunately paying for some things. And like believe me, I get it. The wedding industry is crazy. It's so expensive. It is so hard to have a wedding for even less than like $20,000, especially in like a big city. But you know, I've seen people do it where they do the city hall wedding and then they just all go to a bar afterward. Some like bars, you know, you can rent out the whole thing for like a couple $1,000 or whatever. Cash bar, I don't know, I guess. But it's just like, this is just a lot to ask of everybody. And I'm not a fan. It's tacky, in my professional opinion. And I am a professional. I feel like I'm like a professional wedding judge. What is more is that Coral and her fiance really aren't for, oh, stop. Oh, please.
Stop it. Get some help.
From what I can tell, she works as an accountant at a big company and her fiance does software sales. Oh, okay, so they have money. Plus, his parents are loaded. It sounds like they just want to do the free wedding thing for the sake of it. I feel like I know exactly what TikTok this person is talking about because I've seen that TikTok and it's like, I feel like people were sitting on like barrels.
I don't care what time of day a date is.
Something.
I don't sleep.
Like for the ceremony.
What? Why?
Hey, stop it right now. No way. Get a nice little tick at the ceremony. Lyme disease. That would be okay, but she's shifting all the costs onto other people, some of whom are probably less well off. Yeah, no, not fair. She told me she wants to make the cake and then sent me some pictures for inspiration. The cakes were ridiculously elaborate.
Oh shit, don't jump off!
Multi-tier flowers, gold leaves, and one even had a hand-painted
Don't jump off.
design.
I don't like
I'm not a
this.
professional baker. I just like to bake cookies and brownies sometimes.
Fuck.
She wants.
I don't like that one.
Cake. Oh,
I
no,
jumped
no,
off.
Absolutely not. Can you imagine being entrusted with this responsibility? Dude, this is a surefire way to have a show of a wedding because if you're entrusting other people that are not professionals to like take care of it for you, like people are gonna have a bad time. They're gonna be resentful. They're not gonna do a good job. Some people are probably gonna drop out at the last minute. Like this is a surefire way of like having a disaster of a wedding. I told her those cakes would probably take me days and they won't come out anywhere near as good. She kind of laughed it off and said, "Oh, it's not about being perfect. It's just about everyone pitching in. It'll be fun."
Wait, that doesn't sound fun.
That is not my idea of fun. I
Sure
told
do.
her that fun or not, what she was describing.
Yeah, don't bring me
was
over if
basically
you don't
her
plan
friends
to
family
be up
subsidizing
and
her
sore.
wedding with time, money, and labor, and it was unfair to expect people to spend that much on her free wedding. Or else she was expecting everyone to show up to a lackluster event and just pretend it was amazing. This is the thing. If you're not paying professionals to like at least do things like the flowers,
Oh, you
like,
slut!
you know, everybody can kind of cook a decent meal maybe, but like things like the flowers, the decor, like don't you want like quality at your wedding? Ugh, this sounds like such a drag for everybody. My social anxiety could never. It's like a group project that none of us wanted to do because we already graduated and moved on from that, so we don't need the credit. Yeah, pretty much. I said if she wants a free wedding, she should probably elope or go to City Hall because this isn't really free, it's just free for her. That part. I might have been a little more forceful in my wording, but I didn't swear or call her names or anything like that. She got super quiet and just looked at me for a minute or so and then left with another one of our friends driving her home. Later that night, I got a friend saying that I really hurt Coral's feelings. Okay, maybe so. Like, I'm sure that she had this, like, grand idea.
Have your
of, like,
fucking
being able
hurt
to share
feelings
things
then,
on
you
TikTok and
loser
brag about
ass.
it, but like, I guarantee you that TikTok where people are bragging about like,
Oh, I had a free wedding. I didn't pay for anything.
I don't think that it was as great as she made it seem.
Yeah, and
It might
ain't
have
nobody
been for
happy
her.
they went
She
to
didn't
it.
pay for anything, but like not for everybody else involved. I'm just saying. Even if her plans were a bit unrealistic, I should have just let Coral have that conversation on her
cockballs!
own. No. It's everybody being yes men with Coral. Oh, that would be like nice.
Oh,
Yeah,
cunt!
sure,
Horse! Horse, horse,
Your
horse!
friends are the friends that are the problem. Like, I'm just saying, this should have been shut down, like, immediately. Coral messaged me saying, sorry, don't worry about the cake, with no more context. Yeah, no, so she's just passing off that duty to someone else. The duty. I'm feeling pretty bad right now, especially since Coral was so happy and excited, and she never really said anything mean to me. Perhaps I should have just gone along with the cake, since she said she wouldn't be
do
mad
not
if it turned
drink
out
on
badly,
weekdays
but I'm worried
anymore.
that her wedding would not have been what she wanted. And I was also frustrated about the cake
Unless I
request.
don't have
I
Alice.
think that if you didn't say it, someone else would have. And like maybe you could have waited for someone else.
Electric
too,
Callboy.
But, like you're all gonna be like wasting time up until that point. Like, you're
Oh,
getting
you
to
know what
some
I got for
conclusion. Like,
Valentine's?
why not just
I
get there
bought
faster, you know?
myself for
I'm not a fan of
Valentine's
wasting
Day
time. I'm really
tickets
not.
to the Canucks
And to
game,
add,
Kings
honestly, I feel
versus
like that
Canucks,
now,
but
Coral
it's
is a
not
really
until
sweet
April.
Person who's just a bit naive.
But I bought
feel like
myself
a lot
my
of people in the
Valentine.
past are tearing her up more than she deserves. She's always been the baby.
And this is what I got for
and I'm
Alice.
Frustrated and ranted on this case. I don't know what the fiance thinks about all this. I understand that Coral is a nice person.
A little
okay? She's also a
diamond
bit
and gold
rude.
necklace.
This is a lot to ask.
And a
And
little
she can be
pouch that holds it.
Sweet and nice person. I know plenty of perfectly sweet and nice people who are also a bit entitled.
Adorable, angelic,
And I feel like
amazing,
they also get
owl
away with being
ass.
entitled because they're perfectly sweet and nice. But it still doesn't change the fact that this is like this is a lot to ask of your family and friends. And I think the right thing to do here would be to like, okay, maybe there's some things that people can pitch in and do, but there are certain things that she's gonna have to like take the
Pizza
reins on.
Homicide,
Like,
I'm
she's
listening
gonna have
to.
to pay for the venue if she can't find, you know, someone to host her wedding for free. Like she has to be willing to like pitch in too, because like asking everybody else to do it for her when she's not
Pizza
like, in a
Homicide.
position where she can't afford
Go
it. I feel
listen
like
to this.
it's really.
It's funny. I like it.
I understand that like she's nice and stuff, but like this is not a nice thing to do. I'm just saying. Not the a-hole she's in for a rude awakening the first time she asked for a free party tent from someone. Those are expensive as crap to rent. Maybe she's getting ahead of herself here. Maybe she just truly doesn't understand how much work goes into a wedding. But there's a reason why like these vendors have such intense contracts. Granted, the wedding industry is out of control. Like people are charging way too much. There's like a wedding tax on things that should be a lot cheaper. I get it to some degree because you have to deal with people. People are pains in you have to deal with like so many circumstances that are out of your control, people not paying, like people not showing up, like all of these things. That person that shared on TikTok that they did a free wedding, that was like a once in a blue moon sort of situation, and I guarantee
Gasp in English too!
Okay, there's people
Fucking
who are
shit.
saying, you know, there's people out there that did like, you know, cheap weddings. You can, you know, go to a park and have
Fucking bird.
like invite everybody to the park so you don't have to pay for a venue.
If
Like,
I only
things
tried,
like flowers,
pineapples
like
make
the
me
quality of a
cry.
big, extravagant
Oh, please
wedding
tell
and
me
everybody else
why.
having to like pitch in.
I'm
and, like,
gonna
that's not-
die.
No.
Pizza
We rented a nice community
Homicide.
center in a nice
Bah,
neighborhood
Pizza
for $200 for the
Homicide.
day and used very little decor beyond candles and tablecloths. I found my bridesmaids' dresses on clearance at Macy's for $10 a piece, and they each carried a single lily. My mother-in-law made my dress, my family made the food, and my sister-in-law took pictures. My husband's tux was free when the groomsmen rented theirs. I made the cake. Total cost under $2,000. But this is like, it's still $2,000.
Nothing is free in
Hyper,
this world.
hyper, you're pretty
Cheap as
and I
possible,
like
but it's
you.
not going to be fancy, and people need to volunteer.
This is
rather
one of
than
my
being
favorite ones from
voluntold.
them, Hyper
That
Hyper.
part, okay, if people all pitch in,
My
and offer,
absolute
that's
favorite
one thing.
song
It's
from
still
Electric
a lot.
Callboy
Like, I would
is
feel-
the song
I don't know if I would be
Fuckboy.
comfortable with someone offering to do stuff like this for my wedding, but you know. Anyways, the fact that she's telling people that this is what they need to do to show up for her is very unfair. So am I the a-hole for telling your friend that her free wedding is unrealistic? No.
I am actually going to
Told
Electric
by
Callboy's
somebody,
concert
and, like,
at the end of
granted,
April.
You know, you could have waited for someone else to tell her. You know, why delay the inevitable? Not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for not attending my granddaughter's wedding? This was posted in the Charlotte Dover YouTube subreddit. I, female 84, was preparing to attend my granddaughter's wedding, female 28. It was a destination wedding, but not out of the country. Think we all live in Myrtle Beach, but the wedding was in Charleston, about 4 hours away. This was to be a 2-night stay, as the wedding was to be on a Friday afternoon. So we're leaving Thursday morning and staying through Saturday. My son, the father of the bride, was going to join me as it was so far away. On Thursday morning, just as I was getting up, the father of the bride came into my room and said he was not going to attend the wedding. Oh. I was so confused. He was clearly distraught and looked ill. He explained to me that the prior evening, my daughter, female 46, who was also aunt and godmother to the bride, B, has been trying to find out when and where the rehearsal dinner was going to be, and we were all going to drive together and had not been given details about the rehearsal dinner. Apparently, when my daughter, aunt/godmother of the bride, had texted my youngest granddaughter and sister of the bride about the details, she'd been given a place and time, information that had not been shared with father of the bride and other family members on the father of the bride's side. Father of the bride and mother of the bride, of course, but the father of the bride had paid $20,000 toward this event. After an hour, aunt of the bride had received a new text. Sorry, aunts and uncles are not invited to the rehearsal dinner. My daughter, aunt of the bride, was devastated.
When you assume, you make an ass out of you and me.
She replied, so I'm not invited. She had been so involved in the bride's life, had taken her on several trips out of the country, in the country, etc., and it was a rehearsal dinner for an out-of-town wedding. This didn't make sense. We had already been invited to attend a shower for the bride.
It's not that serious, really.
When father of the bride had called the bride Wednesday night, the bride answered,
What do you want, Dad? I'm busy. It's my wedding week.
She and in-laws to be had gone up early and were partying in a beachfront suite. When father of the bride asked why his sister, aunt of the bride, had not been invited to the rehearsal dinner, the bride said no, there wasn't room at the venue. The venue for the rehearsal dinner held 50 people. The bride's side had a very small number of people. Father of the bride, mother of the bride, her husband, 2 grandmothers, 2 other grandparents, aunt of the bride, and that was it. A total of 10. The step-grandfather wasn't attending, as he'd been placed in a memory care home that week. New wife of father of the bride wasn't attending either. There are no other aunts and uncles on the bride's side, just my daughter, aunt of the bride, my other son, and another uncle of the bride had passed. So I don't know if the groom had aunts and uncles, but we didn't meet any at the shower. When father of the bride found out that his sister, aunt of the bride, wasn't invited to the rehearsal dinner, she became very upset, as he knows how much his aunt of the bride had done for the bride. Apparently they couldn't have children of their own, and it was an out-of-town wedding. Okay, so obviously there's like a blanket statement that goes with this, which is like, you know, she's at their wedding, they can invite who they want, etc., etc. But I think in the case where it's an out-of-town wedding, everybody's driving up and like spending money, and like this is a destination wedding. Like this is like, you still have to get a hotel, you have to spend money on gas, you have to fly or whatever. I think the day before the wedding, like there should be some sort of event to accommodate everybody that's coming from out of town to celebrate you getting married. Yes, it's her wedding and she can invite who she wants, but at the same time, does she have to invite her? No, but it's kind of rude to have a rehearsal dinner or like a welcome party or whatever and not invite certain members of the family or whatever. Yeah, it's one thing if you're having a wedding and like there's like 5 people going. It's another thing to have like a massive out-of-town wedding and like exclude people from wedding events. It's a little odd. When he told the bride that
weird choice, bro. Weird choice, bro.
The bride became very irritated and eventually texted him, "Don't come." So when I woke up,
do not take your medication with alcohol.
Who says that?
You'll hurt your liver.
Like, don't come.
You're already like
None
it'll
of
hurt
us
her.
ended up attending the rehearsal.
Also,
dinner or the
you'll
wedding.
speed up
Since
cirrhosis.
then, the bride has cut off all communication, as have her sister. The bride was only involving father of the bride because she wanted money for the wedding. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but if the father of the bride contributed money, like a very substantial amount of money, I'm sorry, but they get a few invites. That's not free. It comes with strings, and the very least that you can do for that very large gift is to include members of their family. Am I the a-hole for not going to the wedding or the rehearsal dinner? My daughter, aunt of the bride, was so upset and was okay with us going without her, but she didn't understand how the bride and her now husband could not have included her in the rehearsal dinner. The rehearsal dinner was held at a bar and restaurant, not fancy. Others who had been invited, step-grandfather and stepmother of the bride, could not attend, so there was room. Point blank, it's not about the room. It's about the bride not wanting her aunt there. I'm just telling you right now. For whatever reason, you know, maybe it was a budget thing.
Oh, that fat bastard!
But it's also like, you know, you did get $20,000, so like, was she paying for it? It's just, I don't know. Maybe it was a budget thing. I have a feeling that it's a budget thing, but still, it wasn't a money issue for the groom's family either, as they had funds to be in a suite on the ocean for 5 nights, and it was a casual outdoor bar restaurant set.
Fucking what the hell, man?
What if Aunt the bride hadn't known that she hadn't been included and she showed up? Would she have been sent packing to wait for the rest of us at the hotel, embarrassed?
Never assume.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird that, like, you know, some people are invited to, like, the night before thing. And, like, granted, you know, I've been to weddings before where, like, you know, Mike was the MC and, like, he had to go to a rehearsal dinner the night before and, like, I wasn't included in that. But I would think that, like, members of the family would be included in something like that. My granddaughter has not reached out since. I'm now a widow, and they didn't send a card about my husband's passing. Even though Aunt of the bride had emailed them about him being close to death. They visited him once a few days before at the facility when we weren't there, but no. There was a lot of wedding planning that has caused hurt feelings well before this. How could the bride and groom not include the bride's aunt/godmother at an outdoor bar and restaurant? They could have simply just made room for her, and she was also the godmother of the bride. Am I the a-hole for expecting all the guests to have included in an out-of-town rehearsal dinner? I thought it was a given that out-of-town guests were always invited to such things, and if it was a destination wedding, that meant everyone attending should have been invited. I'm so disturbed by this, I don't know what to do. Okay, again, it's like, it's her wedding, and she can invite who she wants. Maybe it was a budget thing, like maybe they were paying for everybody to be at this, like, dinner or whatever, and they didn't want it to, like, they had to cut it off at some point, and it was like a small thing. But at the end of the day, I do genuinely feel that, like, if you're having a destination wedding, and, like, granted, these people can afford it. If you're having a destination wedding and everybody's coming in from out of town, traveling really far, taking time off for you, the least you can do is have, you know, some sort of, like, drinks event, like, maybe not necessarily pay for, like, another event, but, like, you know, just have, like, some sort of meetup or something. I'm just saying. Am I able for expecting all of the guests to be included? I mean, I wouldn't say all the guests. Wedding party are often invited to rehearsal dinners and not all the guests. But I would think that someone who was super close
Son of a bitch! No! Fuck her!
The bride and reimburse for the money he contributed.
Fuck her.
I mean, I don't hate that idea.
Fuck.
Not the a-hole. I wouldn't have gone with her attitude in last-minute changes for a destination wedding. It sucks that she doesn't seem to give a rat's, but please live your life. It kind of sounds like the bride has this mentality of, like,
this is what I'm doing, and everybody else.
It is her wedding. She can do that, but, like, she also needs to suffer the consequences of people not being, like, you know, happy about not being, like, accommodated, and it is what it is. You can't accommodate everybody. I feel like her behavior, like telling someone that contributed a very large amount of money to her wedding to, like, not come because
you have to hug people?
that someone should be included. I mean, that's a little brash. You know, you can be kind of annoyed about people making demands of you the week of your wedding, but you don't have to tell people not to come. That's a little rude. Not little, like a lot. I'm Canadian and I've never been to a rehearsal dinner. Not sure if it's not a thing in my country or not a thing with the people I'm around.
Canadians are here.
You were?
So again, like, rehearsal dinners are not something that everything is invited to. I have been to a few destination weddings. I had one myself. I did have an event
before
the wedding.
No.
And I've been to other destination weddings where they had,
anyway,
like,
so
welcome parties,
zero
welcome events where
offense
people
was taken,
met up
and
before,
I had no
and,
idea
like, you know,
you were
everybody's
grumpy because it was
excited
just
and,
you
like,
just
meet each
woken up,
other
so
and
that
stuff
was
like that. So, like,
normal.
it's normal for an out-of-town wedding to have something where everybody gathers the night before, like a dinner or, like, drinks at a bar or, like, whatever. I thought rehearsal dinner was for members of the wedding party, not every family member, no matter how precious they are.
Creator spotlight.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Sometimes, yeah. Where I'm from, it's considered polite to invite out-of-town guests as well, not leave them to fend for themselves. But this being a destination wedding and everyone being from out of town, not sure how that would work. I get what everybody's saying in the comments. That's like, I've literally never been to a rehearsal dinner. It's not something that everyone's invited to. That's totally fair. I just do think that this was an out-of-town wedding.
Been having bad sleep for a hot minute,
to, like, have. I think it's like
sleep when you can sleep, except
to
for
have some sort of event the night before to welcome everybody. Yeah, I think it's a preference thing.
It's
honestly.
getting a little better.
And, like, also the added thing about, like, people contributing to the wedding too. Like,
I mean, I can't sass anybody about shit sleep because, you know,
for them to be like,
insomniac.
maybe,
Hey,
like, invite this person who
Ooh,
really cares about you.
snowball.
Unfortunately,
Do I
that's the
hit
way
the
it
ball
is.
with
You
the
accept
chicken?
money from
Oh my
people, your
god.
family
Please
members
tell
and
me I
such,
hit
and
the
they
ball with
get
the
to make
chicken.
demands like
How do you do
that.
this?
So I don't think
hit
that
the ball
you're
with the
the
chicken.
a-hole. I think it's totally normal
Do I?
for people to have events
Oh!
the night before the wedding.
Hit the ball with the chicken.
But that's just how I feel about it.
Hit the ball with the Hit the ball with the chicken!
Maid of honor to sister.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
I set
Hit the ball with the
a
chicken!
bachelorette budget
Okay.
and was told
Yeah, I hit the ball with the
to
chicken.
just start saving.
Hit the ball with the chicken!
Well, like how much though?
BAM! Hit the ball with the chicken!
My initial text
Whoop.
said, hey,
How far do I
I'm
take
going
it?
to have an amazing
Chicken
bachelorette
ball!
upfront about my budget, so we're all on the
Oh!
same page. With
Chicken
the
ball.
flights and
I was
everything
right.
else we'll be
Hit the
doing,
ball with
I
the
can
chicken.
realistically spend $400 to $500 max per person on the Airbnb.
I don't know what it's
I'm
called.
Totally
I'm
open
calling
to a
it chicken
pool or
ball.
hot tub if it fits
Oh,
within
shit!
that range. Like the place you
I need
saved
more
would
chicken balls.
actually be perfect at about $393 per person. I can't
Whoop!
swing
Shit,
600
wrong way.
plus per person
Fuck!
on
Oh,
housing
15
when
more
we'll be
whacks.
out most of the time and
Okay,
already spending a lot
I'm
on
gonna whack all these balls up the chicken ball. BAM!
For me or anyone else
Ooh, yeah,
financially,
fuck
so
you.
wanted
I know
to
how to
prove
whack
that
bitches
anything
with a
else is
baseball.
Okay.
Chicken!
Fair enough.
BAM!
Communication.
Suck my
Her
chicken!
response, I'll try to be
I'm gonna take 2 balls
Try to be
and whack them
your
with my
budget, but
chicken.
also think it may be more than $450 because of all the minor
BAM!
fees.
Oh no, wrong
We
way.
are
Okay,
going
that
during
guy
holidays,
can
so
have that ball.
will
I'm
be
gonna take
more
this
money
ball.
than most weekends.
Get your own
I
fucking
think it's
ball,
important to
buddy.
understand that where we're
Get
going
your
is
own
expensive place
ball,
already.
buddy.
California is not cheap. Realistically, drinks and food will be more than what you expect. Truly, it's
your own
awkward
fucking
to
ball.
even
It's
say
my
this,
ball.
but I'm still not really
Chicken
supposed
ball.
to be paying for anything
It's
during
chicken
that weekend.
baseball. Your baseball bat is a rubber chicken. And your ball is a ginormous snowball
I know money's
that
tight
is
for some people to
like
start budgeting
twice
and
the size
saving.
of you, at least.
Oh,
And you gotta chicken the
I
baseball
also have a wedding and living expenses
up the
to
ramp.
pay for.
No, no, no!
So I get it, but it's also a once in a lifetime trip.
Okay.
You sure about that?
Whack it.
You sure about that?
I know that, like, I've done videos in the
Bam.
past about destination bachelorettes and stuff
Fuck
like that,
you,
where it's
suck
been
my
like, okay,
ball.
expect to spend money. If you're going on a destination
Ball.
bachelorette, expect
Suck.
to spend money.
One more.
With the
Blah, blah,
case of
blah, blah.
this, she's being completely upfront
Bam.
about the fact that she cannot
Okay, there's
afford
one,
it.
and then this
I
is my
think
last
that
one right
it's-
here.
She's completely within her rights to not attend this event. If it's going to be something
Bam.
that's like
Go, bitch,
completely
go,
out
bitch,
of
go,
control,
bitch.
like expect to spend like thousands
No.
of dollars, like that sort of
No,
thing.
come back.
Realistically,
Come
if you're going on a
back.
destination bachelorette, you should expect to spend that amount of money. But that doesn't mean that everybody's going to be able to go. I'm the maid of honor.
Fuck
and the
yes!
bride is my
Ah!
older sister. There will be 6
I
of us
almost
going to
had first
California
place.
over Memorial Day
Eat
weekend.
my
4 days,
cock.
3 nights. We never
Whoop, whoop.
discussed budgets up front, and to my knowledge, she hasn't discussed budgets with the other bridesmaids either. I know this is partly on me.
Okay, bye, love you, bye.
Members, and this is my first time being in a bridal party, so I genuinely didn't know what was typical. I was under the impression that she would pay for
Okay.
her flight and her portion of the Airbnb,
Oh.
and the rest of us would cover our own portions plus food, drinks, activities for her. I feel like that's fair. Honestly, I know it's like tradition for the bride to like not pay for anything, but I think like with these bachelorettes being
Chicken
so out of
ball.
control, like I don't think that that's a fair thing to ask at all. And it certainly isn't a fair thing to like hold over people's
What's
heads
this?
either. This assumption was partly because she'd been very particular about the Airbnb vibe. Based on her math, she's not including herself in the split, which I now realize I shouldn't have assumed. She planned most of the bachelorette herself. I've tried helping with planning locations, restaurants, and activities, but most of my suggestions were changed because they weren't the right vibe or she found something better. She also has a matron of honor who's been helping look at Airbnbs. She's been a bridesmaid for at least 2 of the girls who are now in her bridal party, so I don't know if she paid for a lot of their bachelorettes and now expects the same in return. It's possible. Regardless, this is far more than I expected. Honestly, fair enough. It's crazy out there. Realistically, bachelorette trips, they're expensive. Especially, you know, like if you have gone over and above to pay for like your friends' big bachelorettes where you're all going to Tulum and Costa Rica and Vegas. Believe me, it gets out of control. And then it's like, okay, so this is the standard. I guess like I also want to do that for my bachelorette. It is kind of the standard. It's not everybody's standard. I just know
Oh, that's what I do.
I'm not financially well off, and she knows this. I live carefully within my means, and I have been budgeting, but there's only so much I can save. The financial stress has been making me anxious, and her response felt dismissive, given she planned most of the trip and the costs. If I'm being, like, totally honest here, like, if I was the bride here, and, like, I have a friend who's, like, my best friend, she's my maid of honor, and she's kind of expressing that she's, like, worried about the cost of the bachelorette. Like, I understand it's customary for me to be paid for as the bride, but like I feel like I would do her a solid and like just fork out some cash, you know, like fork out some cash, make sure she can be there, try to compromise, because it's like I feel like more important to me to like also have my people around me. And I've also been in situations where like other people have like paid for people that they really want to be at their weddings and stuff like that and couldn't afford it. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't love the way that she's being treated, just saying. At this point, I feel stuck because she's my sister. If I say I can't afford the trip, I'm worried she'll be angry or even remove me from the bridal party. She also left me on red for 2 days after I sent my original message. If I go, I'll be spending money I truly don't have, and I'm already feeling resentment build. I know I should have spoken up sooner, but I didn't.
Better late than never.
Unfortunately, it kind of just seems like it's like a little out of your control, and like she needs to be. I understand it's your sister, but like she also has to be like.
I don't know what I'm doing.
And if she wants, you know, all the craziness, and I feel like she could also pay for some of that herself. And yeah, budget really should have been discussed. It is possible that she's been on lots of these like expensive bachelorettes before with no budget and she kind of expected the same for herself. But if someone is telling you that they can't afford it, and believe me, these types of discussions will come up. Like, we've definitely been in situations in my friend group where people couldn't come, you know, they're trying to convince us to go to like a hostel to stay, and I'm like, Dad, I'm not staying in a hostel, but that's the only way that they can afford to come, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. So like, you can stay in a hostel. I'm not staying in a hostel, they scare the shit out of me. But yeah, it's resulted in them not being able to go, and it is what it is, right? The bride has the right to like have the fun bachelorette, like, and go all out. She does have the right to do that, but if someone is expressing to her, someone important to her, that they're like not going to be able to like pay for it, like, I don't understand. You should care more about the people that are around you than like them being able to afford your trip, and maybe the trip's more important to her. I don't know.
Once in a lifetime.
Okay, so partial update. I talked to the bride about my budget concerns. She says she's frustrated because she feels that she planned everything herself. Even though I did try to help, and things I worked on ended up getting changed or scrapped. She said I'm the only one in the bridal party with a budget, and no one else has raised money concerns. So what? And that she doesn't want to have to limit what she can do because of me. Fine. So, like, if that's how she feels, then, like, she has to be okay with you not going. I explained that money makes me really anxious. I'm trying to save. I have student loans, and I don't want to go into debt for this trip. She asked why that would happen, and I explained the total cost is already more than I was expecting. She said she doesn't want to be worried about money on her bachelorette and suggested that maybe this trip isn't for me. Great. I agree. She also said if I don't go, she'd have to replan parts of her wedding, which I felt like she was implying I wouldn't be a bridesmaid anymore. Okay, that's a no. That's a no from me, dog. Let's keep it at, so then honestly, like, it's totally fine if you don't want to come to my bachelorette, or you can't come to my bachelorette because you're worried about money. Totally fair. Obviously, I would love for you to be there, and that's it. It's not, well, then I'm gonna have to be like, that's where you're a bridezilla, okay? Just saying. She doesn't want to put the Airbnb on her card, but I also can't front the amount. I don't want to have the lump sum, or she wants you to put it on your credit card.
She's a little scammer.
Ooh. Ooh, no. Why is it going on the person's credit card that's concerned? No wonder you're concerned about money. I would literally, if she wanted this, okay, so she doesn't even have enough credit to be able to do this, but like, if one person is gonna put money on a credit card to afford an Airbnb, everyone needs to send the money for the Airbnb before it's on the credit card. Like, I've been in so many situations where I paid for the Airbnb, did not get paid back for like literally months. I can't even imagine asking someone who has like budget concerns to do that either. There also isn't a clear plan for how group expenses like drinks and Ubers will be split, which makes me anxious because I don't want to end up stuck paying more than my share. She said it wouldn't be tit for tat or evenly split. Okay. Well, no, that's why apps like Splitwise exist. Great app. Highly recommend for group trips. When I mentioned trying to keep the whole trip around $1,500 total, she said that probably isn't realistic because of the fees. I said it feels like she was already resentful, and when she asked why, I mentioned her tone. She said she does have a tone and feels justified because I'm just now bringing this up. Even though the budget issue only really became a problem once we started talking about Airbnb prices. She asked me to decide by Sunday whether I'm going. By the end of the call, I felt like my financial boundaries weren't being respected and that I was being made to feel like the problem for having a budget. I mean, listen, just now bringing this up, you bring it up when you realize that this is getting a little out of control and you can't afford it. She's for sure being a bridezilla, and like, granted, you know, she probably has been in situations where she spent a lot of money on friends that are getting married. She's gone to their bachelorettes and like, you know, it's like loose, right? It's kind of like,
Oh yeah, I'll pay for this here, I'll pay for this there. Like,
I will let you know that most group trips that I've been on, you put everything into a split wise and like, you know, you do have to keep track. Otherwise, it gets out of hand quite fast. But hey, hello. If you can't afford to be on this bachelorette trip, then she needs to respect that. And like not hold it over your head and be resentful about it. Because it's like, what do you expect people to do? Like people can't go into debt for your wedding, let alone a bachelorette trip. Like, come on. It's a once in a lifetime trip for her. For her. Yeah, that part. Believe me, bachelorettes are really, really fun most of the time. But yeah, it's just not everybody has that standard of a bachelorette, you know? And you have to be okay with that. She's being incredibly selfish and people need to normalize having conversations about budgets for these things. They've gotten a bit out of control and people think, well, just save then, as if many people aren't just trying to get by and haven't ever been able to save. It seems a bitch out of touch. Do what you gotta do. She has the right to have the bachelorette that she wants to have, okay? It is what it is. But you have to also be okay for people not being able to attend. It is what it is. It's not a big deal either way. As a grown woman, not including yourself in the split of a very expensive trip that you organize and are demanding people to attend is a yes, 1000%. So this whole thing about, you know, brides not really paying for their own bachelorette trips, you know, I've heard of
come
that.
on, one more
I've
point.
never been on a bachelorette trip that was like that, honestly. I've heard of it being customary. It is getting a little crazy. Okay,
Fucker.
it is getting to a point where it's like that's not like unless we're all like,
you ass cock
extremely well
fucker.
off, I don't really see that being possible for most people. But then also being the one that's picking everything and likely picking things that are more expensive and then demanding to be paid for is nuts. She needs to pay up and subsidize those with less funds or have something local. I understand she wants the trip that she wants to have, but like then she's also saving money. Just fork out some money and get your sister over there, you know? Like, say it one more time directly. I cannot spend more than this amount. If you expect me to spend more on this, I can't attend. If me being maid of honor won't work, I'm sad, but I accept your choice. Done.
Got it finally. Fuck!
My sister said I ruined her wedding.
I did not like this one.
Here's the context. My sister's getting
Thumbs
married on
down.
October 26th, a beautiful outdoor spring wedding. We are in Australia. I was like, October is not in the spring. That is such a mind, you know, like October being in the spring. That's crazy to think about. She instructed me. I was maid of honor, not asked, just told me. Okay. She said you don't have to ask family. They should just do it. No, you usually ask. You usually ask. Like, I've had people literally come to me with like a cake and ask to be like their MC and with like writing on it. It is something that you ask. Just saying. She wants a child-free wedding. Fine. My in-laws will have my son, who will be 18 months at the time. The wedding is in a holiday destination, which is a 2.5-hour drive from where we live. And my in-laws have a holiday house there, and we plan on staying there, and my in-laws will watch my son at their holiday house. Okay. She asked hubby to be her MC. Okay. Their bridal party is uneven, including me. She has maid of honor, 4 bridesmaids, and her fiance has a best man and 3 grooms. Okay, now on to the situation. I'm currently very early in my second pregnancy with twins and suffering really terrible morning sickness, although I'm sick all the time. As I'm not finished first trimester, we haven't announced it yet. 38 weeks is mid-August, so all being well, babies will barely be 6 weeks at her wedding. Hubby and I spoke about it and feel the best thing would be me stepping down as maid of honor and let her have her best friend, and I'll do my best to attend. Sister was at my house last night and I needed to go and vomit, and she made a joke to my husband about it being morning sickness, and he was like, it actually is, we haven't announced it yet, and my sister lost it and came into my ensuite yelling at me that I'm so selfish.
Because you're pregnant?
She told me I ruined her wedding, and she told me not to get pregnant before her wedding.
What?
Yeah, no, it doesn't work like that, unfortunately. We've discussed this before. Like it's, you know, old news. People's lives don't stop just because you're getting married. And also, I think, like, ruin the wedding is kind of...
Oh, you slaughter!
Reaching. Okay.
Fuck!
Someone being pregnant does not ruin your wedding. Hubby told her she was welcome to leave until she stopped yelling. I gave her the night to settle down in mall. I told her this morning. She lost it at me on the phone. Continued that I ruined her wedding and I was uninvited.
Oh no. Anyway.
Well, I mean, you weren't gonna go anyway. She's being dramatic. She's being dramatic,
Asshole.
and I know she's your sister, but like, you didn't even really want to go anyway, so just like let her cool off. It's fine. Your sister is selfish. You should back out as maid of honor and just attend as a guest. Yeah, I mean, that goes without saying, I think. At this point, I'd have second thoughts about even attending as a guest. I want to put as much distance between me and her as possible.
No, you bastard!
I agree, the bride's acting really, really stupid. Hopefully she cools off, but if she doesn't, yeah, I wouldn't go either. Even if she took back uninviting her, I wouldn't go. Her husband should also back out of being MC. I mean, she ruined her own wedding, realistically.
Ass fucker.
I would also be going low contact for a while and maybe no contact, depending on if sister escalates her behavior by harassing her. Or bringing in flying monkeys.
Oh, you.
Yeah, I forgot about the husband being MC. Yeah, that's gonna have to, like, not happen as well. She really should have thought of that before she acted ridiculous. Why is someone being pregnant for your wedding ruining your wedding? I fail to understand that. Like, I will never understand that mentality. Like, what is wrong with you?
A lot.
What, you're mad about being upstaged? You're mad about, you know, people not being able to show up? It is what it is. We're all at an age, you know, where someone's going to be pregnant.
Ow.
Someone's going to be getting engaged. Someone's going to be getting married at the same time as you. Like, get the f over it. And stop being a bridezilla. Subscribe!
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hi friends,
Whoa.
how are you
Whoa,
today?
whoa.
My name.
Whoa.
These bridezillas have
Shut
lost they
Shut up. Playlist. We want to... Am I the asshole? Yup.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Am I the a-hole for getting more expensive gifts for my friend than I do for my girlfriend? Hey everybody, welcome
That's where we
back.
were.
My mother-in-law is a nightmare. Should I call off the wedding?
Get out!
Woo, we got a juicy story from the Charlotte Dobre subreddit. This is from Boiling Point Potato. I feel like the potato inside joke is not something that everybody understands. And quite frankly, I don't even understand it entirely. It goes back, honestly, about a decade now. Throwaway account because I never thought I'd contribute to this page, but here we are. Also, all names are fake. Just the way I like it. I'm not trying to get sued. I don't want to get sued today. Would rather not. Hi, potatoes. Hey, bestie. I never thought I'd be posting here, but I'm at my breaking point. I'm getting married in 6 weeks to James, 30 male, who I genuinely love. When did you post this? 15 days ago. Is this gonna go up in time? Maybe not, but hopefully you hear this in time. He's kind, funny, supportive, or at least he was, until wedding planning turned into what feels like an extended
He's the first place hoe!
Why are you so obsessed with me?
With his mother,
Why so
Karen,
obsessed
56
with
female,
me?
playing the role of
I like
Regina
that one.
George's older, scarier, passive-aggressive cousin.
God, Karen, you are so stupid.
Oh, goody. It's always been super non-confrontational. Like, I'm the kind of person who says, oh no, it's fine. When the waiter brings the wrong food, like, I don't want to be a bother. I'm also this person. I hate drama. I hate conflict. I'd rather swallow my feelings whole than deal with the awkwardness of an argument. But Karen is turning me into the kind of person who screams into pillows. I'm a pillow screamer. But I almost always get a zit the next day.
You've got a dirty pillow.
At first, I thought she was just the typical overbearing mother. You know, the no one is good enough for my son type. But this is different. She's not outright rude. It's worse than that because everything she does is wrapped in this
I'm just being helpful.
package, which makes me feel crazy for even getting upset. At my bridal shower, she stood up and gave this heartfelt speech, ending with,
I always pictured James with someone more refined, but Sarah's so fun and casual.
casual. Yeah, that's a little backhanded, I'm not gonna lie. A little backhanded.
You know, I always thought of someone a little more classy for my son. I mean, you do. You're okay.
It really keeps things interesting. The whole whole room laughed, and I sat there wondering if anyone else felt the secondhand stink. She's part of this little clique of family friends, think adult cool moms, who wear matching yoga gear and drink wine like it's their personality trait. Oh, I know the type, bestie. They probably wear Lululemon or Aloe. They make me feel like an outsider at my own engagement events. I swear, it's like I'm back in high school trying to sit at the lunch table with girls who pretend they don't hear me. Oh, they hear you, baby girl. They're just choosing not to. She gifted me a book called The Art of Being a Good Wife. When I awkwardly laughed, she said,
"Oh, it's just a little joke. But marriage can be challenging for women who've been so career-focused. Thought you'd appreciate it."
I always think that people who gift like self-help books, it's very backhanded. You gotta do it properly, you know? Like if someone gifted me Ego is the Enemy, for example, I'd be like, what you trying to say, bestie? What you trying to say to me? Like, what am I supposed to be grateful? The Art of Being a Good Wife. The Guide to Nurturing Your Marriage. A book by a man. Some qualities of a good wife include respect. Respecting your husband's needs to be respected can help him respond lovingly toward you. This is just the Spark Notes version of it, or the AI overview.
I mean, it was
Being able to
okay.
communicate openly and effectively with your husband can help strengthen
Yeah,
your
it was
relationship.
alright.
Being supportive and trusting in your husband can help him achieve his goals and be the best version of himself. Being kind and showing appreciation for your husband can help strengthen your relationship. This is all about the husband. So this is literally all just about pleasing the husband. At a family dinner, she glanced at my plate and said,
"Wow, you're not one of those brides obsessed with crash dieting, huh? Good for you."
"So she just called you fat. Got it. She food shamed you." I didn't even know how to respond because was that a compliment? An insult? Both?
Are you insulting me?
Yeah, she's like, honestly, she's an artist at these backhanded compliments. She constantly forgets basic things about me. She introduces me to people like I'm an afterthought.
This is James' fiance, Sarah, right? She works with numbers or something.
Like she forgot your name? I'm a data analyst. I've told her this multiple times. She just doesn't care to remember. She sounds like a peach. The worst part? James doesn't see it. Yeah, because I'm sure that she maybe doesn't do it in front of him, or maybe he's so used to it he doesn't see, or maybe he's just pandering to her. I don't know. Every time I try to talk to him, he says,
"That's just how she is." Or she doesn't mean it like that.
He's not a mom's boy. He's just blind to the subtle stuff because he's grown up with it. And to be fair, women who are like this don't really treat men like this. That's reserved for other women, that kind of treatment. My family, they're the keep the peace type. My mom literally said,
"She's probably just nervous about losing her son. Don't take it personally."
Okay, but why does her anxiety have to become my emotional punching bag? No, it doesn't. The only person who's been truly in my corner is my maid of honor, Lena. She's the kind of friend who would fight a bear for me. She's witnessed Karen's behavior firsthand and has even called her out in the most polite, cutting way imaginable. Basically my hero. Right, because like, I was even just talking about this to my psych. I think women are much more emotionally focused than men.
I'm feeling emotional.
Not more emotional, just like much more perceptive about certain behaviors. Because we've witnessed it firsthand, okay? Like we've all met a woman who is like this, and you only recognize it until you've seen it yourself. Men tend to be like almost like ignorance is bliss sort of thing. Like they don't seem to be as like quick to see a threat in the same way that women are. But like, make no mistake, when you sense that there's some sort of threat, the energy is just off. Girl, you're right. You're right. You're right. I'm telling you right now, you're right. She's also been gently trying to push me towards standing up for myself. I would actually like kind of agree with her.
Stand up for yourself.
You're also sort of like letting
Round of applause, bitch!
talk
Round
to
of
you.
applause!
Not to say you deserve it. It's almost like she thinks you're too weak to stand up for yourself, so she just sees you as an easy target. And maybe if you did, she'd respect you a little more. This kind of reminds me of like Matthew McConaughey's wife and how his mother-in-law absolutely hated his wife for the longest time until she, you know, talked back to her, and then all of a sudden now they're besties. That's what I think of when I think of this. Now here's the thing. I've seriously considered calling off the wedding.
go,
but the
boobs.
idea of doing that absolutely terrifying. Not just because I love James, but because dealing with the fallout sounds like my worst nightmare. The awkward conversations, the disappointment, the feeling of having failed, it's enough to make me want to crawl under a blanket and never come out. I can totally agree with you on that. I just also feel as though I really wish your husband, or your future husband rather, was a little more, like, affirmed you a little more in how you feel. Because you're not crazy, you're not. You know, it also would probably help if he said something too, and it wasn't just up to you to stand up for yourself. Talk to your mother! Standing up to a bully is hard. When bullies feel like they're wrong, and they feel wrong because other people, like, you know, you've got backup, right? You're not as easy of a target anymore. That's why I feel so strongly about, like, when somebody's getting bullied, I tend to be on the side of the person who's getting bullied, because I never had anybody that stepped up for me, because I know that all it would have taken for the bullying to stop would be for someone to stand up for me. So I always try to be that person, because that's literally all it takes for a bully to back off. At the same time, I'm scared of walking down the aisle with this giant pit in my stomach, knowing I ignored every red flag because I was too afraid to speak up. So, potatoes, am I overreacting? Is this normal wedding stress that everyone deals with? There's a difference between an overbearing mother-in-law and a mother-in-law that really just doesn't like you at all. Even if she doesn't like you, she's got to bite her tongue and suck it up, because she's not marrying you at the end of the day. Or am I ignoring something that's only going to get worse after the vows are said? I need opinions from people who aren't biased, because I feel like I'm losing my mind here. Yes, ending the wedding at this point I think is extreme, but like I do feel as though I don't like how your husband is handling this. I don't like that he's not sticking up for you at all, and I don't like that this mother-in-law has just like literally gone balls to the wall, like overtly mean, but she does it in like a sneaky way. I almost feel like she's trying to get rid of you, like she's trying to make it so difficult.
Okay, we're
for
almost
you, so that
done
you second
with
guess, like,
game.
everything. I don't think
You know
that
what? We're
she
gonna be done with the
wants
game
you to
pretty
marry
quick
her
here,
son.
actually. Let's
Okay,
check.
we do have an update. We do have
And
an
then
update.
I'll go back
Hey,
to
potatoes, I wanted to
crafting.
give you an update, and things have definitely shifted in the past day. After reading through all the comments, it was clear I had to talk to James first, but I'll be honest, I needed a boost. So before talking to James, I called my brother for his perspective. I thought he'd be on my side, but he gave me a reality check instead. He said he couldn't believe I was seriously considering canceling the wedding over a few comments from my mother-in-law. He told me if that was the only reason I was planning to cancel something so huge as a wedding, I needed to take a serious step back. He basically told me that no one is perfect, and relationships, especially marriage, involve compromise. I mean, yeah, not compromise in this respect, though. Like, lots of compromises to, like, toward the greater good. But at the end of the day, if you don't have a partner who, you know, is willing to back you up when you're hurting, I feel like that's a much wider issue. He said the wedding is a huge deal, and I shouldn't rush to make a decision over something that could be worked through. I mean, you could try. You could definitely try to talk to her and talk to your fiance.
That took
then
way too
he
long
said
to
something
fall.
that hit home.
This is how you always are. You have no opinions until the very last moment, and you freak out when you realize how it's actually a problem and won't go away just because you don't react to it.
I didn't realize that this was a problem, but
Oh,
looking
shit.
back, wow, he was so right. And honestly, I didn't realize I had a pattern of letting things build up until I can't take it anymore, and then I panic. That's something I need to work on. I mean, I would say, to a certain degree, I kind of get not reacting, because it might not be like a serious. You look for patterns, right? Like, one person can make like a passive-aggressive comment, and it doesn't mean that that's how they feel about you or who they are. Over time, you start to realize that that's who that person is. So I feel like acting kind of, you know, I also, like, probably would approach it in the same way, because you don't know until you have more information how someone feels about you or how you feel about them. But I agree. I think that maybe there could have been some boundary setting on your part up until now, and if those boundaries were not respected, then I would, you know, absolutely say, like, you need to really reconsider this marriage. But anyways, let's carry on. After that conversation, I went straight to James. I'm terrible at confrontations, and I tend to get emotional, so I decided to write him a letter and get everything off my chest. I told him how hurt I was by his mom's comments, how I felt unsupported when he didn't take me seriously, and how worried I was about moving forward with the wedding if things don't change. When we sat down after he read it, he told me how hurt he was that I jumped straight into thinking about canceling the wedding without talking to him first. He felt blindsided, like I didn't give him a chance to be a part of the conversation.
Yeah.
Again, wow, you guys were so right about actually talking it through with him. I mean, I think that you did try to tell him, though. That's why it's like, I understand him feeling like,
I really wish you talked to me.
I think that you tried to talk to him. Maybe he didn't realize how serious it was for you. He admitted he didn't realize how much his mom's behavior was affecting me. He agreed that it wasn't okay, good, and he shouldn't have brushed off my feelings. At the same time, he explained how much he loved his mom and how worried he is about making things worse if he steps in too hard. Still, he promised he would back me up when I need him. Okay, I feel like this is good. This is good, right? I don't know. I'm not satisfied with that. I might just. You can't just let people walk all over you and the people that you love because you're worried about confrontation. It's clear to me that now I've been expecting James to handle things with his mom that I need to address myself. I can't rely on him to fix everything. I need to step up and handle some of this on my own. Okay, good. I like that. Next, we're planning on having a private conversation with his mom. I'm not sure how much it will help, but having James there for support can only make things easier. Thanks again, Potatoes, for all your advice. You really helped me find the courage to have these tough conversations. And I talked to him about a couples therapy. He felt we didn't need it, but we booked a session just to see if it would help. I'm not sure what the conversation with Karen would be like, but like everyone pointed out, I should deal with it first instead of imagining the worst and suppressing it. Okay, good. Not sure what that looks like, and even just writing this is making me hyperventilate. Aw, and I want to puke, but as I've been advised so many times by you guys, that's the right thing to do. Okay, let's look at some of these responses. OP, I'm so sorry. Your fiance will never have your back, and your future mother-in-law will just get worse because he can't or won't set boundaries. It's time to have an honest conversation so he fully understands how serious this is for you. If he doesn't see the issue, then I think you have your answer. So this person quoted,
Every time I try to talk to him, he says that's just how she is, or she doesn't mean it like that.
I'm sorry, but it's not a mother-in-law problem. This is a fiance problem. That is not to say anything about her is good. It's not, but your problem is that hubby doesn't and will never have your back. This is gonna be your life. Baby names, whatever mom wants or doesn't want. She will ruin every single surprise you ever have. Every future celebration will be about her. Your house will be near them.
But babe, it makes more sense this way.
She will shove in the trash whatever food contributions you bring to Thanksgiving. She will gaslight you until you can't take it anymore and you'll be labeled the crazy one. I'd go further and say it's not even all on the fiance and mother-in-law. This is also on OP for letting it slide. Call her out on comments. What do you mean by that? Are you really trying to be nice? Because that sounded mean to me. You know what you do when someone makes like kind of like a passive-aggressive remark? And I learned this from my mother-in-law. Sorry, I don't understand. And you make them explain it. Do it in front of somebody else. So they have to explain what they meant in front of somebody else. Makes them feel stupid and mean. All right, we have one hell of an update here. My mother-in-law is a nightmare. And now the wedding is canceled. Not by me. Hey, Potatoes. Well, I'm back with one last update. And trust me, I didn't see this one coming either. Strap in because it's a ride. First, thank you to everyone who supported me through my last post. Reading your comments made me feel so validated, and honestly, it gave me the push I needed. So here's what happened after that. James and I decided it was time to have the dreaded talk with Karen. I wasn't exactly thrilled, but we both knew we couldn't keep ignoring it. Spoiler, it went about as well as you'd expect. Let me guess, she played the victim and she gaslit you. We sat down and explained how her constant digs and helpful comments were hurtful and unnecessary. She, of course, denied everything.
I'm just being honest. You're too sensitive.
And my personal favorite,
I'm only trying to help you be a better wife.
Yeah, she actually said that. It's all the same, eh? They're all the same. James tried to back me up, but every time... See, this is another reason why, like, I have conflict resolution issues. It's because every time, a lot of the time, when I've tried to resolve conflict, this is an actual disorder, eh? I've been diagnosed, apparently. When I've tried to resolve conflict, it has not gone well. That people apologize, that they think about, that, you know, there's this, like, almost like it brings
I hate
you
this
closer.
level. We're
and
skipping
I've never
it.
really met too many people who I've been able to have like an honest conversation with, tell them how I feel, and they really genuinely hear me out and apologize. And you know,
Dislike.
they might come up with an excuse or two, but a lot of the time people gaslight. They gaslight. They make you feel like you're the one, like your reaction to them is the problem. It's not. Like having this issue with conflict resolution, also feeling like you can't ever resolve conflict because most
like that
people
one.
don't ever
Okay,
listen
you know
to
what?
you
We're gonna be
or try to resolve that conflict
all done.
themselves. It makes
We're
it
gonna be
hard
all
for
done
you
with
to
that one,
have
and we're gonna go back
conflict
to
in the first place
crafting.
in your life. So James tried to back me up, but every time he did, she pulled the whole
So you're choosing her over your own mother.
guilt trip.
Yes. Yes, I am.
It was exhausting. After an hour of going in circles, we realized nothing was going to change. Honestly, I've never seen Jane so irritated in my life. So we just stopped responding. No calls, no texts, nothing. And let me tell you, Karen did not take it well. She left endless voicemails, sent passive-aggressive texts, and even showed up at our place once. We didn't let her in. God, I've never seen her so pissed off. I'll be honest, I was so happy about how I was actually getting to her. Nothing I said seemed to annoy her as much as not reacting.
I'm a strawberry squirrel.
Yeah, I mean, she's not getting her way probably for the first time ever, right? We expected some fallout, but what happened next? We never saw it coming. Karen got into a massive argument with another family member. We're still not 100% clear what sparked it. Something about money, family heirlooms, who knows? But it escalated fast. And then the cops got involved.
Ooh, the Popo got involved. I love it. What the hell?
I beg your finest pardon.
What the hell?
Actual police. From what we've pieced together, Karen lost it. We're talking threats, some property damage, and just complete chaos. Next thing we knew, there were legal charges being filed. It still doesn't feel real. Wait, against Karen? Karen has the legal charges? James and I were floored. My parents couldn't believe it either. My mom kept saying, we knew she was difficult, but this? Yeah, same. I still can't believe she did something like this. It seems so different from usual. Well, I mean, she kind of seems like a bully, though. She kind of seems like a bully, and she seems like someone who, when confronted and when she doesn't get her way, she would do anything it takes to get her way. So it actually doesn't surprise me that she would get physical. I honestly think this is something more than the small issue everyone is making it seem like, because she actually got physical. With all this going on, the wedding quickly became the least of our worries. After a lot of long talks and even longer silences, because how do we react to this, James and I decided to cancel it. Oh. Okay, well, I'm glad that you, in the end, it kind of seems like you're not the villain. How could anyone think you're the villain now? We canceled not because we don't love each other, we do, but we need time to process everything, figure out boundaries, and honestly just breathe. Yeah, I wouldn't want that kind of surrounding my wedding either. We're still together, and we're starting therapy, both individually and as a couple. There's a lot to unpack, and we both need to heal from this. So yeah, that's where we're at. Your advice and support got me through some really tough moments. This is my last update, but I'll always be grateful for this little corner of the internet. Oh, I'm glad to hear. I'm so glad that like this subreddit has like not only become a source of entertainment for you guys, but also like, I don't know, a source for you guys to like support each other through your tough times. Cause like I can't get to every story. I really can't. It's nice that you guys are still in here supporting each other and like helping each other through your problems. Like that makes me really, really happy. You can secretly get legally married and then have the fancy reception after the wedding ceremony just for show when you're ready. That's what I did, and it was perfect. It worked for us. Yeah, I mean, you could just elope. Maybe, you know, a nice, like, extended honeymoon is exactly what you guys need, in addition to some therapy, but sounds like everyone's just like, just do it, get married. If you really want to get married, then have a friend do it or go down to the courthouse. However, based on your post, I'd be wary of getting legally tied to that psycho mother-in-law. Waiting might be the smartest thing for you to do right now. I mean, that is a very good point. I like that you ended up not being the villain here.
I'm gonna not put that
I like
one
that
in
you
there.
guys are still together. I like that he has been enlightened by who she really is. It's just, how do you move forward right now? That's the question. That's the big question mark, right? I'm happy to hear, I mean, it ended up being that you canceled the wedding anyway, but for external factors, at least it's not over, you know, not loving your fiance. My mother-in-law's a nightmare. Should I call off the wedding? I mean, she kind of did that for you, didn't she? Subscribe! Hey everybody, welcome back. This is some ripe relationship drama, bursting with juice. She a juicy peach, she is. This and all the stories in this video are from the Charlotte Dober YouTube subreddit. First post is by Whimzilly. Am I the a-hole for not making plans for my anniversary and then not engaging in my husband's plans? My husband, 42 male, we'll call him Grant, and I, 36 female, have been married for 17 years. I was 19 when we got married. We've been through a lot in our marriage, several moves, many job losses, losing our house, miscarriage, lots of ups and downs. Every anniversary, I've always looked forward to celebrating, and I've been the one to make the plans. Every time. Each year, I think his lack of thought and care into our anniversary has slowly been grating on me. I know that if I don't plan something, nothing will happen. Seriously? Bombastic side eye. A good example was that one year I was sick and a couple weeks prior to our anniversary and completely forgot to plan anything. The day came and I only managed to plan a meal at home and some games. He was so uncomfortable and apologetic all evening because he didn't plan anything and acted like a wounded puppy that needed consoling. Why is he wounded? Because you were sick and had to plan the anniversary. This year has been turbulent. We just had our third baby who's dealing with some serious medical issues. Oh, sorry to hear. I had to stop homeschooling and send our older 2 kids to school because of the major load I'm having to carry with my baby. My family and my husband have been pressuring me to get a part-time job, saying it would be good for me and my mental health to get out and get away, not to mention how it would help our finances, my husband keeps telling me. This last week, my emotional support cat died. She was my anchor and my best friend. I told my husband I was too drained and too exhausted to plan anything for our anniversary, so if anything was going to happen, he needed to plan it this year. We're setting boundaries, we're setting expectations, but unfortunately, especially when people haven't had to pull their weight or respect boundaries in the past, might not go over so well. He didn't come home until 6:30 p.m. Nothing was planned, as you could guess. I mean, I didn't want to guess that, but I'm not surprised. We sat awkwardly on the couch. He looked like a disheveled puppy. He asked me if I wanted to do something like a game or have ice cream or, you know, anything. If you have ideas. If you have ideas? So you would effectively have to come up with the idea to plan the anniversary.
That's
I just
it for the
couldn't
rest of
even
this
say
blanket.
anything. I was
Just
hurting and upset. Dead cat,
this
sick baby that
small
can't
ball.
walk, new job. I don't want to start in a couple of days. I just told him I was tired and wanted to crash. I said I've been dealing with so much and I can't deal with spending the whole evening trying to make something out of nothing tonight. I think a good husband not only plans anniversaries and dates for you, but especially when you're very overloaded with life and overextended, he goes out of his way. And it's not even like out of your way. It's common decency to do something nice for your partner when they're having a bad time. I'm not trying to compare, but like this is the first time that I've been in a relationship where I'm having like, let's say a really bad week and Mike will just get me flowers just because it makes me feel better and he knows that. And just like that small thing makes me feel super, super supported. Doesn't take a lot of effort, honestly. It really doesn't. Like you don't have to go and plan something that takes a lot of money. He can cook you a steak, get you some nice flowers, something thoughtful, just to show that he thought about it. He was so upset at me saying I wasn't helping the night by being all stressed out and grumpy. Ugh. He said he didn't know what to do or plan since I said I didn't want to this year. He was trying, and I was just disappointing him by not engaging in his efforts. What did he plan exactly, though? Trying implies actually doing something. Flowers, chocolates, like a nice, thoughtful gift that he puts together for you, a dinner that he cooks for you or orders for you so that you don't have to lift a finger. He getting lazy. This is weaponized incompetence, bestie. I unloaded on him. Scheduling 4 specialists and in-home therapy for our 10-month-old is effort. Driving him to appointments and blood work and PT is effort. Getting a job that I don't want because we need extra income to help with all the medical costs is effort. Helping the kids navigate the loss of our cat is effort. Cleaning, cooking, planning, nurturing from the moment I wake up to when I fall asleep. I have to put in 110% effort. Otherwise, this family would completely fall apart. He was so hurt. Hurt about what? Hurt that you're doing all of these things for him and doesn't show appreciation? He does this thing when I get upset at him where he basically stands up all slumped over, like a kid being punished or something, and then starts falling over himself like a martyr.
It's all my fault. I'm doing everything wrong all the time. I'm such a bad husband.
You are. But guess what? Instead of playing the victim and feeling sorry for yourself, all of that can easily fix if you just try. And actually do. Don't just try and say you tried. Do it. It's not that hard. If he wanted to, he would. Hate to say it. I'm sorry. This is never what I want out of these moments. I'll sigh and then he'll just move on from the conversation like it's all okay now. That's him acting. He's not actually sad. He's like, that worked. Okay, let's move on. Oh, she feels guilty now. Okay, well, let's forget about it then. God, I hate victim mentality. I didn't know whether or not I wanted to share this. It is rather controversial, but I've been reading this book about ancient Greek philosophy book about victim mentality. And when you think about a victim, I want you to picture a baby. A baby is absolutely helpless in this world. Therefore, it deserves all of the attention, all of the care, all of the love. It's actually a baby, when you think about it, has a lot of power. over people, over everyone that's around it, right? They will stop everything they're doing to attend to the baby's needs because it's helpless. Now I want you to picture someone who plays the victim card. They know by playing that card, they have the power. It's a way for people to have upper hands on other people, whether it's in disagreements or in life. It's a power card because being the victim, you then have to tend to that victim's needs, tiptoe around their emotions, walk on eggshells. So it's an interesting analogy. It's different if you are actually a victim. Like if you actually have really horrible things happening to you, you really genuinely cannot help it. I'm not talking about that. That is a separate conversation. What I'm talking about are people who play the victim because they know that that's how they can get the upper hand. Very interesting book. If you guys are interested in reading it, I think it's called The Courage to be Disliked. I don't necessarily agree with all of it, but it's interesting. He seems to think taking the blame is what fixes problems, which it obviously doesn't. Putting in effort, engaging on a genuine level, showing me that he cares, and some amount of his mental capacity goes toward our marriage and our relationship. But instead, it's self-deprivation and an awkward night on the couch. Happy anniversary. It takes less effort to play the victim than it does to actually show up in someone's life. So I'm asking, am I the a-hole here because I didn't engage in his efforts for our anniversary? What efforts? I thought you were gonna say that he made some crappy plans. But no, there was literally no effort whatsoever. I wish I could muster some sort of bubbliness or fun, but I just want to cry and scream. Bubbliness and fun is my job. I got you. Honestly, I don't even want him to come home from work today. The idea of him being around or even touching me makes me gag and wants to scream. You kind of have a bit of a relationship where you're the mother and he's the child. He's kind of throwing temper tantrums and you're taking care of him. And I think the idea of having to mother your husband makes you not attracted to him. In the end, you didn't do anything, in my opinion. He did all the things by doing absolutely nothing. So in my opinion, you are not the a-hole, but let's see what Reddit had to say. Not the a-hole. The next time he starts in with the "it's all my fault" BS, agree with him. He's trying to get you to back down so he can continue being crappy. Stop backing down. "It's all my fault" gets mostly, yeah, you need to step up and help more. "I do everything wrong all the time" gets, well, then learn from your mistakes. "I'm such a bad husband" gets, sometimes, yeah. He's going to flip to pissed off when his little wounded puppy act doesn't get to the response he wants. Hold him accountable. This is a tactic called victim mentality. I'm glad we're all on the same page. I guess I don't know what that means or looks like. As another person mentioned, I guess me being 19 when we married probably doesn't help my understanding of what's normal in a marriage. My mom was a single mom, so dad was out of the picture. It's actually quite common. I would almost go as far as to say, common doesn't equal normal. The fact that it is so common means it kind of is normal for someone to play the victim. I've noticed this in relationships when I've tried to confront people and tell them that they're hurting me. I never feel satisfied by what they say. Either they gaslight, or if they don't gaslight, they play the victim. Usually they play the victim first, and then when that tactic doesn't work, then they gaslight, which is kind of they're blaming you, which he kind of did, honestly. I feel like he did kind of blame you. Yeah, the victim thing is just sort of, they flip-flop between the gaslighting and the victim. It's a tactic to get
welcome
the upper
back.
hand. And it doesn't always mean that someone's a narcissist. It kind of goes back to even just being a child and getting in trouble. You're kind of just navigating people's childhood trauma at this point. It's kind of them reverting back to when they were a kid and they got in trouble and they're crying and, they have to go for a timeout and that kind of thing. In adulthood, they never learn how to take accountability, if that makes sense. I just wish people knew that taking accountability does not equal weakness. In fact, it's the one thing that would actually mend the relationship. And you guys would be stronger in the end. But for whatever reason, people don't like admitting fault, whether that's they appear weak, but it's actually very, very common. So we do have an update. I appreciate everyone's comments on my original post. I have so much to think about and consider. I never would have tried to consider my own feelings and well-being if it wasn't for you all and our potato queen who has made this Reddit a grand empire of solidarity. My husband found my Reddit post. OT! He told me after everything went down tonight. I don't know how, but he did. He came home very early from work. I was reading through everyone's posts, crying while nursing the baby. He told me he was sorry that he had major plans for today, but has kept it a secret in order to surprise me. Am I happy or am I sad? Oh no, this next sentence makes me concerned. I bet you guys can imagine where this is going. I told him I didn't want to go anywhere or do anything. I want to lay in bed and be left alone for a while. I haven't properly grieved my cat. Thank you to everyone who encouraged me to do so. And I just wanted time. He did the pouty upset thing, going on about all the plans he had for tonight and how he really wanted me to go out with him. I said I didn't really want to. He replied with, well, cute puppy face sadness.
I guess I can reschedule for another day if you absolutely won't go.
I I did get you gifts. I wiped my tears and said, I guess I have to go. I'd rather deal with going out than you acting like a miserable child for the next week, resenting me for ruining everything. Hang on a second. Did he actually have plans this whole time? Why didn't he just do this on
he's
your
a liar.
anniversary?
He's
It's
a liar.
almost like
There's no way he's a
planned
liar.
this afterward. I don't know.
He
I
saw
don't trust
himself
that.
getting called
He made
out as a
plans for my mother
garbage.
to watch my kids.
You watch.
We dropped them off
Watch.
and headed to a nice
Watch.
restaurant in time for our reservation. I was angry. Well, he could have avoided that if he actually did something for your actual anniversary. I was holding it in. I felt that kind of controlled rage. In control not to explode, but equally in control to go off. I think the anger in everyone's comments awakened my sixth sense because I knew something was off. We
Oop,
arrived
see?
and he dropped me off at the door so he could park. I went inside and told him we had a reservation under Grant. The hostess was kind and nodded, grabbing the menus. She looked at me. I guess I had that mad as hell that I was there look, and she sighed and asked if I was okay. I said, would you mind looking at what time and day the reservation was made? She did. And guess what? He made the reservation at 12 p.m. today. There it is. She said, missed birthday? I said, nope, 17-year anniversary today. I guess this is what weeks of planning looks like. She felt terrible for me and sat me at the booth. I guess our waitress picked up on the vibes because she gently asked if I was okay. I said, nope, not at all. She brought me a glass of wine on the house. See? Effort. A small amount of effort, but it goes a long way, doesn't it? It's acknowledging your feelings. It's like, let me just do something to just let you know that I care. Ain't that difficult? So I sat across from this man for most of dinner. I said, wow, what a nice place. Was it hard to get a reservation here? He said,
Oh yeah, especially around dinner, which is why I had to schedule a little earlier. Even then, it was several days in advance to get this spot.
I nodded. Uh-huh.
Lies!
Okay.
Ooh,
I was
bitch.
livid. Wow,
Ooh,
that's so
you
cool
a
to hear, you know. We had an
liar.
interesting version from the
Ooh,
hostess.
dirty
She informed me that you
liar.
didn't make the reservation until 12 p.m. today. Interesting. He said,
Oh, well, I mean, I made it through an app. I never used it, so maybe it takes a while to process or something. I guess maybe it wasn't a week, but like 3 days or something.
I glared at him. No. 12 p.m. today, Grant. Today. You lied to my face and I caught you with receipts. He stammered for a little bit and then went totally silent and sullen. He finally admitted it, but informed me that everything else was pre-planned. The gifts, the roses. Nope, it wasn't. I managed to sneak his phone away and double-checked. The roses were day-old clearance ones from Target on the way home, and the other gifts were today as well. This man lied to my face not only once, but twice. I don't even want to imagine what else there is because I can't emotionally handle it. Prior to this Reddit, I never would have suspected. Past me would have praised him and been so happy to even be considered. I'm so thankful you all helped me see the truth. I don't know what to tell you, bestie, but I don't love this for you. I'm glad that you
I don't
called
love
him
this
on
for
his
anyone.
lie. I
That's some
really am.
fucking
He
stupid
knows
lies.
what to do to make you happy. He just doesn't want to. He would only do it when he's in trouble. Come on, let's just treat each other with respect and be nice to each other in our relationships. Because what the hell are they for anyway? If you don't have a partner that helps you and takes care of you and makes you feel heard, what the fuck are they for? You're better off alone. Just saying. You are not the a-hole, my dear. Watch that one. We're not going to tell them to get divorced. She knows what she's willing to do. Am I the a-hole for telling my boyfriend we should break up after 7 years together over this? Me, 25 female, and my boyfriend, 25 male, have been together for 7 years now. 8 in March 2025. We started dating in high school, and in no time, he moved into my house. We had a lot of issues throughout our relationship, but nothing we couldn't talk through. We got engaged in 2022. We haven't started planning yet, but we're saving for a small wedding in the future. About 2 years ago, he started working in a law firm. Because of his new schedule, we have more time to spend together. Since his last job had a mall schedule from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Everything was going great, but a year ago, management decided to change his boss. Before it was a female, and now it was a male in his 40s. After this, I started noticing some changes in his behavior. He stopped being caring and sweet, and now acted a little more serious and mature, in his own words. What does that mean? Mature?
This is how a man behaves. Not nice to women.
I confronted him about this, and he only said it was time he started being more realistic and less optimistic. I told him that if it felt right to him, then okay, but he didn't have to be less loving. A few months ago, he started making some jokes, like when he came home and he said,
Why is my dinner not ready? It should be done by now.
His boss is a red pill guy, eh? Or
the dirty clothes basket is full. Your job is to keep my clothes clean. You are the woman. You should be in the kitchen. Get up and make me a sandwich.
You get the picture. I know the type. Whenever he makes these type of comments, I confronted him and he just said
Okay,
they were
I
just
do
jokes,
that because
and
I
was
like to do that stuff,
overreacting.
but
I wouldn't call that
don't
an
just
overreaction.
say
I'd
it
be
that
like,
way.
"What
Just
the
ask
heck,
me to
dude? Why you
say, hey
being
babe,
mean?
would you make me a
Since when are you
sandwich?
like
Like
this?
that.
I'm sorry, I did not sign up for
But
this.
saying my job
Recently,
is to be in
these
there doing
jokes escalated and now are more misogynistic.
You should see how many women in my job like me.
Okay, go get him.
If you don't come with me to this, then I should find a replacement.
Go ahead.
If we ever break up, I know it would be easy for me to find a new girlfriend.
And stuff like that. By now, I just told him to pack his stuff and leave if he felt that way. But again, he said they were just jokes. No one's laughing.
They're veiled
we
threats.
both work. I work as a dog groomer and cover most of the bills in our house, including our food.
Hang on a second. Hold on a hot second. You mean to tell me that this man has an attitude with you and thinks he's this big man, big macho guy, and you're the one that's paying for everything? How are you not that
Bro, seriously? Okay, I'm sorry, but if you're gonna have that mentality, at least be footing the bill, okay? No one should have that mentality, even if they are footing the bill. Even more audacity than someone who is literally paying for everything. If he wants a traditional woman, a traditional man, then he needs to pay up. He pays for his car, internet, and dog food. Last time he made this kind of joke, I lost it on him and said that in any case, he should be the one in the kitchen since I pretty much covered the provider role, period. Good luck finding someone who pays for everything and does house chores and some mean stuff. He was taken aback and said it was just a joke and I should be a good sport. He wasn't trying to hurt me, but was just teasing. Okay, you've literally said to him multiple times that you don't find these jokes funny. He keeps crossing boundaries and making you feel bad when he's the one that ain't. A month ago, I offered to give him a ride when he got off work. Since his car was in the mechanic, he said that his boss was joining us too, and his wife. Oh, interesting to see their dynamic. First, I picked him and his boss up, and on our way to pick up his wife, his boss started making the same kind of jokes, and the two of them were laughing like they were in high school or something. When his boss noticed I was not laughing and asked me about it, I just said that nothing they had just said was funny, but rude. After that, the car ride was pretty quiet. We had a big argument after that, and he apologized for making this inappropriate joke that were funny at work, but not in our house. It's literally not funny. I understand that it's his boss. If there are people that are in your life that are going around saying those types of things that are offensive to your wife, if your immediate instinct is not to stick up for her, I don't know. I know it's his boss, but like he also doesn't have to repeat those jokes and try to like mirror him. He understood where I was coming from. After this, the jokes stopped. Good. Last week, it was one of his work colleagues' birthdays, and they all decided to go out and celebrate. Partners are not ever invited to any of these celebrations, which I find weird, and I asked my boyfriend about it. He just said that their colleagues didn't want their wives or husbands there because there were other people involved and their partners would think badly of them, aka cheating. Oh, you all sound like a lovely bunch. But he assured me that he was different and would never do any of that. I mean, you're kind of like participating. You're kind of like, I know old bros before whatever, but like also not all guys have that mentality. I can tell you right now, genuinely, the good ones all hang out together because they all have the same mentality. And all the bad ones hang out together because they all have the same mentality. Anyways, last week they went out and my boyfriend came the next day at 6 a.m. At 6 a.m.? What was he doing till then? He didn't answer any of my messages, and whenever I called, he said he was staying a little while longer and then would leave, which he never did. He cheated. Anytime they go out, he arrives home at 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. This happens every month or every 2 months. He told me that he sees nothing wrong with it since it's not every week, but I believe he should come home at a reasonable hour. And if he just keeps doing this, then we should break up and he can do whatever he likes without me bothering him. He's cheating, like he is. He even said when he said, oh, there's so many girls that like me at work. He believes I'm overreacting, but in nights like that, I don't know where he is, what he's doing, and who he's with. And whenever I call to check on him, he just laughs it off. It's hard to believe that everyone cheats except him, even when he started making jokes like the one I said before. I realize his boss and coworkers have a big influence on him and even pick fights with me because he thinks he's 100% right and I'm the one being dramatic. I've seen texts where they tell him some other girl's asking for information about him and that he should give it a go. He laughs it off and never replies, but I believe that with enough influence, he will give in. Again, we talked about this and he just tells me to trust him. I told him if he arrives home late one more time, I'm going to break up with him. He reluctantly agreed but told me I was overreacting. overreacting. I think that it's entirely fair to not want your partner out all night without you. I think that's something that you can do when you're single. When you're in a relationship and you're not with your partner, you're not answering your phone, you're not communicating, you're doing bad things. In my opinion, you're not the a-hole, but let's see what everybody else had to say. Not the a-hole. You've been together since high school. It looks like you're growing into the person you want to be, and he's growing into the unfortunate douchebag he wants to be. I believe you've outgrown him. Forget about the sunk cost of time and money you've spent on him. Cut your losses. Next. Order in the court. Absolutely this. You're growing into two different people. Go your separate ways. He will not improve. I mean, he might improve if you leave him. I'm sorry, this kind of mentality as a guy, it just doesn't work. Like, I'm sorry. It only works if you're single. And even then, you're gonna get the reputation of being this like douchebag. Yes, people feel like they have to stick it out or have committed so much time, and it's hard to imagine yourself breaking up the relationship. Ask me how I know. The sooner you end it though, the sooner you can move on, and the feeling is freedom. I understand that you've been with this person for a while. So you've been engaged for 3 years. You haven't started planning yet. Run. This is a blessing because it's different if you have already been planning a wedding and you've been putting money toward the wedding and stuff and getting, you know, all these sunk costs. You have nothing to lose except a douchebag that doesn't even respect you. You are not the a-hole, my dear. Subscribe. Hey everybody, welcome back. Right now we got a story from the Charlotte Dobre YouTube subreddit, and it is a doozy. Strap yourself in. I broke up with my fiance a week before the wedding, and now his family won't leave me alone. I am in desperate need for advice, and I am in desperate need to give advice at all times. I insert myself in many places. That didn't sound right. I cannot really talk to those in my family or my friends as they are very angry on my behalf and want me to scorch the earth and burn all the britches? Burn your bridges. I cannot really talk to those in my family or my friends as they are very angry on my behalf and want me to scorch the earth and burn all the bridges. I met my now ex about 3 years ago. I was 22 and he was 27. We got along really well at first, and we stayed friends for a while. It wasn't until the very end of 2023 that we decided to go on a date. It was more of a joke date because we had a few friends that kept trying to push us together. However, being by myself with him that night really changed how I looked at him. We spent hours talking and laughing at dinner. I felt like we connected on a different level. We spoke about what we wanted for our futures, and they almost completely aligned. We started going on several dates a week after that. Some just to coffee shops or walks in the park with our dogs, others to nice restaurants or movies, etc. Okay, going well, going well. I say all this to show that the relationship was always easy, fun, and happy. We had very few disagreements, and those we did not have were not about serious topics. It breaks my heart knowing that he was lying to me the whole time. We got engaged in May. I know it was fast, but it felt right, and planned our wedding for the last week of February. I'm a Mexican and he is Indian, so we planned a traditional Mexican wedding for the 23rd, and the rest of the week we were going to the big parties and the ceremonies following his family's traditions. 4 days ago, on Valentine's morning, I was approached by my ex's cousin at my home. I was finishing packing when she knocked on my door. We sat on the floor since all my furniture had been moved, with coffee, and started talking. We'd been very close since before I started dating my ex, and the engagement just brought us closer. After some small talk, she told me she had something serious and difficult to discuss with me. Oh God. Oh no. I'm worried. Oh no. I hope it's not what I think it is.
He's already married.
The fact that his cousin is coming to you and
he's already married in India
means he f***ed up. She wanted me to listen to a voice recording of my now ex and a family gathering of his. I was unable to attend due to work commitments. In this recording, he was bragging about a case he had a few years ago. He sounded drunk, and he was telling whoever he was with to not say anything to me. As I listened longer, he let details about this case slip, and it became apparent he was talking about a case that I was sued in. In 2020, I rear-ended a truck who slammed on their brakes while we were coming to a red light. I wasn't paying proper attention and hit the truck's back bumper. We were going less than 10 miles an hour when it happened, and the truck had one scratch above the license plate as a result. I called my insurance and reported the accident. Within an hour, I was being told by my insurance that the driver of the truck had retained a lawyer and were claiming there were 5 people in the truck and all had serious injuries. This is not going where I thought it was going. Okay. I'm open. The couple that were actually in the truck didn't know we had a lot of mutual friends who they bragged to. They bragged to those mutual friends that they were gonna get all the money that they could because I looked rich, and openly admitted to those friends all the lies they were claiming. which included the amount of people in the car, all the injuries, and that their lawyer insisted on claiming injuries and emotional trauma from the accident. So wait, your fiance knew all of this and didn't tell you? I hate it. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. I hate it! I was also told by these mutual friends that their lawyer had given them my address and phone number, which led to harassing phone calls, messages, and people parking in front of my driveway, blocking my car in. There was much more, but then this post would be much longer than it already is. It was terrifying and emotionally exhausting. It did not end until a few of those friends told me they would volunteer to be witnesses in court if needed. I called my insurance and spoke with the investigator assigned to my case and let him know everything with my friend's permission. Within a week, the case was settled and they got a payout. My insurance rate almost doubled. The whole situation from the accident to settlement lasted almost an entire year. It was exhausting, frustrating, and horrible. I now know that their lawyer was my ex-fiance. Oh, girl. Girl! You said that your family and friends want to scorch the earth for you. I also second that. Were you together at this point? He knew all of this. So he's not only unethical, but he lied to you, put you through emotional trauma, and committed fraud. Oh, absolutely not. Je téléphone à la police. The law firm which handled the case was owned by my ex-fiance, which he relocated and renamed before we met. Okay. Almost immediately after the case closed. But he knew who you were. According to the voice recording, he apparently knew who I was not long after we first met. Knowing he pushed those people to harass me, to lie, and to try to get me to pay them on the side broke my heart. I asked his cousin how she got the recording, and she told me she was there. And when she realized the situation he was talking about, she began recording on her phone. Ooh, this guy sounds like he needs to go to jail. Like, this is so bad. This is bad, dude. At that moment, I felt as though the floor was ripped out from under me. I even thought about forgiving him until she showed me the messages between my ex-fiance and her. She confronted him about it the next day, and instead of being remorseful, he threatened her and said he would reveal her previous drinking problem to her husband. This dude sounds very scary. Very, very, very scary. He sounds like someone that twists the law and, like, uses his knowledge to, like, people over. I gave up on the relationship in that moment, as you should. That's really messed up. That's really, really messed up. And to think that he, like, went on a date with you and carried on a relationship and then proposed to you, all the while knowing that this is what he put you through. I'm surprised you didn't put 2 and 2 together before this, honestly. I guess he did change the name. I couldn't believe what I was reading, but I confirmed it was his number, and the time was when he was with me on a lunch date. I recall he had been on his phone a lot throughout the day and was a little more irritable that day. I broke off the engagement the next day. I went to his house with my brother, cousins, dad, and uncles to get all my stuff and moved back to my house while I spoke with him. I wanted to know why he did what he did years ago and why he would let our relationship get this far. I didn't get any meaningful answers. He just kept repeating himself, saying he loves me. He didn't think it was a big deal and I should be able to forgive him. This is definitely a lesson because, like, I just feel like everything he did was so unethical, and he used, like, you know, he used his, like, me big strong lawyer, me scare you attitude to, like, take advantage of someone and then start dating that person. Like, oh my God. Oh, absolutely not. I gave him his ring back and told him no, it was over. I called his parents immediately after I left and I told them what happened and why. I explained that nothing they would say would allow me to trust their son again. They were quiet on the phone and didn't say much. I went home and cried. Oh, girl. My sister and mother handled canceling what they could of the things I paid for. All was quiet until yesterday. His whole family had been calling me, messaging me, emailing me, and showing up at my house to try and convince me to get back with him. I mean, at this point, like, they should be happy that you're not going to the police. Forget getting back with him. This can't be legal. Like, I'm sorry, but what he did, that has to be unethical. I feel like he could get disbarred. Don't quote me on that, but the fact that you have a recording of him admitting that and bragging about it, I know lawyers who have been caught committing fraud for much less and sentenced to 25 years in jail. I don't know them personally. I just I've heard of them. I spent an entire 24 hours trying to convince myself I can move on and stay with him before I called my dad and asked him to help me move my stuff. However, the onslaught of messages, phone calls, and now his visits have been a lot to handle. I don't know what to do at this point. I'm exhausted, overwhelmed, and I feel like crying every 5 minutes. Maybe I've made a hasty decision. No, you haven't. I think that you made a very good decision for you. For you. This person lied to you, and it makes you think, like, what kind of person would, like, do that to somebody else? This lawyer is not ethical. And then lie to you and then start a relationship with you knowing that he did that. I can't see myself trusting him again. Yeah, you can't. And I can't see him as the same man with the good morals I fell in love with. Oh my goodness. I don't know, man. Like, you definitely should not get back with this person. Like, you will never be able to trust him again. I think that, like, it might be a lot, but change your number. Get a new phone number. Move. His whole family is being very pushy. He's being very pushy. And, like, you have every right to end the relationship over this. Like, 100%. This is, like, such a huge betrayal. I know it's a pain in the ass. Change your contact info. Get a restraining order. No contacts. Like,
move on.
If it continues, get a restraining order. You absolutely made the right call. What a bitch. I bet it gave him such an ego boost, knowing how he manipulated you before you met and continued to do so once you entered a relationship. Why would you want to get in a relationship with someone who obviously enjoys inflicting pain on someone? Yeah, it's like the bragging for me. Like, it's like the, like, openly talking about it with someone at a party around people that could tell you. Like, that is just, like, he clearly did not feel bad about it at all. He's like,
flexing my lawyer chops. I'm such a good lawyer that I f***ed over my fiance. Yeah.
said no coherent and kind person ever. Like, off.
Get out of here.
Report his unprofessional behavior to the state bar. I'm literally serious. Like, I'm pretty sure that he can get disbarred over this. Definitely do that, because you are likely not the first person he's done this to, and you won't be the last. Innocent people could lose their whole livelihoods because your ex has clients blatantly lying and wouldn't have any qualms with them doing it in court. He's not who you thought he was, and you should thank his cousin daily. His cousin is, like, really saved you in all of this. Imagine a divorce with kids. He would make your life a living hell. Oh my God, I didn't even think of that. Oh my God, imagine having to, like, okay, so let's say you go through with this marriage. He starts to reveal himself more and more, okay? He starts to use his little lawyer knowledge to, like, make you feel trapped. You eventually try to leave. And then knowing that you have this kind of person who, like, manipulates the law like this on the other end, that is scary. Like, that is scary to me. And he has a personal vendetta against you. Okay, we do have an update. Thank you so much to those of you who've given advice and kind words. It's been helpful, and I was not expecting this many responses. I can't respond to everyone, so I want to say thank you. Last night when I posted, I was emotional and a little lost on what to do. I woke up this morning and decided to take action. Yes! I would like to address a few things I read in the comments. First one is, I didn't make the connection of him being that specific lawyer by name because all communication between my insurance company and his lawyer that I was privy to only showed the lawyer's last name, such as Mr. Last Name. And my ex-fiance's last name is one of the most common last names in his culture. I never Googled anything because the accident happened right before COVID shutdowns in our area. And as I was doing my schooling and training as a pediatric nurse, my life was insane at the time. When I met my ex, I recognized the last names were the same, but the law firms were in different cities and had different names, so I never gave it a second thought. Second, we were not together during those events caused by the accident. We didn't know each other. We didn't meet until 2022, almost 3 months before I turned 23. And the car accident case was closed in very early 2021. Third, from what I understand, he was born in the US but grew up in India and got his law degree there before moving back to the US and went through the process of getting an LLM and then state boards. Then his parents gave him money to set up his law firm. I knew all this before we began dating. I just assumed he was speaking about his current law firm. And no, I haven't ever looked into it deeper. I just took what he's told everyone in our group as the truth. Based on the date of the accident, he was 25 when the accident happened, and the case was closed before he turned 26. Never went to court because, as I was told by my insurance, there was a lack of evidence. I wasn't told the particulars of their injuries in order to not prevent any HIPAA allegations. I was only told of the general nature of the injuries being claimed, back pain and emotional trauma. My insurance paid them a small portion of my liability limit because the accident was my fault, and I believe that they were just trying to close the case. But again, I was told there was no evidence to back up their claims. Ooh, see, this is the thing. This is the thing about having like a lawyer. Most people cannot afford to go to court. Like, it's definitely a power play to get a lawyer involved because most people, you know, it's like it was her fault, you know, like maybe if she went to court, you know, they would have witnesses and all this stuff, and yes, there was no evidence, but like at the same time you still have to go to court and pay for that, which could be tens of thousands of dollars. So the solution really a lot of the time, if you can't afford to go to court, is just to settle, but then you're also kind of admitting fault in that regard. The court also becomes very public, and it's a very like emotionally exhausting experience to go to court, and a lot of people just kind of throw in the towel, and they don't. But her ex knows that. I then met my ex a few days after his 27th birthday. If I'm remembering a particular conversation correctly, he said he was 24 when he received his license to practice law. Fourth, I have spoken with his cousin. She says her and her husband are fine. She spoke to him before speaking with me because, as she put it, he knew she was an alcoholic, which is why she never drinks. But he never asked or pushed her about the details of her life before he met her. Okay, that's good. I guess he didn't have any ammo anymore. The ex didn't have any ammo. So I guess she told him everything my ex-fiance could hold over her head and told him what her cousin threatened. Yeah, that is a full-on threat. This dude is just committing crimes like left, right, and center.
He was special.
She sent me the voice recording and screenshots of text messages. She's assured me she and her family will be fine. She also informed me that his parents paid for all his schooling as well as covering the rent for his current and previous office space, the cost to change the name of his law firm, and the startup costs for his law firm, which she believes is the reason why they're heavily pushing for us to get back together so they don't lose out on their, as that she puts it, investment in their son. Ooh, that makes a lot of sense. Because like, if they can convince you to get back with this guy, they can also kind of like, I don't think that they care about mending your relationship. I think they care more about the fact that you could very easily go to the bar association, and get him disbarred for what he did. So they're very worried about that. And like, you know, if they convince you to get back with him, you know, like you're his spouse, so you don't testify against him. Like, you know, there's other motivations there. They all came to the conclusion, which is why you're getting bombarded with everyone at once, that it's better for them as a family and better for their son if they kind of like smooth things over and get you guys to continue on. Since yesterday, I have decided to kick my butt into gear and stop feeling sorry for myself. Thank God. Bury him. Not literally. Not literally. I mean in legal fees. Thank you to those who made it clear to me that the relationship was never what I thought it was. I didn't realize it, but up until yesterday, I was thinking of my ex in the same light as I thought of him during our relationship. I now truly realize that man never existed. He was not showing me himself, but a reflection of what I wanted in a partner. I've spoken to my family who've traveled to the town I'm currently living in for the wedding, and they agreed I should move back home. Change your number, move away. I've also reached out to a few law firms, and I'm waiting to hear back to set up appointments, period. This could work out in your favor, babes. Like, I know this is like kind of like what you thought your life was going to be, but like, maybe you could get a nice old little nest egg. I want to know what the legalities in reporting him to the state bar, and I will be pursuing restraining orders on all those I can. I've also spoken with my work and direct supervisor, and they agreed to lessen my hours to part-time since I've found coverage for about half my shifts until already scheduled PTO starts. I can't with good conscience leave as there's a shortage of nurses in my area, so I'm giving my work time to find a replacement. Also, this is my first official job as a pediatric nurse with the title, and I don't want to end it badly. I would also like to have a good letter of recommendation from them after I move. I do have some cameras around my house, but my dad went to Costco this morning to buy some more, and my landlord has agreed with letting my dad install them. My sister and mother have also spoken to me about slowing down with how I plan my life and standing up for myself. I admit I do not like conflict and tend to avoid it as much as possible, even when it infringes on my well-being. Yeah, but you're right in this scenario, babe. Like, you're the victim here. Let's turn some lemons into limoncello. I tend to get this unpleasantly hot feeling all over my body, and I get very nauseous when I have to deal with confrontation. However, thanks to you Redditors and my family, I will deal with my situation head on, as I cannot see another way to resolve this. I no longer believe his family will back off or calm down unless confronted with legal repercussions, and I will try my best not to cower away from the conflict. I will update after speaking to a lawyer. Again, thank you to those who commented. I truly appreciate it. So, Affectionate End 4506, I really want to thank you for sharing this story. I was not expecting it to go in this direction. I'm so sorry that that happened to you. I know it must feel like just absolute betrayal. And I know that when you feel like betrayed, and you find out something that you didn't know about someone, there's like this period of time where you go back and you think of like all the times where you saw red flags. And it's like you get re-traumatized like over and over and over again. You might go back to specific conversations and wonder, if I had been paying attention, that would have made sense. Or if I knew, that would have made sense. I know this is probably very, very difficult because you probably pictured your life with this person. Like, I mean, he's a lawyer. You guys had this amazing romance. Like, you probably thought he was like the perfect guy. I mean, it's very, very clear, like, that this person really should not be a lawyer. Lawyers are supposed to be ethical. They are supposed to uphold the law. They're supposed to really do everything that they can to prevent themselves and you as a client from breaking any laws, because otherwise they're committing fraud, right? Like, they take oaths. This dude does not deserve to be a lawyer. Like, I'm sorry, he doesn't. It sounds like you have an amazing support system around you, and it sounds like, you know, his cousin is on your side. The family that's trying to get you guys back together is not getting you guys back together because they like the relationship. They're just serving their own self-interests. But hey, you got a really strong case here. I ain't a lawyer, but this can't be allowed. There's no way this is allowed. I'm sorry, it's not. When you report him to the Bar Association, he's absolutely gonna lose his Chaos새. So brace for that. Prepare for all allegations that you are just a bitter ex. I mean, there will be allegations unless he loses. I would include all that information about your personal relationship and the timeline as an FYI for the investigators to circumvent that allegation. Listen, like I said before, court battles, if it does eventually go to court, are very emotionally taxing. And most of the time, like, maybe he'll go to the press, or maybe he'll get his family and friends to harass you. You can't falter. You can't, because like, it's all gonna come out in discovery. This is something they should take seriously, as his own voice is disclosing the unethical things he did should be sufficient to open an investigation. We are proud of you. Be safe and take care. Just hold your head high, gather all the evidence, take all the screenshots, timestamps, everything. Guess who just grew a shiny new spine? Congratulations on your new plan. I'm happy you're with your family. I'm also proud of you. It's not easy to take those steps, but again, he deserves it. OP, I feel for you not liking confrontation. I have similar reactions to stress and conflict, as do I. As do I. I have a very, very hard time dealing with stress and conflict. But this isn't just conflict. Like, you were hurt financially over this. You were betrayed. You were manipulated. Like, this is not just like a little conversation that you gotta have to confront somebody. This is someone who, like, really took advantage of you, and you didn't deserve that. Teach him a lesson. Please keep us updated, OP. I can't wait to hear how it goes. I know it's gonna take months, maybe even years, but I got a good feeling about this.
Subscribe!
Hey everybody, welcome back. These are some friend feuds turned nasty in 10 seconds or less. All of these stories are from the Charlotte Dobre YouTube subreddit. One of these ended up on Best of Redditor updates. I'm just so proud. I'm so proud. So this story is from Absent-Minded Author. And it's not an Am I the A-hole, but we're gonna do it as an Am I the A-hole. Am I the A-hole for ending my friendship because of a friend's Am I the a-hole for ending a friendship because of a friend's vegan wife? I know I'm partially at fault for the friendship ending, and I'm willing to accept my judgment. And it's a really long story. Sorry. Never apologize. I like them long. I like them chunky.
Good job, Mikey.
November of last year, I, female, went to visit a friend, we'll call him Kevin, and stayed at his and his wife's house. Early last year, Kevin and his wife, we'll call her Karen, moved a couple states away. For context, we are all over the age of 35, and Kevin and I were part of a friend group from an old job. Another couple from the friend group went on this trip as well, but they were also visiting family and stayed with them. Prior to the move, our friend group didn't really have much interaction with Karen, as she didn't really come to spend time with us. She was always invited, she just rarely joined. They never hosted us at their old house. They are vegan. I am not. Well, Kevin is not a full-fledged vegan, as he eats fish. However, his wife does the grocery shopping, so everything outside of fish is vegan, and he eats and drinks it. He buys his own fish and has a mini kitchen to prep his own meals away from hers. Oh, that's a lot. Like, I'm sorry. That
She's
is
that kind.
a lot. I don't know if I could ever be vegan. Honestly, like, I know it's probably better for the planet and stuff. You know one thing that I really could not give up? Crab. God, I love crab. Ain't nothing like an Alaskan king crab with butter sauce. I'm telling you, it is delish. And steak. Really nice filet mignon or a Wagyu. Oof. For even more context, Karen's not a vegan for health reasons. She's the type that brings their vegan status with every conversation, no matter how irrelevant it is to the topic. Making fun of people that eat meat or use things made with animal byproducts. She accuses people of murder, etc. Except she leaves Kevin alone. She calls any food that is not vegan trash and garbage. Example, when we would hang out before they moved as she was there, she would always ask people how they could eat such garbage anytime any of us would have meat. It was annoying, but I never got confrontational about it. Just to be clear, if you want to be a vegan, by all means, be a vegan. If you think that's right for you, for your health, for the planet, by all means do it. It's the vegans that really, really push the ideology on other people and make them feel bad about it. Some of us can't be vegans, okay? Some of us just can't for our health. And I know of a few people who have been vegan and then their doctors advise them to stop being vegan, okay? So every person is different. Let's stop shaming people about it.
Yeah, I don't think I will.
The day before I visited them, Karen sent a short list of rules that I had to follow regarding food. One of those rules was I couldn't store any non-vegan food items in either kitchen. I did ask if I could bring milk and she agreed, but I had to keep it in the fish fridge. It's just interesting because, like, even most wine is not vegan. You know that, right? Like, you have to get a very specific type of, there's animal byproducts in most wines. It's just a
My
little
favorite
difficult,
game
you know?
is Hollow
I think
Knight.
we gotta be a little more understanding. All the food I ate at their
I was
house
just
tasted
playing Fall Guys.
even the breakfast waffles and the tuna casserole that Kevin made for the two of us Saturday afternoon for lunch. It's not like it
Dude,
tasted spoiled. It was just
I like so much random fucking games.
a little gross. I've
I
never
like
eaten vegan, so I figured it was
side-scrollers,
just that. Food made with vegan ingredients. I couldn't really eat
Metroidvanias,
anything after a
retro
few bites.
especially.
I had, fortunately, packed a few protein, non-vegan
I like turn-based
that I kept in my
RPG
room,
too,
inside
but
a
I
zippered
don't
canvas
like
bag.
when it's
At
got
the
the
bottom
like
of my
Pokemon card
I'm not
situation. I don't like
prohibited
that.
from bringing snacks to keep in my room. I kept my trash and
However,
disposed
one of
it
my
after I
favorite
left. I did eat some
games
street food from the market. I, Kevin, and our friends went to
is
Saturday
Final
after lunch.
Fantasy
and I ate like a horse at the
8,
restaurant we went to that Saturday
but
night.
and then had
I'm
cards.
Not ashamed. Well,
But it
horses are
wasn't that
vegan,
bad.
so- Are they? I don't know. My husband and I are supposed to be going to visit them this weekend, and Karen called me a couple of hours ago. She wanted to tell me that
Check
I
my
wouldn't be
phone.
allowed to bring
Okay.
any milk this time around. She also said that my husband and I couldn't bring any snacks, and I should have asked last time.
Oh.
Okay, we're just...
Hey, Bobby.
You're entitled to your own choices, okay? You're entitled to eat what you want, to believe what you believe, but please do not try and force those beliefs on other people, okay? Just point blank. Apparently, she'd gone through my suitcase when Kevin and I and our friends were out at the
Lol.
market and found my snacks. Ooh, absolutely not. That, in my opinion, is a far worse transgression than you eating a snack. In addition to that, she also told me she replaced my milk with almond milk and thought that that was just hilarious. So she's doing things without your permission, but she expects you to ask for her permission about pretty much anything you consume.
I mean, when you put it like that.
I drank some milk Friday night before bed and 1 glass on Saturday morning. Then Kevin told me he used it to make our waffles and wanted to save the rest for casserole at lunch. What actually happened was that I poured my glass Saturday morning before breakfast. Karen dumped out the rest of it and replaced it with almond milk. Kevin knew but didn't tell me. I never went to look for it because he said he wanted to save it. The waffles and casserole were made with almond milk. Yeah, that would taste a little funny, I'm not gonna lie. It would taste different. I was so mad that I knew I wouldn't be able to say anything nice. I told her I had another call coming in and hung up. After I calmed down, I called her back and asked why she went through my suitcase and why she dumped my milk. She told me it was her house and she had a right to know. No, you're not. Just because someone is staying in your house, that does not give you the right to like go through their stuff. I'm sorry, it just like it doesn't. So that's why she allowed to go through my things. No, you're Delulu. You're drinking the Delulu vegan lemonade. She
I
said
don't like
she dumped
prison.
my milk because nobody can tell the difference between cow's milk and almond milk, and I wouldn't have known if she hadn't told me.
Show me the tit on an almond.
Yes, you can. You absolutely can tell the difference between cow milk and almond milk. There is a very, very big difference in taste. I called her a controlling, self-centered freak. I told her that Kevin has a stash of real cheese hidden in the
you.
fridge.
Respectfully,
and
I
he sneaks it into his food and hung up on her. Ooh. Then I called Kevin, sided with her, and told me that I pushed the line when I asked to bring milk.
Oh,
She
I'm down.
agreed.
Hell
And
yeah,
it was
I'm
incredibly
down.
rude to order
Babes.
meat when we went to dinner.
I would co-op stream a game with you any day, baby cakes. Down, down, down. Down like a clown, babes. Hell the fuck yes. I am always down to play games with peoples. Hell yes. I'm down to game. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, babes.
No, it's not. You know what I think is incredibly rude? Telling people that what they're eating is disgusting and trash. We argued in
I
full
cannot
seasons of our
play
lives
the
and
ones
are
that
going
make
different
me
directions,
nauseous.
and we don't need to be
Minecraft.
friends
I can't play
anymore. I know I probably
Minecraft.
should have asked if it was okay to
Can't.
have non-vegan
I froze
snacks.
up.
Stop it. Stop it.
Get some help.
It'd be a single player
Well, I
game I'd
could've
be
kept him
testing.
in my
Sure.
car. She still would have found
Fuck
that
yeah.
annoying. Like, she's mad that you went to a restaurant and ordered meat. She's trying to get you to be a vegan. That's what she's trying to do. Maybe her heart's in the right place, right? She really maybe fully believes that this is like what everybody should be doing. But you can't. It's kind of like pushing religion on someone. If they want to become a vegan, then that's their choice. And certainly not guilt tripping and insulting people is not the way to like get people to come to your side. In fact, it's what kind of turns people off. If I'm being quite honest. I also shouldn't have called her names. I was a guest at their house and Kevin had me half convinced that as a guest, I should have respected everyone's veganism
Sorry.
and not had any non-vegan food at all. I
Jaded
think that she should have
Echo.
also apologized for going through your stuff.
Oh,
Like,
my
I don't
disc-
think it's
exclamation
disrespectful. I think
Discord.
that's a silly thing to be mad about. Like, I think that she's
Exclamation
just making
Discord will
problems
tell
out of
you by
nothing.
Discord.
My husband thinks they're completely in the wrong and that
Let me
since their
say, hang on,
lifestyle
hang
is
on,
not one of
hang
the
on.
majority of the
Hang on.
population
Wait.
follows, they should have made exceptions since
There you go.
Kevin gets a fish exception. That's
Right
the
there.
other thing too, right? It's like Kevin is allowed to consume fish. He's eating fish. He's eating cheese. He's sneaking it. He doesn't have the right to tell you that you should be respectful of Karen's vegan choices. It's a double standard for sure. He's also as pissed as I am that she went through my stuff. And he also pointed out that if I was allergic to almonds, I could have gotten very ill. Ooh, I also had this thought as well. Not everybody can make vegan choices. You know, some people are allergic to these nuts. And that's where, you know, a lot of vegans get their protein from. It's not realistic for some people, which is why you're entitled to make your choices. Don't try and force that on the majority of the population because it's gonna fall on deaf ears. He says I'm better off and thinks ending the friendship was reasonable. He and Kevin got along, but just like Karen, my husband is the spouse of someone in the friend group, so they weren't really close. A few minutes ago, I got the hey, can we talk text, and honestly, I don't know if I'm going to respond. I'm kind of just done with it. So are you the a-hole for ending a friendship because of a friend's vegan wife? I don't think that you're ending a friendship because she's vegan. I think you're ending a friendship because she invaded your privacy, she guilt trips you and insults you and makes it really difficult for you to be around her. I don't think that you're ending the friendship because she's a vegan. I think it's everything surrounding the vegan.
Don't be a
Going through your
dick.
suitcase because it's her house. I don't even go into my guest
I
room when I have
refuse.
guests because
I
I
don't
wanna
have
respect her
common
privacy.
sense.
She's a nutty control freak. Literally, like what if you had some
I don't
like
have
saucy
that.
things in your
I
suitcase
don't
that like
have
you
that.
didn't want anyone to see?
I don't have
What if
that.
you had like medication in there that you
Com-
didn't want anyone to
common
see?
sense,
No, absolutely
say.
not, Dino.
Common sense,
Honestly, I would have gone
sir.
over just one more time
Oh,
and packed my
no,
suitcase with the most bizarre things I could think of.
No, no. I do not
Things that you
have
can't
the
say on
common
YouTube,
sense.
whips, and oh, can't say that on YouTube either. Just to round it out, I
I
make sure everything was
only
unwrapped, but
have
lightly
chaos.
covered with enough clothes that she'd have to dig for it and grip her
chaos.
grip her hands around things.
Oh my god,
Before
yes, I love
realizing
that.
what it was, just to prove a point, which is don't go through people's personal belongings, you absolute monster. There's nothing wrong
Yeah,
with normal vegans.
I can see everything.
Let's just state that, okay? But militant vegans are literally some of the worst people on the planet.
I
How
can
can
see
you
a
be
whole
fine
bunch
with
of
fish,
channels and
which
stuff,
has a
yeah.
face, and freak out about milk or honey? Pick a lane, lady. Also, Kevin saying it was disrespectful to bring milk but act like it was okay at first. He's honestly awful too. There's no need for people like that in your life. Agreed, wholeheartedly. So we do have an update. The serotonin that gets released in
Testing zone. Yeah, I see it. It's a locked channel.
This is a long update, but it's the last one. First,
How do
thank
I
you to
play
everyone
this?
who responded. Your
How do
comments
I
were not
play
only
it?
helpful, but
Do
others
I-
made me
do I-
cackle in a very unladylike manner. Looking at you. Presentation that 2839.
I'm gonna
Secondly, I wanted to
download it,
clarify that the bag Karen found in my suitcase had emergency cash and a credit card in it as well as
Safe.
snacks. The reason it was hidden in my suitcase was to keep it safe, not to
Okay.
hide food. I wasn't sneaking it in, important later, but I did have protein bars in there just in case I took issue with their food. Naughty me, you bad girl.
Game.
You bad
Click.
girl. I responded to Kevin yesterday and told him I needed some time to think and I'd get back to him today. I took some of your advice and reached out to our friend group last night. After the group chat and also just talking with friends that were down that weekend, I learned some things. Ooh, we moved in the shadows. We got some intel. I love that for you. Because, like, it's always nice to, like, not know that you're crazy or unreasonable, right? People might say that they're gossiping. What I think gossiping is kind of gauging as to whether or not something is a pattern with a certain person. If I'm, like, deciding whether or not to be friends with someone again, I get intel from other people. And I try to use that intel to be like, okay, this is clearly an issue with this person and it's not just me being nuts, because sometimes that happens too. It helps, it's helpful. Long story short, out of our core group of 6, I'm the only one that kept up with Kevin. The only reason those 2 friends accepted Kevin's invitation to go down that weekend was because I was going. Visiting family was a bonus, but that they also stayed somewhere else. After I took the rest of the night to think about and sleep on it, I realized all of you are right about Kevin's complicity regarding the switching of the milk. I didn't pay much attention, as I should have, because I was so focused on the fact that Karen switched the milk to begin with. I also realized he never actually said anything in response to my telling him that Karen confessed to going through my stuff when I called him yesterday. He changed the subject instead, talking about how it was rude to ask.
We got asked to test the game.
That was an invasion of privacy.
That's what we gonna do.
If something is okay, rude to ask? Is it like Voldemort now that we're not even allowed to mention milk around this person? How dare you say that twice?
Nah, fuck it.
How dare you steal that car, Ron Weasley?
You put your name in that goblet of fire.
Is that what we're dealing with? Because it kind of sounds like it. Anyways, I called Kevin on my lunch break today and ran down the list of issues. Karen going through my suitcase. Him not telling me about the milk switch. Karen switching the milk to begin with after telling me I could bring it. And how what I eat is none of their business as long as I'm not contaminating my food. Basically, he told me the only thing he would apologize for was saying it was rude to order non-vegan food at the restaurant. He said since they had plenty of food in the house for me to eat, he didn't have to apologize for anything else. Yeah, you're gonna need to, like, not be friends with
doing, buddy?
Or they kind of suck. I don't like them. They're kind of mean. Apparently, Karen had told him not to tell me about the milk switch because she was trying to prove that I couldn't tell the difference between vegan and non-vegan food. Essentially the same thing she said to me yesterday. I told him since I didn't eat any of it except a few bites, clearly I could tell the difference. It was nasty. He also said that he was eventually going to tell me about it, but forgot. I said that she could have just said no when I asked to bring milk instead of being a swampy butthole about it. It's so easy to just not be a swampy butthole. The last thing he told me that the other reason I wasn't getting an apology from him was because after I told Karen about his cheese stash yesterday, she unplugged his fish fridge. So
it's
like
refusing to capture.
You're saying he didn't get home from work until late, and according to his Google search, all the refrigerated fish had to be thrown away. This is apparently my
I'm trying
fault.
to capture
Buddy,
a specific
you're
window
whipped.
and it won't
you're
capture it.
You're literally whipped. This woman is trying to control what you eat, bro. This is cray. He said that we were even now. He didn't tell me much about the milk switch, and I snitched about his cheese. I tried explaining that they weren't the same thing, and I wasn't responsible for what she did, but he didn't care. Said he knew I wasn't allergic to nuts. I don't remember ever discussing that with him.
Oh, I need
window
capture.
I asked if he truly believed that I didn't deserve any apologies from either of them, and he said yes. I told him if he couldn't see why what they did was wrong and apologize, I couldn't help him, and to give me a call when he got his balls back from his wife.
There we go.
You're not wrong. It needed to be said. Yesterday, I thought I owed him an apology because I was wrong. I thought if we gave him one, we could maintain a friendship. Today, I think the problem was I was holding on to something that didn't exist anymore. Yeah, clearly things have changed. If they want to live in their little vegan bubble, by all means, go ahead, let them and do it. But like, it just seems like your values do not align, and that's totally fine. Just because you've known him for a long time does not mean you have to remain friends. Until you guys reality checked me, I ignored a lot of things and gaslit myself. So thank you everybody for the smack to the back of the head. Everybody should have people like you in their lives. Thanks for reading. Oh, that is so sweet. I'm so glad you're supportive of me. I'm just so supportive of the people that ask you for help. It's so nice. He can't have balls in the house. They're not vegan. Neither is a backbone, apparently. What a total freaking weirdo. It's just weird, you know? Like, why can't people just not be weird? Just, you weird. You a weird ass is what you are. I'm particularly petty, so I would have actually said to him, call me for your next wedding. Call me when you get divorced. Literally, this is heading straight for divorce, I swear to God. He's absolutely in the wrong for what he did to you, but I also feel for him in some small measure, as it's clear by the wife deliberately spoiling his food that his wife is emotionally and physically toward him. I mean, yeah, I would agree with that. He doesn't see it right now, but he
Ooh,
will.
you're
To
in
be
my
clear,
Discord?
It's not your responsibility. It isn't. Like, you've
bam,
done your
let's
best.
fire.
These are just telltale
Let's go,
signs
let's
that
go.
this relationship is not going to work out. So are you the a-hole for ending a friendship because of a friend's vegan wife? Well, absolutely not. I made a dent in the desk with that one. Am I the a-hole for telling one of my friends that I don't care how she feels about my husband?
How you doing?
Hi. All right,
I,
now let me
female
stack my
24,
windows.
and my husband, male
I'm
26,
ready.
got married.
Thank you again for testing this.
Yeah.
I really do appreciate it.
yeah,
just
babe.
over a month ago in the best wedding I could have ever asked for.
Is it a
and one of my
click
good
or a-
friends, let's
Ooh,
call
what's
her
this?
Okay,
female
so you can
23.
click it first. But so if you go into
Elle and I have been friends
the
since we were
starting
3 and
screen,
4,
it's a
and our
click.
sisters danced together
But
at the same
if you use
studio.
your
I met my
controller,
now
if you
husband
desire.
when I was 10 at an audition for a musical, and have been head over
David
heels in love with
Jameson or
him since I was
Justin?
12.
David!
Even though our story is a bit
So
complicated.
funny
My
enough,
husband and I had a
Justin is the
situationship
only
in our
chapter that
early
left
teens,
right now.
and went on a
That's
few
the one I'm
dates before we cut it off,
Mm-hmm.
due to us being a bit busy in our personal lives. But a week or so after we ended things, Elle asked him to prom with her.
not fallen into a shadow is a mystery.
Come again?
He sure did.
I was angry at her at first, but I quickly got
Oh,
over it after I realized
Second
if it wasn't me, I'm
birthday,
glad
you
she could be happy
worthless
with him. The
piece
two
of
never
shit.
actually dated, but she did
think
like
I'll
him, even though we didn't feel the same
my
way.
ass before I
And
make
mostly
the
went
voice
to prom
acting
with her
spooked
because
you?
she was best
Or
friends
the
with
or
her.
the stats or
My
the
husband and I
body?
started dating again when I turned 17, and we've been together ever since. I invited Elle to my
What?
wedding,
was that
even though we
boy?
weren't as close as we used
So,
to be.
the
I
idea
was
of the
just happy to
game,
have all
if
my
you're
friends and
curious,
family there
is
Like
with me
thoughts.
on such a
D&D
special day. Yeah, I bet Elle
Dragon
was
Quest.
D&D meets Dragon Quest. Bam, bam. You know what? I have so many people that love this game. Wait, am I the
I'm trying
green
to give
guy
it-
or am I the
Don't come
other guy?
back.
Oh shit.
I'll
The
keep
old
going.
man finally kicked. It's about that time, I guess. When you say, Thomas?
Ooh.
That old man's gonna come crawling back to you when you make it big, bud. I doubt I'll make it big. My race isn't known for being.
Ooh.
You'll be fine.
No, this
If
is
we live
already
through this
better than my
war,
first
we'll
game,
be
in my
claimed
opinion.
as heroes across the land. Heroes, huh? Knowing what most people think about me,
Where the hell did I put?
doubt they'd ever mention me.
Whatever, this one.
Hey, at least people don't ask you to grab things from on top of their roof for them.
He looks like he's the same height as the other guy.
Well, besides hanging out with my best bud, I
Goliath,
brought you
the blue
this.
person and the green person.
Yeah. Justin is given a large gift.
Go on.
Ooh. Open it. Justin opens the gifts. Oh my.
Must have cost a fortune. Nah, these cost me more than those.
Where did you get the gold?
I had some connections. Now let's go. The army's calling.
All right.
Can I just do whatever I want? Can I cut stuff? What's the chop? Ooh! A formation? What's this? What's this? Ooh!
So right now, like I said, it's missing a lot of the artwork still, but my main focus right now is getting the combat balanced.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay. Right on. Okay. Beep boop. Doody doody doo. Can I fall in this hole? Can I jump in the well? Can I get in the bucket? Can I talk to this guy? I'm gonna talk to this guy. Hey buddy. Hey buddy. Hey buddy. Hey buddy. Hey buddy. Oh, you're fucking rude. Oh no, that's not a button. No, not that button. Not that button! Stop pushing that button! You fucking ass. Fuck. 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 Okay, I'm angry. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, there we go.
oh yeah, I'm trying to fix that.
It won't back out. Stop
I'm
it!
trying to fix.
Now, can I talk to him? Can I go in here? Ooh, I can! Hey. Ooh. Nothing in there. Shit. Oh, wait. No, let's go up here. Is anybody in here? Hey, you got any stuff? Can I touch your stuff? Mice! Oh, it punched me. Okay. Attack. This guy. Thomas, you attack that guy too. Jump! Run! Ow, run, you fucker. How do I, attack? Attack! Thomas, attack! 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 Chop, chop. Oh, yeah. Fuck you, little rodent. There's no...
Like I said, still missing like a lot of the music and whatnot.
Oh! I'll make it with my mouth. Hey, you got anything over here? What's this? What's this? Nothing? What's this? Nothing? 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 Nothing. Damn it! I'm gonna fuck you up, Mr. Rat. Beam! Chop, chop, chop! Chop, chop, chop! Slap! Smack, smack! Chop, 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 chop! What the fuck? Okay, you get that guy, and you get that guy. Chop, chop, chop! Nothing! Smack, chop, chop! Slap, 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 chop! Oop! Bye, ratty boop! Chop, chop! Yay! Da 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 da! Ba-bing! Da-ding! Da-ding, ba-ding! Ba-ding, ba-ding. Oh, I like that you got the lights on the floor. That's pretty. Oh, the downstairs. Oh, treasure. Fuck! Wrong button. Ah, the boobs is locked. Fuck! I need a key. Oh, nasty. Hey, can I equip my equip?
Can you what?
Can I equip this? Am I already equipped?
You should be.
Okay, never mind then. Stupid face, you don't need that. You're already weaponized. Wait. Was I supposed to go up or down to... Am I supposed to be fighting people? Because that's what I'm doing.
Go down.
Oh, I am asking questions that don't need to be answered. I just need to wander.
Ignore him, Justin. You're
Yeah.
gonna fly through the ranks. I know it.
I'm happy you're already enjoying this.
Yes! Oh, I am super entertained. Fuck yes.
You boys looking to join or to waste my time?
Join, sir.
I want to join.
Alright. We're going to test your combat skills.
Well, that's good, because I just fucked up some rats.
We got 2 combatants for you.
Is he drunk? Sir, are you drunk? You sound like you've been hitting the sauce.
Me? What are you talking about? The other person?
The one with the one with the neckerchief.
my birthday.
Him? He's definitely drunk.
Now, let me explain combat.
I don't need you to. I got
You
it.
will always hit your target, but if so, don't be just now.
Also, heads up, just to give you something cool. You know those 2 shopkeepers you talked to?
Yeah.
If you put if you put Thomas in the front, something might change.
Ooh. Guard, and you attack! Attack! Thomas! Protect yourself, you fucking idiot! He's gonna get you! Jesus Christ! Oh, I can't. Attack! Maverick! Rich Stone Skin! And then, Thomas! Slaps. Yes. Justin, you dead, you stupid fucker! Jesus! Fuck him up, Thomas! Fuck him up! Thomas! You suck! Fight him! Fuck, Thomas! He's gonna kick your ass, buddy! Fuck him up, Thomas! Chop, chop, chop him! Yes! Good! I know I'm supposed to be crafting Sam. We stopped to test the game for a second. Jesus.
You kids got
The game's
some
gonna be like 2 hours.
You
Just to give
still
you
have
a
a
heads
long
up.
way to go. But
Ooh.
You seem to have gotten Maverick's approval. Head over there and you'll be assigned a class based on your inner power.
Him, the fancy one. He's drunk. Yeah, he's definitely drunk, that fancy one. Oh, my stream on Twitch is not eligible for recommendations and restricted to search adults for the next 10 minutes because your live does not comply with the For You feed eligibility standards.
You boys are interesting.
Harassment and
Wait, what?
bullying?
Paladin
Who am
and
I
a barbarian?
harassment and bullying?
Yes. you
Oh,
boys
because
are
I was
winning
yelling
here,
at the Thomas.
But from the looks of it, with your
I was
potential
yelling
talent,
swears at Thomas.
Justin, you hear the crew are probably just.
Damn it.
I ain't just saying that.
I was telling Thomas that he couldn't fight. And I got restricted on TikTok. Because I was,
sorry.
yelling at Thomas. Why are you sorry that I was yelling at Thomas?
I'm sorry you got restricted on it.
That's fine. I'm going back to crafting.
Okay.
Hey, back to craft so I don't get yelled at by the internet.
But you know, like kind of just like swoop in.
Sorry,
there. They think it's fun
internet.
when they do it, but when you do it, it's like. That's
I'm happy
my
you at
job.
least enjoyed the
After
beginning.
initial
It is
ceremony,
very
Elle came up to
funny.
me at
I am
reception
enjoying
when I was
it.
getting a drink from busting
Okay,
all
let
my
me-
sick moves on the dance floor. I expected a congratulations from her to tell me she was happy for the two of us, but instead, she told me I should
Alright,
marry
babes.
him because she
You can
dated
dip
him
out
first.
if you wanna. I'm gonna craft, and we'll play that game again. That was fun.
Did she?
Yo, we're gonna play that game again.
I don't think she did, darling. I think that's actually not true. I think she got your sloppy seconds.
We're gonna get some more
actually.
people playing that. That is some fun shit.
I didn't really
oh
think
man.
I heard her right, and I asked what she meant.
And
Brought
we're
to her
actually trying to
going
raise
rant
money so I
about
can pay the
girl
artists. So
code.
there'll be
girl
actual
code.
artwork in the game.
Good, babes. We'll test
started
stuff
dating
for you.
someone right
You need
after
more
I dated
talkity
them.
boos? Let me
And
know.
how she had
I
him
can
first.
script
No, she
without
didn't.
swearing,
I
or
thought
I
it should have
can't. Who
been
knows?
her that had gotten married to him instead of
Well,
me.
don't worry. There
Wasn't, now
there
was
are
it?
moments that will be swearing.
Why didn't he choose
Plenty
you
of them,
then?
actually.
I was
Fantabulous.
flabbergasted, and I
I'm
took a moment
perfect
to
for that
compose
spot
myself before
then.
telling her I didn't care how she felt about it. I was in love with my husband, and right now,
All right,
feelings
babes.
didn't matter.
I'll let you know how she goes, and when I'm starting it up again, I will share
He
it
was my
on your
husband, and she
Discord.
couldn't change that. Yeah, no,
Beautiful. I appreciate that.
No problem. Now, where did my hook go?
Your day. I would
There
kick
it
her out,
is.
honestly.
Apologies
Sorry,
for
you
the
can
loud
leave now.
bork.
I thought somebody sneezed.
I did feel bad
you
about
get
how
a
harsh
woof?
I was to her
You
when she
got a
left the
woof?
wedding, and even her parents
Yeah,
texted
it
me
was
that
my
I was a
dog.
bad friend for what I did to her.
Maybe Jade. She's a sweet
Shut
little
up.
bee.
Am I the a-hole for telling her her feelings didn't matter? No, they don't.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do
She
something. I'm
came
gonna do
up
something
to
just for you.
at your
Because I figure
wedding
you want to
and
see the dog.
told you that she saw him first.
I think you'd like to see the pup.
Wait,
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 wait, wait.
Yesterday, after I posted this, turns
ready,
out
I'm
his
ready.
best friend, Elle's brother, told him that Elle
Give me
didn't
a
actually
moment.
want to go to our
Let's
wedding
turn the
because she
camera
didn't
so
think
you
I
see me
was
for a hot
marrying
second.
him.
Yeah,
She
yeah,
only
yeah.
told me about her feelings because her parents told her that she could shoot her shot with honey. No wonder.
Beautiful
My goodness.
baby.
Shoot her shot at a wedding. Throw the whole family away. You're
Sorry,
cray-cray.
y'all, I'm
You're all
goofing over a
drinking
dog.
the Delulu lemonade. All
Her
right, I
name
already
is
know how I feel
Jade.
about this, but let's stroll down
Same.
into the comments, shall we? Good on you.
Same.
What a jerk move to tell that to any bride on her day. This is what I'm saying. It's like,
We've had it for at least 5
if you
years.
felt that way, you shouldn't have gone. And I think it's interesting that she went and told the bride that. Like, what were you trying to achieve? You're trying to guilt trip someone that you're not even friends with anymore. Well, what did you expect
She
her to
likes
do
being
after the
constantly
wedding?
petted.
You know, you literally
Oh,
just signed
everybody
the
does. I mean, I
nuptials,
do.
Did the ceremony,
Like,
paid for the
what?
wedding. Some girl comes up to you and is like, I had him first. Oh.
Did you see that?
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you got
Let
that.
me just
No, I
bring
have
up
to-
the marriage
I-
certificate.
My
Babe,
TikTok
just
was gonna
so
get
you know, I'm not
paused again, so I
I
had to.
can't marry you.
Okay,
This is off.
I gotta get
the
back
whole
to this.
wedding is off.
Mwah!
She said that
Alright.
she saw you
Well,
first.
thank you again
I
for
actually
testing
saw
what you
first,
did.
but she
I will
said
keep testing.
that
It is
I
very
shouldn't have
awesome and
married you
cute.
because she wants you.
Good.
So we're just
Good.
not gonna be married
I was trying to
anymore.
aim
I'm
for more of
sorry.
the
This
retro
is me
vibe.
divorcing
Oh,
you.
yes.
I
It
beg your
hits
finest
all the
pardon.
T's.
But then the other thing is like you
Good,
didn't
good,
also
good,
go to the
good.
groom. You never told him how you felt.
So.
Clearly, you waited for someone else's wedding to try and sabotage a relationship.
I also did shout you
Let's
out, by the
just
way.
be clear here. Let's not be shooting any shots at the bride and groom at
No.
their wedding day.
But I'm gonna
Actually, you
skedoodle.
had him first.
Thank
I
you for
appreciate you helping
coming.
out.
Then why does
Thank
he
you
have
for
now?
showing me
It's
the
been 7
sweet
years,
game.
and she
I
needs
cannot
to
wait to
move
play
on.
more, but I
I
have
would tell
to.
your husband
I
and
have to
watch
grab.
her. I wouldn't trust
No,
her
I
going
got-
forward.
I'm the same way. I
let's-
should be
safe to
technically
say she's
not
just
doing
not
this.
gonna get invited to the
Actually, I don't have any
I'm
commissions.
sorry, girl
so never mind. I
code.
can
By
do
her
whatever the
logic,
hell I
she
want.
ignored girl code by going to prom with him after you dated, and
too
a
late.
week after they dated too.
Yeah, baby.
Also, who says that to someone on their wedding day? A delusional B word. She has no manners, and the next time her parents call, remind them they did a poor job of raising her. She sounds obsessed with your hubs. Time for a block party. Block party! Let's throw a block party. Congrats and have a happy marriage. Yes, have a very happy marriage. Not the a-hole by all rights. He was yours first, and she moved in on him,
Wait,
breaking
should-
girl
I
code
could
and asking
cheat.
him to
I
prom.
should
Yeah,
keep
they didn't even
aluminum.
date. They just like went to prom together. I feel like people like go to like prom with like their brother. brothers. And she waits to tell you her feelings after you married him. I would have kicked her butt out. She's not your friend. Tell your husband what happened, and both of you should keep clear of her. Given the chance, she will move in on him again. You just know that when you were younger, she was waiting in the wings for you two to not work out, so she can move in on him. I have no doubt that she'd do the same now. She would. She absolutely would. Let's not pretend that we have morals when she was waiting for her chance the whole time. Didn't matter that you guys were friends. So, are you the a-hole for telling one of your friends that you don't care how she feels about your husband? Absolutely not. Subscribe! Hey everybody, welcome back. Besties to worsties in 10 seconds or less.
Cool.
All of these are from the Charlotte
Jamming
Dover
on
YouTube
Spotify.
subreddit. Make sure you follow that. We're almost at 100,000 members. I'm just so proud. I'm so proud of you guys. This subreddit is lit. It is lit. Keep
It
them
is
coming.
fun. I
Am
love
the
their
a-hole
subreddit.
for throwing my friend's insecurity in
It's
her
fun.
face after she disrespected me and brought up something from my past. I spat everywhere. I, female 21, will be meeting my high school friend after 3 to 4 years, which happens to fall on the same day as my friend's birthday. So we all decided to combine both the occasions. Last week, me and one of my friends,
We wish
female
it was
20,
our
the one
birthday
whose
so
birthday
we
is
could
coming
party
up, met
too.
separately, as we came to town early and spent the whole day together. I thought all was good, and we had a great time. Cut to, she sent me this text, and I'm baffled to say the least, but I'm not sure what to do next. Also, was it too much to say something hurtful about her insecurity of being flat-chested out of spite after she brought up my past? Oh, tea. She's now threatening to uninvite me if I don't apologize. I'm really not sure what to do because I was looking forward to seeing everyone, and this was the only day that worked for everyone. I feel disrespected, but I don't want to miss out on the reunion. Oh my god. Hey, could you please wear something to the party that can make your knockers look smaller? I'm sorry for saying this, but they are just too much. And I think you will feel better if they were squeezed and secure rather than getting in everyone's face. Are you kidding me right now?
What?
No, this can't be real. Dude, what the fuck? This is so disgusting and disrespectful. I didn't expect this from you, and the other day when I met, I thought we were good. That is crazy. That is absolutely insane. My goodness.
Are you out of your goddamn mind?
There is no
My
need for you to
candy.
get this offended. Why? What you said was offensive. I'm just looking out for you as a friend. Ooh, she jealous of your boobies. She's jealous. She hates it. She hates it. It's not like you have anything to hide anyway, because we all already know and have seen it. But still, I'd hope you have the decency to not make others uncomfortable. And we are good. I had fun hanging out with you. This is crazy. What is wrong with you? No, she's insecure about what she has, and she wants to project that onto you. You can't help the fact that you have
Jubs.
knockers. This is so mean. My goodness.
Sweet, juicy
I've never made
jubs.
anyone uncomfortable in the group, like, ever. I always dress appropriately, and if anyone else has a problem with me and my already seen knockers, tell them to text me directly, and if not, I will wear what I want. I know it's your birthday too, and I will try to be as respectful as possible, but don't say mean stuff to me and then say you care about me. I mean, sure, I know you wear normal clothes, but meeting you the other day, I realized how much bigger yours have gotten, which can be a little distracting and cause discomfort. Why is she even worried about this? Like, that is so weird. She's jealous. I'm just having this conversation with you so that we can avoid that sort of altercation together. Altercation?
Why is it an altercation?
I do care about you, but I care about everyone else just as much. I don't want them to see something they don't want to see. Oh my god. And as you rightly pointed out, it is my birthday, so you need to follow by my wishes. I've been nothing but nice to you. I mean, not until now. The fact that you even think this about someone is crazy. And the fact that you told her, dude, this girl is not your friend. I've been nothing but nice to you.
I need
I'm
to
not
continue
sure
doing
exactly
my
why you're
post,
so
too.
offended and act like an attention-seeking. Just put your knockers away for one day. What's the big deal? Why are you being so selfish? Why are you being such a huh? The delusion. She's drinking all the Delulu lemonade. I think we are all adults, and they can be the judge of what they are uncomfortable and comfortable with. I've never heard anyone say that they are uncomfortable with my knockers at any point of time. Yeah, even this attention-seeking comment is like, what? What the f, dude? One sentence, you're saying you're nothing but nice to me, and you're calling me an attention-seeking. Are you high? No, I will not be putting them away at all. It is not me who's being selfish. You're being insecure. So don't try to put this on me. This is the one time where that comment, being insecure, I think is justified because she's projecting. Grow up and act like a freaking adult. Yeah, adults don't really care. She sounds like Pick-Misha. Little Pick-Misha over here. Is she bringing her boyfriend or something? Like, I don't really understand what, like, it doesn't justify it at all, but I don't really understand why it's like,
Nobody wants to see your stuff. Your
Milky jub-jubs.
You are being extremely rude. I just said it so you don't be shamed by anyone else. But I guess I can't expect much from someone who didn't hesitate to show her body to everyone in town. Shut the F up. How dare you? You're such a classless person. You can take your stupid party and shove it up your butt, or try holding it in between your flat knockers. Well, she wouldn't be able to do that. She wouldn't be able to do that. This person is a straight up B word, like massive B word. I understand that you want to see everybody, but like, hopefully not everybody feels the same way as her. I'm genuinely curious to see, cause like the way that was like unprompted and out of nowhere, I feel like there's a separate group chat going on where they're talking crap about you and your ladies, your girls, and that's what prompted that like very random text. You're like, I don't want to miss out on the reunion. I think that they probably feel the same way she does, honestly. I'd create a group chat, post her crap, and then let the dice fall. I say this is a woman with H-cup ladies who's been accused of the same. It literally doesn't matter what I wear. A turtleneck makes them look like a shelf. Mine are the same size, and thank you for clarifying. There's nothing I can do to hide them. No matter what I wear, they do show. Literally. I'm baffled. Like, I'm just, wow.
I pinned this up for legal stuff.
I'm a triple D. My best friend of 21 years is a decent A. You know what she's never done? Told me to put them away. She compliments them when they look great in a top. Even plays... Your friend is a sad person. Yeah, she is. She is. She's projecting her insecurities on you and then being just like straight up mean to you. Like, this is bullying. This is not your friend. Okay, we do have an update. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for their response. I did not think I would get this much support. Thank you for understanding me and making me feel heard. Also, I would like to clarify, I was not proud of throwing her insecurity in her face, but I was extremely hurt by her words. I mean, she said things that were 10 times worse than what you said. And you only said what you said in response. Coming to the update, as everyone suggested, I did create a group chat with the rest of the girls, hoping to clarify the misunderstanding with them. But I really lost it after her response to the whole thing and ended up just telling them I will not be able to make it when they asked why I showed the screenshots. But what the response is has been appalling and has left me hurt and speechless, to say the least. I feel like an idiot for going above and beyond for them all these years, thinking that they are the only people who were there for me and supportive of me during my hard times, even after everyone else shamed me, but the reactions had me feeling like I was stabbed in my heart. I don't know what to do going forward or how to deal with this. So if you have any thoughts, please do share on whether what I have done is right or not. What can I do as the next step? I'm trying to look at the positive side that I'll be cutting them off, but losing friends who've been together since childhood is not easy. And now I'm left alone, which is a very crappy feeling, but what they have said has torn my heart. P.S. The first two are her response, the rest is the group chat. Okay. See, I knew that something was up. You are the S word whose N-words, not that N-word, spicy photos are circling around town. Everyone knows and has seen it. How dare you call me classless when you're no short of being a prostitute. Exposing yourself, you deserved everything that was done to you. Oh, what a B word. Why bother covering up now? You should thank your lucky stars that I let you be a part of the group after you were labeled as the town's, but I'm sure is the right name for you. What a spiteful little... I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Also, why do you think that we still talk to you if you think that Little Miss Big Girls is nice? Nope, it's just to keep you in check. So guess what? Go and F yourself. Oh well, a public... Oh man, these are really, really mean texts. Doesn't need to, and I'm sure you'll find someone to do that for you. Do you know why it happened, you stupid cow? Oh my god. Oh, she's throwing your trauma in your face. I don't even know if I can read this out loud on YouTube. Feel free to go find it in the subreddit. But essentially, she said something that she cannot come back from. I would never speak to this person again. And if your friends don't support you or they feel the same way, Girl, you've been surrounded by snakes. This is the group chat. Hey guys, just wanted to confirm everyone's attendance. Before that, I wanted to ask you guys something. Does anyone think that I dress inappropriate for the occasion? Bro, what? What are you saying? I'm sorry guys. I won't be able to attend the reunion as I've been deeply hurt by someone who's been pretending to be a good friend, all the while feeling any type of way about me and my ladies. Question mark, stop being childish. OMG, what new crap show is this? Yeah, we know that you have big ladies. Get over it and don't be dramatic. What the hell happened? She sends the screenshots. Fine, I get what she did to you was not all that good, but how can you say that to her and she's right? You should be thankful we are still friends with you, or that I even talk to you at all. It's not our fault either way that you have udders. But why are you throwing her size in her face? She did tell me a while back how you tried starting a fight with her. And I didn't believe her, but this, why would you call her classless? What? You actually mean that? See? Whoever this is, she's defending her own actions. Because she said it too. She's not defending the friend. I get that she did not use the best approach, and yeah, it's not like we're all uncomfortable with them, but yeah, they're hideously big. And I don't see the problem with her asking you to make them look smaller. See? Horrible. Don't you get that you should be grateful you still have people to talk to you after having a reputation, and that you have the audacity to be mean to her after that? Guys, please chill out. We all have them, it's not her fault. No, I've never seen you be inappropriate, but what you said to her is wild. You made her cry. The least you can do is apologize to her. Your reaction to her disrespect is not disrespectful. Sorry. Have I ever made you uncomfortable with my dressing? No, you haven't. But haven't we seen enough of you already? Is there more left? My flabbers are gasted.
Girl.
Like, at this point, you are sticking up for yourself. And like, yeah, you said something that was hurtful, but she said something worse to you. Much, much, much worse. And clearly you hit a nerve because that response, crazy. These people are not your friends. They all talk crap about you when you're not there. You're better without them, honestly. I know you're really hurt because you're probably grieving the loss of people that you've known for your whole life, but like, let's all collectively understand that just because you've known someone for a long time, that doesn't mean that you have to remain friends with them. It doesn't, especially if they're hurting you. You know, a lot of the time, people that know you the longest tend to hurt you the most, right? Because there's that extra like weight there, right? They've been your chosen family like your whole life, but they also know all the bad things about you. They know exactly what to say to hurt you.
You can all suck it!
There's no coming back from this, in my opinion. Cut your losses and move on. Girl, please leave this group alone. They obviously have hatred for you and what you've done in your past. Apparently, people can't have a past and not be judged. I bet some of them are closet. 2. Please go find people who will care for you, accept you, all of you. Real friends don't tell you to make your ladies smaller so their insecurities don't get any bigger. Love on yourself and get to know who you are and what you like, and set boundaries and don't let everyone step all over them. Lots of love and positive energy to you. I second this. Clearly stuff is being said behind your back. No one needs friends like that. Literally. Like, that is so hateful. So unbelievably hateful. I'm sorry, but like, I would not want to be friends with people like that. Like, I just, no way. Women are supposed to lift each other up, and if they're not lifting you up, they're not your friends.
What is your childhood trauma?
They're not. They're your enemies, babes. Sorry to say. I hope you found some support from the subreddit here. You're gonna be fine. I got you. So are you the a-hole for throwing your friend's insecurity in her face after she disrespected me and brought up something from my past? Absolutely not. Case closed. Am I the a-hole for siding with my boyfriend after he called my friend fat? Hi, Charlotte. Hi. Hope you enjoy some juicy tea I've got for you. Always. Always, bestie. Love ya. Forgive me for any written mistakes. I'm dyslexic. So, my boyfriend, 22 male, let's call him Leon, and I, 21 female, have been dating since we were 16. He's the love of my life and my best friend. Leon is the kindest man you'll ever meet, but he's also very opinionated and doesn't hold back when he's expressing his thoughts. I've known my friend Allie, 22 female, for years, before I started dating Leon. Allie's a bit on the heavier side and advocates for body positivity, which I love. We're all about supporting curvy queens. Allie and Leon knew each other before I came into the picture. because her cousin dated Leon's older brother. Allie's cousin and Leon's brother's relationship didn't last long. Despite the breakup, Allie and Leon still stayed in touch and would text once a month or so. But when Leon and I started dating, he made it clear he didn't want to hang out with Allie without me being there. Even if Allie invited him over, he would only go if I was invited too. Ooh, okay, so she liked him. She had a crush. She had a little crush on your boyfriend. There's always been some tension between them. Allie's made several advances toward Leon, often texting him and calling him Lily, which made him uncomfortable. Ooh, she's got a pet name, eh? Not even a good one. After confronting her, she stopped calling him, but still attached herself to him whenever we hung out. Despite this, I kept the peace because I knew she acted this way with most guys she met. Fast forward to a few months ago, when my friends and I had a girls' night. We were drinking and gossiping when Allie made a comment. You know, you should really start eating more. Leon doesn't like super skinny girls. The room went silent. For context, I've been struggling with my eating for the past year, especially after my grandpa passed away. I've lost about 15 pounds. I've been underweight and self-conscious about it, but I've had a hard time eating due to stress and personal issues. Allie continued to criticize me, calling me attention, bad word, for not eating, saying if I kept it up, Leon would stop finding me attractive because I'm flat-chested. Let's all collectively stop making negative comments about people's bodies. Okay, especially things they can't help. Unless that friend is like asking for help with certain things, it's none of your business. It is our job as friends to lift our friends up, to appreciate their differences. She even told me I struggled with being flat. I was shocked, but my friends awkwardly laughed it off and changed the subject. I thought that would be the end of it, but Allie kept making comments about my weight whenever we hung out. Okay, so she's essentially saying that Leon liked her better than you because she's curvy. How does Leon feel about this? A few weeks later, Leon and I went out to lunch with some mutual friends, including Allie. During the meal, Allie commented again on my weight and looked to Leon for approval. That's when Leon lost it. He immediately shut her down, saying, "What the hell is wrong with you? You've got no right to talk about insert my name like that. Period. I love this for you. We love King Leon." As he should.
Meet the king.
Allie tried to defend herself, saying she was just concerned because I was so skinny. She kept talking and digging herself further into a hole, and eventually said I lost all the weight and I'm no longer attractive because I ain't got no more. I think the only person that should matter to is Leon. She's jealous of you. She liked your boyfriend, and you know, you two started dating. She's jealous of your relationship. She's trying to cut you down, and she ain't smart about it either. Like, this is like, she is so unbelievably jealous. Let's understand that when a friend says something like this, they fucking hate us, okay? They hate you. They hate you. They hate me. They hate us. It's not, oh, they're bad friends. No, that B word hates your guts. And I'm not saying this because I'm saying that your friend hates you. I also have a friend that hates me. Literally hates my guts. I haven't done anything to this friend. Like, in fact, I've literally been the kindest person to this friend. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Read the book, My Brilliant Friend. So Leon was furious. He shot back, just because you have big girl knockers doesn't give you the right to comment on my girl's body. Allie got upset, saying Leon was fat shaming her. They continued to argue and the situation escalated quickly. It even got to the point where Allie started crying. I mean, so she can dish it, but she can't take it? Don't say mean shit. You can't, like, also receive it with grace. Soon after, Leon paid for both our meals and took me out of the restaurant. The next day, I was flooded with texts from Allie demanding Leon apologize to her. I don't condone fat shaming, but given all the comments Allie has made about my body, I thought she had it coming. Body shaming goes both ways. Like, it's not, like, you can't just, like, be body positive when it comes to being a bigger girl, okay? Like, being body positive means being accepting and celebrating all body types.
Preach, girl.
You cannot expect everyone to love all up on you because you're different and you're curvy. You also have to have that same energy for people who are smaller, okay? Especially a friend who is clearly struggling with how much weight she's lost due to some traumatic things that have happened to her. And, you know, Allie probably knows that and is still saying it out of jealousy. Keep that same energy. I thought we were body positive, huh? So I texted her telling her her comments were rude and that Leon was standing up for me. I also mentioned commenting on her body was too far, but I would still have to take my boyfriend's side in this. Allie got even angrier, calling me a fake friend, and blocked me. Well, if the shoe fits. She also started spam texting Leon, who eventually blocked her on everything. Now I'm wondering if I should have told Leon to apologize to her. I mean, not without her apologizing first. On one hand, I think Leon was in the right for standing up for me, but I still think he might have taken it too far with the fat shaming. Should I have asked him to apologize to Allie? Body shaming, like, it's not an eye for an eye, right? Like, we can't just sink to people's levels. Like, I would always try to handle situations like this with grace. He could have said it without saying, like, bringing her body into it, okay? And it probably hurt her feelings because she likes him a lot. She's jealous of your relationship. Clearly, this comment about, oh,
Leon likes bigger girls,
isn't true. I do think maybe he didn't need to say the body shaming comment, but I also think that Allie should apologize to you first. You're not the a-hole. If she can dish it out, she can take it as well. You don't get to body shame someone and then cry when someone does the same to you. I mean, yeah, that's a good point. I didn't know how you'd be able to justify that title. Me too, I kind of thought you'd be the a-hole here. Congratulations, I'm on your side. Not only was she trying to prove that she deserved your boyfriend more than you did, but she also was a bully that was hoping to bring your boyfriend down to her level. Why is she crying to you about this? He's a grown man and you didn't put those words in his mouth. And when has she apologized for skinny shaming you? As a plus-size lady myself, the main thing I try to avoid is body comparisons. Why would I want to place focus on appearances, especially if I'm likely to feel hurt if people were to judge me for mine? Literally. That's a very, very good point. His comment was on the same level as hers. Your boyfriend should forgive himself that he stooped to such a low level and bitter level as Allie. Blocking is a good thing, and it's a shame that nobody else from your so-called friends stands up for you. Have a nice day. Not the a-hole. So, are you the a-hole for siding with your boyfriend after he called your friend fat? I mean, your boyfriend was a little bit of an a-hole for the comment. Did that girl deserve it? Kind of. Are you the a-hole for siding with him? No. Subscribe! Hey everybody, welcome back. These are some petty people that got their perfect revenge. It took 24 years, but patience pays off. When I got engaged, we were young, 20 years old, but mature. We announced to the family, and I had asked my bridesmaids to participate. I had my sister, my cousin, and 3 friends from throughout my life. We got engaged and picked out our wedding date pretty quick. Everyone was aware of our wedding date with a year advance notice. The planning continued with the wedding. We went to the dress fittings for the bridesmaids and we were having them custom made. Deposits were made. We were all excited. In August that year, 3 months before my wedding, my fiance and myself were invited to spend a day at a local man-made lake on one of my bridesmaids' boats.
Get your towels ready, it's about to go down!
Okay, love a little boat action. I am a boat hoe, so... There were 4 of us in total, 2 couples. My friend and her husband and myself and my soon-to-be husband. We packed a picnic. They also had a jet ski, to which my friend rode. When we decided to anchor and eat lunch, we were all in the boat eating. My friend's husband asked my friend if she put the protective thing between the boat and the jet ski so they don't crash into each other. She kept saying,
"It'll be fine."
Mind you, we did not ride the jet ski. We were only on the boat. Where is this going? Did she crash the jet ski? Did she try and make you pay for it? Oh my God. After lunch, we all decided to ride the boat over to the swimming area. As we were making our way, the depth finder on the boat started acting weird and saying the lake was like 900 feet deep, and it was obviously glitching. We all got off the boat and started swimming. When we were done, we went to get on the boat and it was taking on water. It was about halfway under. Oh, what happened? Did y'all, like, accidentally hit bottom? Interesting choice of words. Long story short, we got towed to shore. Her husband went to pick up the car and the trailer to get the boat out of the water. My friend and I went with the ranger to get our other car. My fiance was left alone with the sinking boat. Mind you, he doesn't know how to swim.
I can't swim.
He was given the smallest of buckets and told to start bailing water out. He was left alone for a full hour in the hot sun with nothing but a small bucket, about 1 gallon big. The ramp was slippery and the boat only kept taking on more water. He rested to take a break when we pulled up. No amount of scooping was going to save this boat. No, like, it clearly had a hole in it, like... We finally got the boat out once the trailer was there and pulled it out of the water. My fiance and I treated them to dinner since we felt bad their boat was broken and it was a stressful day. Fast forward to a week before my wedding. My friend pulled out of the wedding. Hold on. Her reason for pulling out was that it was unfair of me to put my wedding on the biggest party night of the year for Halloween. And she spent $300 on Halloween costumes.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
You knew when the wedding was. She obviously feels like some type of way about the boat, honestly. What exactly happened with this boat? Like, I'm confused. Now again, she knew a full year that my wedding was that day. This was not something that we threw together. The day before my wedding, at the rehearsal at the church, my mother pulled me aside and asked me about a letter she got in the mail.
We just got a letter. Wonder who it's from.
My friend had sent both my mother and myself a letter stating we will never amount to anything. We will never own a house. We will never have meaningful careers. We will be horrible parents. Our marriage will never last. And we basically are losers in this game of life.
Oh my. Calm down,
I
Mary.
also got a detailed bill about the damage to her boat. Hang on. What do you mean? She wanted us to pay for all the damage because my husband was not adequately able to bail the water out of the boat.
And I'm doing my best. I'm just doing my best.
Be for real right now. You cannot be serious. Sure, let's just blame everybody else for our actions. Reminder, the damage is because she did not put the buoy between the boat and the jet ski, which her own husband told her to do. And she said no. What a weird... I fail to see how this is your husband's fault. Let's not blame the person that is trying to save the boat. Let's blame the person that caused the hole to begin with. I feel like in order for her to have any sort of claim, she's gonna have to place blame somewhere else. If anything, your husband was the one thing stopping the boat from having even more damage and sinking entirely.
What are you thinking about?
Let's fast forward to 24 years later. I'm having a nice holiday with my family. My brothers were outside in the front yard and came inside and told me I had a friend outside wanting to say hi. Hi. I went outside and it was her. I haven't heard or spoken to her in 24 years since my wedding. We caught up very superficially, but not to be petty. It did feel good to be able to prove her mean letter wrong. I own a house, I have a master's degree, and I have a wonderful career. And you didn't even have to do a thing. I have 3 kids with my oldest graduating college 2 years early and already working a full-time job as a teacher. I'm just like kind of picturing how this conversation went.
So, how are you?
Oh yeah, no, I'm really good. Yeah, no, I own a house now, and you know, I've got a really great career, got a master's, and I've got a bunch of really smart kids that are slaying life. How are you doing, by the way?
Sad.
I'm confused. Did you pay for the boat? Although we did get divorced, okay? We did last 18 years and we're still friends. He still comes to our holiday and family get-togethers and we co-parent well. She, on the other hand, got divorced shortly after my wedding. She never got a degree and doesn't have a career. She had addiction issues. I have no problem with people with no college degree or a career. I also do not believe in economic statuses, but in this one instance, it just felt good to prove her wrong and show her I had made something of my life. I'm confused as to why she showed up to your house. How could you ever show your face? Like, it's one thing to run into her in public, not planned. It's another thing for her to show up to your house.
Here's Johnny.
It's never good to think that you're better than other people. Unless those other people tell you that you will never make anything of yourself. And then it feels amazing. What do we say on this channel? It's even in this first comment. The best revenge is a life well lived. Period. Period. Oh, this is a good comment. Can you imagine being so hateful towards someone that you sent a letter to their mom telling her that her life won't amount to anything? This woman was buying her audacity in bulk. Yo, why send it to the mom, dude? Like, ooh, If you go about life spouting hateful, like you're just mad at everybody, you're mean to people for no reason, you're a monster. I truly, truly believe that life is good to those who keep their head down and try to spread positivity and work hard, okay? If you go around in life being mean to other people,
you're gonna have a bad time.
Hang on, I got a very interesting but also related to this video email. Shall we read it together? Hey Charlotte, you don't know me, but I semi-know you. I've been a huge fan of your channel for a long time. Oh, I know you probably hear this a lot, but your videos were there for me in a time when I didn't have anyone. Babes, your videos and constant compliments and always being so great in your videos, it gave me not only the inspiration, but the confidence to go back to writing music. I wrote a song that's inspired by the petty queen herself called Petty AF. It is a pop rock breakup song all about being petty to your douchey ex, basically. I wouldn't bring it to you if I didn't genuinely think it was really good. Ooh! I'd love for you to give it a listen, and if you like it, reach back out to me, because realistically, this is all because of you. Okay, it is not because of me. I'm actually very curious. You guys want to listen to it together?
I see you shining, but it don't feel right. Like a light that flickers in the dead of night. I said I'd take the high road, keep my peace. But let's be honest, I don't want your release. So I wish you love, but I was lying through my teeth. Your happiness
Ooh, I want this on here.
it's hard to breathe. I hope your new love's colder than stone. And you cry every night when you're alone. Oh, I know I said I'm fine, I'm done, but you're out there laughing, having fun. Guess I'm not the saint I tried to be. There's a demon in my heart and it's screaming free. I hope you find me miserable every single day. Feel the weight of every word you didn't say. Thought I'd play it classy, let you walk away, but I'm petty as f, and I hope you pay. I hope the skies are black, your dreams all shatter. Every I love you fades into disaster. No, I can't lie, I can't pretend. I hope you're miserable till the bitter end.
Whoa.
I just added it to my
I have
playlist.
goosebumps. Like, I have literal goosebumps right now. I am like absolutely floored right now.
I added to my.
She
I added
is on
it.
Spotify.
I
This
just
song
added
is
her.
on Spotify.
Found it.
I
Added it.
will 100% put this in the description of this video. It's by Lovely Slaughter. Go show her some love. Stream the heck out of this song. Guys, I feel like this is our new anthem.
Yeah, it is.
Incredible job. I am so like honored that you were at all inspired by me. I cannot take any credit, honestly. Like, that is incredible. You are incredible. Everybody go show Lovely Slaughter some love on Spotify. That was delicious. I didn't get a job.
We're gonna listen to
because
the
I
whole
was a
song
bully
on
in
the fucking
high
queue.
school. Very brave for sharing this, but I think it's appropriate. I've been trying to break into a niche industry, 30 to 40 jobs in a city with a population of 3 million, for a while now. I'm in my late 20s, and though it took me some time to decide what I wanted to do with my life, I have finished my degree and completed 2 internships. I'm working part-time in a related field and freelancing while searching for a full-time job in the niche industry. I'm willing to move for the right job, but I'd rather stay close to home. So I was stoked last summer when I got an interview for one of the very few entry-level jobs available in my city. I ultimately didn't get it, but the interview went well enough they encouraged me to apply the next time they had an opening. Then, an acquaintance who works at the company called me up and asked if I wanted to get coffee. I figured she'd offer me tips on how to do better next time. Instead, she told me to give up on ever being hired there. Turns out, a girl I had gone to high school with is a real rock star at this company, and she threatened to resign when it looked like I was about to be offered a job. Ooh. I hadn't realized it was her because her married name is different. I'll be honest, I wasn't a very nice person back then, and I was probably pretty awful to this girl. Probably or actually pretty awful. I looked my former classmate up and her resume is really incredible. She graduated from college early and has awards people who worked in our industry twice as long haven't won. Her public-facing work is top-notch. I'm guessing she's the kind of employee a manager wants to keep around. My acquaintance's prediction appears to be true. I didn't get an interview for a new position at the company that would have been an even better fit than the one I'd interviewed for. When I asked why, I was told a staffer had raised some concerns and the company would not be moving forward with my candidacy. I'm heartbroken. I worked so hard for so long to get the training required for this type of work, and I don't think I deserve to be blacklisted for something I said when I was 17. I think that you're downplaying things. I have my former classmate's work email. Should I beg for forgiveness?
You should at least
Look,
apologize.
My girl, my guy, I really think that you didn't
My
just say
whatever.
something that
was kind of mean.
I think that you probably made this star employee's life very difficult. You might not remember everything about a person, but you always remember how they treat you. Some of my most clear memories, like even when I was like a little kid, were either incredibly happy, but more often than not, they were of being bullied and how I felt when I was being bullied. That's what you associate the memory with. So I think that you should have begged for forgiveness, regardless of whether or not it affected your future.
Here's a message to all bullies.
If you went out of your way to make someone's life incredibly difficult, full well knowing that they didn't deserve it, you should apologize. And not because you want something, and you're hoping that that apology will get you somewhere, because it kind of sounds like you're not sorry. It kind of just sounds like you want this job and you feel like this person that you bullied is the one thing between you and getting this job. You need to go around and you need to send the apologies. And people don't have to forgive you, by the way. But I can say the people that did apologize to me later in life, one actually apologized to me because she wanted me to... So she apologized first, and then she was just like...
Oh, and by the way, could you take down this, like, photo of me with, like, this paraphernalia?
So it was the apology.
I'm really sorry for how I treated you, but also, I would never have reached out to you if I didn't want something.
There's only ever been, like, 2 people that have ever apologized to me, and I've had probably about 15 bullies.
I never
can
bullied
say that
anybody.
The one person that did apologize to me that like didn't have an ulterior motive, I did forgive her. I appreciated the apology, but it was also because she didn't want anything, right? Like she wasn't like trying to get something out of me. Anyways, that's my 2 cents, but we do have an update. I know you didn't solicit an update, but I felt compelled to send one. I'd written you in the spring because I was having trouble breaking into a niche industry in which a high school classmate I'd bullied was a rock star. I wanted to know if you thought apologizing would help me get a job. At the advice of your readers, I did delete the draft of an apology email that had been sitting in my inbox for some time. I applied for one more job with Rockstar's company, and when I didn't hear back, I decided it was really and truly time to look elsewhere. Good. Or, you know, if you were a bully to more than one person, maybe it might be worth starting your own business in some way. I don't know if that could apply to the industry that you're in, but...
Oh no, it's the consequences of your actions.
I found a shop in a town 7 hours away that was desperate to hire someone for a paid 9-month fellowship that started in June because the candidate they'd originally extended an offer to found a full-time permanent position. I said goodbye to my boyfriend, packed up my car and 2 cats, and drove to a town I'd never been to. And I hated it. Not the work, I actually loved the work, but the town sucked. Being away from my boyfriend and family sucked. Not being able to make friends sucked. Everyone else my age was married with 2 kids. I called my boyfriend every night crying. He was supposed to come visit over Labor Day, but canceled at the last minute because he had to work. Seeing how bummed I was, a coworker offered to swap shifts with me so I could make a trip home for the long weekend. I hopped in the car after work on a Friday and drove all evening.
Oh, honey.
Arriving at the place I'd been sharing with my boyfriend before I moved, a little after 1 a.m. Well, you probably know where this is going. Oh, no, I don't know at all. Could you tell me? He was cheating on me. I was devastated. I spent the rest of the night sobbing on my sister's couch and drove back to where I was working the next morning. I think it's entirely justified that you didn't get the job that you wanted because of how you treated someone. Does how you treated someone when you were a kid affect everything in your life henceforward? I don't know. I don't know. But I do believe in karma. I couldn't make myself get out of bed on Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday. I was fired after my third no-call, no-show. I tried to get the part-time job I'd had moving before the fellowship. They said come back anytime, but they'd found someone who was faster and more efficient than I'd been. Unable to afford a place on my own, I had to move back in with my parents. Not sure what else to do. I sent another desperate application to Rockstar's shop. Okay, so still no apology.
You're not a victim.
In an effort to cheer me up, my sisters and friends took me out for a nice dinner for my birthday at the end of September. This is where it goes from bad to worse. I drank too much wine at dinner and got pretty weepy. I excused myself from the table to try and put myself together and ran into Rockstar. Oh, the tea! Her and her husband were celebrating their anniversary on the way to the bathroom. They weren't celebrating the anniversary on the way to the bathroom. They were celebrating their anniversary, and you ran into her on the way to the bathroom. Just needed to clarify. I ended up yelling and crying at her that she'd ruined my life. Okay, so I'm still not seeing very much accountability here from you. Make no mistake, you ruined your own life. I was asked to leave and told I wasn't welcome back. That was Saturday night. I spent Sunday hungover in bed trying to figure out how to clean up the mess I made. On Monday morning, Rockstar's manager, the one hiring for the job I'd applied for, emailed me to let me know I'd been removed from the candidate pool. Yeah, so Rockstar ended up telling her boss what you did. She advised me I would not be considered for future positions at their shop or any other in the network. Wow. That afternoon, without mentioning me or what happened at the restaurant over the weekend, Rockstar tweeted a long thread about how she'd been bullied in high school and she wishes teenagers would realize that high school ends and it does get better. She tweeted out links to local mental health resources and the national hotline that were liked and retweeted many, many times. Oh God. Girl, you literally bullied this woman so hard that she... I'm not even gonna say it. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. And then you had the audacity to feel entitled to a job, and then you yelled at her for ruining your life? So just to recap, no job, no boyfriend, no money, no hope of ever breaking into the industry. I spent 5 years preparing to enter. It's not hard to feel like some of this is Rockstar's fault, especially given how she rubbed salt in the wound after my whole world had come crashing down.
You're not a victim. Not at all.
As I'm reading this story, it really just sounds like it's like,
poor me, victim mentality, blah, 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 blah.
Not once did I ever hear you say that you wanted to apologize to this person or you felt bad about what you did. And not because there were consequences of your actions, but because you genuinely hurt somebody. You genuinely hurt them. And yeah, they ended up okay. But what if they didn't? There's a few things that you could do here, and there's a few things that you should do. You could move away to another city where nobody knows you. Try to apply for another job in your industry. Not sure if that's possible. You could start your own business, but then again, it would probably rely on finding clients that if everybody kind of knows what you were like in high school, you probably won't find them in the town you grew up in. And things that you should do, you should reach out to this person. You don't have to meet her in person. I know that I don't care to like actually see people face to face. That actually hurt me. You can put that in a letter.
I'm sorry! I'm sorry!
You can apologize and not expect anything in return. You cannot expect a job out of it. You cannot expect her to accept your apology ever. You should do it because it's the right thing to do.
And that's on period.
I would love to know the full extent of how much she bullied this girl in high school. I'm sure it was more than something she said at 17. That's exactly what I'm thinking. She's downplaying it because, you know, something you say to someone else, like that can kind of roll off the shoulders or, you know, you might forget about it. But repeated bullying and like just downright cruelty, you remember. Oh, okay. I think maybe we have a little bit of context here as to what happened. Don't quote me on this. This is, trust me, bro. The source is a Reddit comment. I remember the last time this was posted and people went through her comments to find out. The girls were part of the same friend group and I think had a crush on the same guy. OOP got the guy and decided to destroy Rockstar socially for whatever reason. Turned all their friends against her, made sure to hold a graduation party the same day as Rockstar so no one would show up. Also, Rockstar lived on the same street as her, so she saw everyone go to OOP's party and not hers. Sounds about right. And that's just what OOP was willing to share. I can imagine her actual behavior was worse if Rockstar was tweeting out prevention tips. Well, I'd like to say that I empathize, but honestly, this is just the consequences of your actions. Subscribe! Hey everybody, welcome back. My ex turned up last night drunk.
Julian.
Tomorrow is his wedding day. Should I tell his soon-to-be wife? I'll do it. This story was originally posted in the subreddit Relationship Advice by Flower Bandiz. I was with my ex for 2 years. It was not the best relationship and we broke up because I moved for uni and I just didn't want to be with him anymore. It's been almost 5 years since we broke up and I'm engaged to be married with my fiance who is absolutely my soulmate. Yesterday evening around 22 o'clock or 10 o'clock p.m. for you Americans down there, he rang our doorbell drunk. Ooh. That'd be a fun one to explain to your fiance. His bachelor party was in the city I live in and he came to see me. I'm sorry, so he
Just so happened
to plan a bachelor party in the city you live in? I don't believe it, I don't believe it for 1 minute. My fiance opened the door. And my ex started sobbing, saying he couldn't believe he, my fiance, was real or some BS like that. Hold on. All right, this is the guy that grinds my gears. Listen, I have something to say. We all have past relationships. I think in those relationships, it's almost like a lot of the time they don't see your worth or they think you'll never leave or, you know, they think you'll always be there to like orbit you, creep your social media. If stuff doesn't work out with someone else, then they can always come back to you. But the fact of the matter is, they can't.
You blew it! You had it all and you blew it!
Even though they didn't see your worth, that doesn't mean that somebody else won't. That is so satisfying, I'm sorry. He didn't think he was real.
What do you mean? I thought I was the only one that could possibly like her.
Why is it such a stretch? You liked her. You liked her so much that you're coming to chase her the night before your wedding on your bachelor party. You don't think that someone else would like her? We took him into the apartment because he didn't look dangerous and he just vocally vomited before he actually vomited in our bath. No way, you let him in? Oh, I guess he would have vomited on your porch anyway. You might as well. What I could gather is that he was still very hurt because of our breakup, and he thinks we could have made it work, and he regrets treating me badly. Well, it kind of sucks that he used the night before his wedding to come to that conclusion and do something about it. Here's an idea. Instead of regretting how we treat people, don't treat people badly in the first place. He threw up again and called an Uber to his hotel. I'm guessing he didn't clean up his throw up. That was your mess to clean up again? It was very surreal. He was fine. We fed him waffles and chiffé? What is that, chiffé?
doing my research.
Coffee? Is that, did you mean to say coffee or chiffé? Anyways, we fed him waffles and chiffé to sober up and told him to write us when he was in the hotel to make sure he didn't die or something. I was left with a weird feeling, almost dirty. I am thinking of contacting his soon-to-be wife. Or should I call him to encourage him to tell that to his fiance? Or should I not do anything and let this just be an anecdote for my future? Here's what I think. He may have just been in a drunken stupor or something, but I'm sorry, if he planned his bachelor trip in the city that you're in, he did that sober, hopefully. And then he shows up to your front door. I'm sorry, but you can't just blame it on being drunk at that point. Like, he had to have known that he might have gotten rejected. So what I think that you should do here, or anyone else who's in this situation, I think that you should tell him that if he doesn't tell his fiance, you will. I know you're kind of under a time constraint as well, because it's like the wedding's like tomorrow, bestie. We got like 24 hours or something. That's gonna be a lovely hangover for him. Realistically, he might just tell you that he told his fiance and then not. I think she deserves to know. Like, I know that some people are gonna be like,
Don't meddle, like.
not your circus, not your monkey, whatever. And normally I agree with that, but
YouTube superstar runs away circus.
I would want to know if I was his fiance. If I were about to marry a man who the whole time we were together wished he was with his ex, and then instead of just letting it go, he shouldn't feel that way to begin with, honestly. But like, if you feel that some type of way, you could have just let it go, because you're in love with the idea of somebody. Again, like I've said this before, you're in love with the idea of somebody. You're not in love with the person. But like, I would want to know before I decide to spend the rest of my life with someone that my fiance did this and feels this way. That's her whole life ahead of her that's now tainted by this interaction and his feelings. Edit, thanks for all the feedback. It seems like Reddit is as split on this as I am. Just because this kept coming up, my main goal with telling her is not for them to break up. I don't want that, and that's not why I would want to tell her. The reason for me telling her is solely that I would want to know if I was her. Same. Wouldn't you want to know? I mean, yeah, they probably are gonna break up. He didn't outright cheat, but he emotionally cheated. And then what was he expecting to get out of this? In his perfect world, showing up on your doorstep the night before the wedding, he had hoped that you would have fallen to your knees, you both would admit your love for each other, he would have called off the wedding.
And they lived happily ever after.
Like, ideally, that's what he wanted, right? What other purpose of that would there be? It's also not me bragging about him not being over me. It's not bragging if you're stating a fact. That's not something I care about. And also wonder how some of you twisted it into that. Okay, let's not. Come on. I definitely didn't read it like that. I decided that contacting the bride was the wrong move because we are not friends. Ooh, I don't know. Girl code, bestie. However, okay, we do like a however. I sent his sister, an old friend of mine, a message basically saying to talk to her brother because he appeared at my door drunk and distressed and to make sure he was okay. She thanked me for the message and apologized profusely because my ex has been apparently acting a fool for a few weeks now leading up to his wedding. She asked me if I was okay and if her brother had gone back to the hotel room because they couldn't find him. I told her he had Ubered home and written us that he'd arrived in his room at around 11:30 p.m. She thanked me again and I haven't heard from her since. Another update. His sister called me again to ask me if he had come by or said anything about his whereabouts. Apparently, he didn't show up for the wedding and no one knows where he is. So me telling the fiance is now obsolete. This calls for a Stanley sip. Thirsty for the drama. Thirsty. I need it. Contacting the sister was a good move. I'm glad that you told somebody. His fiance is probably wondering what's going on. She's maybe blaming herself. This dude literally left her at the altar, okay? I know it's not your business and it's not your problem, but like, I think she still deserves to know. You and your fiance handled every bit of this as graciously as anyone could expect. Contacting his sister was the best move you could have made. I actually agree wholeheartedly. Like, he showed up, your fiance didn't punch him, you took care of him when he was drunk, you cleaned up his puke. You were much nicer than I would have been. Oh, wow. Put yourself in his wife's shoes. Would you want to sign your life away to this person? OP responds, I guess I would want to know, but I would also prefer my partner to tell me that. Yeah, but he's not going to. I don't know if he's going to say anything. But would he tell her? By telling her yourself, you risk not being believed or coming across as petty. But at least you know someone tried to warn her. All right, we got a hot take. Are you guys ready for a hot take? While I know my post won't be popular, even though I'm on team tell her, this will be the prevailing comment and probably most upvoted. Pretending that's what we're looking at is factually incorrect. Justifying only saying,
would you want to sign your life away to this person?
Is assuming knowing this is going to make this woman leave. That's only one possible outcome. Which is why my comment will be more divisive. The odds of her using that info and leaving, so saving her from signing her life away to this guy, are so low. The most likely outcome is OP being called a lying watch or some other very not nice things. The guy will tell her she is the crazy ex that was calling him about her loving him, and he shut her down. I mean, you got a point. You do got a point. That's the odds-on favorite of telling her. The sub is full of people who forgive a lot worse than the drunken confessions of love. The least likely outcome is she says,
OMG, thank you,
and dumps his. Then he will return and be very angry. If he will drunkenly go confess love at her place, he will also drunkenly go and bash their car or try to start a fight with her fiance. While I do agree telling her is the way to go, no one is actually laying out the very real consequences that she's going to face if she does tell the woman. It's not going to go smoothly. Either two people are going to lose their minds and stir up as much scheisse as they can, or one person is going to lose his mind and possibly do something dangerous and very costly. Hell, I had a crappy neighbor slash on my tires. That alone cost like $2,000 to get fixed, not including the tow. Unless they have 1080p high-tech security cameras all over the place, a hoodie is all a guy needs to not get caught, even though she and her fiance will absolutely know it was that lunatic. It's not as simple as just a single phone call and it's out of your hands. You have to be ready to face the possible financial and physical consequences of pissing the kind of guy off who gets drunk and shows up 2 years later at an ex's place. It was 5 years later, bestie. Like, this is 5 years since they broke up. I'm actually on the side of don't tell her. I would call or message my ex and say, hey, what you did last night is inappropriate and I hope you have the strength of character to talk to your soon-to-be husband and wife about it. If you can live with it, that's on you. Don't respond or reach out. You've been blocked. Goodbye. Ooh, okay. I'm very curious what you guys would do in this situation, but we do have an update that I'm very excited to share. I'm updating because I still get a lot of questions. Long story short, he bailed. He decided he did not want to commit to his fiance, bailed, and days later called to break off the engagement.
You can't just do this to me. You can't just leave me out here like this.
I mean, in the end, I guess this is maybe the best outcome because she didn't end up marrying someone who very clearly did not love her as much as she loved him. Bit more details. After his sister and I talked, my ex's fiance reached out and was kind of mad. Wait. Oh, the best man had told her he went to see me. At first, she was convinced we had sex. So that took a bit of talking. I felt sorry. She was very distraught. She apologized, I apologized, and I told her I wished her the best. Saturday, I received a call from the sister. Apparently, ex reappeared. He went all the way to France. Why do all of this, man?
France!
Like, I think we all have someone in our heads that's like, if only you weren't such a... And if only you could see all the wonderful things about me. You chose not to see that. And guess what? I bet you regret it. I bet you regret it. His sister called me to apologize because my ex had stolen one of my lipsticks. I honestly hadn't noticed, but my ex admitted it to her.
What did he say?
Depends on the lipstick. I'd be pissed, dude.
Is it weird? Absolutely.
Ew, it's like he's like a shrine to you in his closet. Or suitcase now. She PayPal'd me the money to buy myself a new one. Oh, that's nice. But it's also kind of like weird because that was on your mouth and now he has it. I said I was not mad and asked her how she was and how his ex-fiance was. On their end, everything is a mess. Everyone is mad at him. I don't know many more details and was kind of not willing to ask. But yeah, that's it. All right, we got one more. One more and it's juicy as hell. My best guy friend just told me he's in love with me 2 days before my wedding.
There's something happening here.
I've been with my fiance for 3 years, engaged for a little over a year. My best friend and I have known each other since freshman year of college. We're all in our early 30s. This morning, I woke up to a long text from my guy best friend that he had sent around 6 a.m. Basically, it was him pouring his heart out. He said he's been in love with me for years, but always hoped I'd end up breaking up with my fiance and finally noticing him. He asked me to call off the wedding and run away with him. Oh no. It said I needed to tell you before it was too late. I mean, okay, you told her. This is annoying. Like, on the one hand, like, I understand him needing to say something. On the other hand, it's like, it's too late, man. It is already too late. I just feel gross and sad. I have no feelings for him beyond platonic love. I've drafted a response and deleted it over and over. I haven't even told my fiance. Ooh, I wouldn't. Oh, what do you? I bet he's coming to your wedding too. Like, the fiance obviously is going to the wedding, but I mean the best friend. I think that you do need to tell him that he can't come to the wedding. What if he does something to disrupt your day? I don't want him to have to worry about me so soon to our wedding. I know I need to, but I don't know what to do or how to phrase it. What's worse is that he's become my fiance's friend too. I'm also pretty pissed that my friend chose such an unfortunate time to cause me such distress. Yeah, I mean, really, he was just thinking about himself at that point.
It's all about me.
There were so many times over the years he could have just bucked up and told me how he felt. But waiting until right before I'm married, yeah, at that point you're just being selfish. And over text too. Like, I would just cancel my wedding and leave my fiance because of a text? No, you will not. I want to tell him not to come to the wedding. Good. I completely agree with you. I can't trust that he wouldn't try to pull something. He would, like, I think he would. Either that or he'd be moping around and kind of ruining the vibe, and like you wouldn't want to talk to him. Like, it's just like awkward, like at that point. Nothing about what he did considered your feelings. I don't even know if I want to talk to him again, but the thought of losing my best friend is heartbreaking. Girl, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think this friendship was not the friendship you think it was. It's entirely possible that a very large reason why he was friends with you in the first place, which other than you're wonderful and of course he would want to be your friend, he had a thing for you. Male-female friendships, I always feel like someone always likes the other person secretly. I do have like male friends, but like it's funny how like now that I'm in a relationship, I'm not as close with those male friends anymore, you know? And the only female friends my fiance has are married. So, yeah. I don't know, do you guys think that men and women can just be friends? I don't know if they can, honestly. I think there's always somebody that sort of wishes there was something more, but anyways, I don't even know if I want to talk to him again, but the thought of losing my best friend is heartbreaking. Hell, the thought of not having him at my wedding is really painful. He's put me in an uncomfortable, impossible situation. I wish it wasn't on me to deal with his feelings for him. I wish he had either stopped being friends with me when he realized ending up together would never happen, or had told me a while ago. I don't want to kick him while he's down, but I need to make it clear that I have no feelings, the wedding is still on, and I don't want him to attend. We've been friends for over a decade. I've been crying over this all day. I feel almost disgusted knowing this whole time he had ulterior motives. I hear you, babes. I do hear ya. How do I even go about dealing with this? I'm supposed to get married in under 48 hours. Edit, I'll be showing the text to my fiance after he gets home from his brother's. I won't send anything until he's here with me. Yeah, I think it's good that you're telling your fiance. Just get it over with. Block him for now, unblock him after the wedding, and be done with it. Focus on your happy day. I'm sorry that this put a damper on like the happiest day of your life. Update. My husband, I love being able to say that now. Yeah! And I got back from our honeymoon yesterday. I turned on my phone and opened the Reddit app and it was still signed in on this account. So I had an, oh yeah, moment and figured I'd post an update. Ah! You forgot about us! So a lot of people here really helped me validate the icky mess of feelings I was having. Thank you for that. Posting here really helped put my thoughts into words. So that night, my fiance got home from his brother's. I let him sit down and then I showed him the text. He read it and I watched his eyes get bigger and expression angrier. Of course, I started apologizing like an idiot and he told me I didn't owe him an apology for anything. Good. We talked and he told me he figured the guy had a crush but kept it respectful. And really, he had. We were close, but beyond a side hug during greetings and goodbyes, there was no physicality. I even let him read out past messages just to see that there was no emotional affair or me leading him on. I never even vented about my fiance when we would have arguments because I knew better than to do that. I'd talk to my mom, lol. So my fiance asked me what I wanted to do, and I said, while it did sadden me, I didn't want him at our wedding. I was afraid that he would try some nonsense. We typed a very brief message. It said, "Friend, I'm sorry you mistook my friendship for something more. The wedding is going to happen and it would be best if you didn't attend. To be clear, I let fiance read this message and he stands by my decision to uninvite you. We want to make it clear that it was me who wanted him not to come, not just my fiance. Knowing him, he'd probably claim that fiance forced me to uninvite him. He read the message and left it on read for a while. I honestly started getting pretty anxious over it and fiance asked me if I wanted to block him. This is the red thing, this is why it's just just block. Block him. And then maybe you can unblock him when you've healed, you've come back from your wedding and your honeymoon, whatever. It's not even worth it, man. Part of me wanted to, and part of me wanted to hear him out. What is he gonna say?
Hey, you just got punked. Taylor, you got punked.
His response doesn't matter. I know he's your friend, but you got bigger fish to fry. You get married. And when he finally responded, the text was so long that I had to click on it to read it. It was horrible. This is why we block. He called me a liar for leading him on for over a decade. Oh.
Oh my god, yes. Let me just, like, be in a relationship with someone else and then get engaged to that other person because I like you.
You in love with me?
He hoped my fiance left me and we were infertile. Oh, absolutely not. It was horrible thing after horrible thing, and I started crying. The fact that he could even think of this to say to you, this dude was never your friend. He wanted to get in your pants. It's horrible. Fiance took my phone into the other room while I sobbed. I think he called him, but I'm not sure. What I do know is after about an hour, he came back in, handed me my phone back and told me that friend was now blocked on everything, would not be attending, and the best man of my maid of honor knew of the situation and would handle it for me. Oh, period. I really like your man. Like, no, like, just platonic. Like, I really like this guy for you. He trusts you. He defends your honor. He respects your choices. Good job. It was like a weight lifted off my shoulders, honestly. After reading that message, I really wasn't so sad that friend wouldn't be attending anymore. I mean, fair enough, but still, it's a horrible thing to say to someone. And our wedding rocked! We had the time of our lives surrounded by people who loved us and we loved them. It still feels like a dream, to be honest, and if friend tried to show up, I never heard anything of it. I guess that's the update. It's not really as dramatic and crazy as what people hope for, but I'm happy. As you should be, my love. How on earth could the guy think OOP was leading him on when she made plans to marry someone else? The Delulu is strong with this one. Congratulations on your wedding and your fabulous man. You picked right.
Subscribe.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Am I the a-hole for excluding my mother-in-law from my pregnancy announcement? All right, this post is from Drunk Peach Cobbler. She said this is a post from 2022, but I thought you guys would enjoy it with all the parts. The first part took place in March, April of 2022. All right, I'm gonna crack my nuts. Crack my nuts. Oh, this is a long one. She juicy. Oh, she a juicy gal.
Delicioso.
I, 30 years old, and my husband, D, 34, have been struggling with fertility for 2 years. D has a daughter from his previous marriage, K, 9 years old. I don't have any kids. D and K stayed with his mom, N, while he went through his divorce, and until right before we bought a house and the week we got married. N can be very overbearing and makes the excuse that D is her only child and K is her only grandchild, so she has free reign. For example, let's set the scene. Shall we set the scene and add some context? We shall. After D and I had a miscarriage last year, she called me yelling because D wouldn't answer his phone because he was upset. She said he needed her more than me, and I was in the way of them being together. What? Them being together? That's what creepy, man. That's creepy as fuck. What do you mean? Anyways, well, we got our rainbow baby and are overjoyed. Yay! I didn't tell him until I was 9 weeks, and we didn't tell anyone. During this time, N constantly made comments about my eating and excessive fatigue, saying that even his ex-wife didn't let herself go, and she actually had a baby. And all the while you are pregnant and eating for 2. Some other hurtful comments were made too under the guise of just saying what she saw or being concerned for her only child having to marry again because I'm not taking care of myself. Ooh. It's insane that you kind of just like kept it from her and let her say all these nasty things, all the while knowing that she was entirely wrong. But like, even if you weren't pregnant, like that is just like really terrible. Some people really do be finding the audacity on sale. Like, what gives you the right to say that about someone else, let alone your daughter-in-law?
Dare you?
I told D that if she's going to be like that, I don't want her around. He agreed, saying he'll talk to her. Her behavior never changed towards me, and as I started showing, she made more weight comments. One day, she gotten so far into my skin that I walked out of my house and sat in my car and cried, and left shortly after, seeming flustered because D laid into her. Good.
It's about damn time.
I'm glad he's sticking up for you, because like why say that? Like, what do you, like, she's clearly trying to break them up, you know? So she can have him for herself. Whatever that means. I found out the gender at 19 weeks. I made a special way of telling D and K the gender by making them do a scavenger hunt through the house. We explained to K that it was a surprise and she had to keep it to herself and not tell anyone, including N. Since I don't live in the same city as my immediate family, I sent her a box with a gender surprise to all my family back home and his family in his hometown. They video called when they received their box so we could see them open it. I didn't do anything for N despite her living 10 minutes away. I was tired of her attitude and D reluctantly agreed. My sister recorded the box opening at my grandparents and posted it on social media, tagging me in it. Ooh. N saw the post and in 20 minutes was at our door screaming about how she was left out of finding out about her grandchild. She said I ruined her moment and that my baby would grow to hate me because of this. Would they though? Like, what do you mean? I'm pretty sure like they'd have literally no opinion of this whatsoever.
Mom, I hate you so much for not telling my evil grandmother who fat shamed you and berated you constantly.
That you were pregnant? Said no one ever. What do you mean? That's a very manipulative thing of N to say. Dee explained that it was her own fault for how she treated me the past few weeks. She replied that if she had known I was pregnant, she wouldn't have said anything. That doesn't make it better. You shouldn't be saying those things regardless. Dee told her that's not an excuse to be a jerk. It isn't. She went on to call any of their family who would listen and talk down on me about it. His grandmother, who received a box, called and said we should have put our feelings aside even though N was wrong. The two sides of our families have mixed responses. Some said I should have done one anyway. Others agree with excluding her. I didn't feel wrong about it, but now I'm second guessing myself. So, am I the a-hole? Listen, I'm pretty sure that you would have told your mother-in-law that you were pregnant if she was at all kind to you. I think that by letting her show her true colors, I think that you're in the right here. When you're pregnant, you're in a very vulnerable position, and I don't know if I would feel safe sharing that information to someone that like openly f***ing hates me. Like, openly. So, am I the a-hole? There is a small part of me that wishes that you, like when she was berating you and telling you that you were fat, like just to like snap back at her and say something like, yeah, well, I'm eating for two. But at the same time, like it's also your choice to tell who you want. And clearly you didn't feel good about sharing this information with her because of how she's treated you. So I'm really not one to judge. I've never been in this position before. And I'm sorry that she took like such a happy thing and made it about herself. That really sucks. We have an update. Part 2 in June or July. When I went to take my maternity pictures, I had 2 sessions with 2 different photographers. One was one of those glamour shot photographers, and the other one was a friend who's amazing at outdoor shoots. Both were scheduled the same day because it's sometimes hard to work things in on me and Dee's conflicting work schedules. 3 or 4 days before the shoots, I get a text from my friend doing the outdoor pictures, and she asked me if I wanted my money back through PayPal or Cash App. Don't say it. Don't.
Say it out loud.
Did your mother-in-law try to cancel the photo shoot? Bro, be for real right now. I had no clue what she was talking about. She sent me a screenshot of an email that's similar to mine, but not me saying I was canceling my pictures because I had lost my baby? My flowers are gasted right now. I told her no, I'm still taking pictures and to only receive updates through text. My gut told me to inbox the glam photographer and check in, and sure enough, he had gotten a similar email. How does your mother-in-law even know about this? Like, why is she privy to this information? I told him I was still going to show up and to only do updates via text through this number. Okay. Even the makeup artist who I used for my birthdays, engagement, and wedding got a cancellation email. I was fed up and couldn't believe someone would do this to me.
Oh my goodness.
Honestly, I think you were really right to not tell her because, like, listen, she's gonna find out eventually, but I just feel like she's sabotaging any happy thing related to this pregnancy. The day of the photo shoots, I get to the MUA studio and told her thanks for not canceling. She said some woman called her about an hour after she got my email and tried to book my exact appointment times, even though she had other spots available. I asked who, but she wouldn't tell me because she couldn't remember the name. She said the woman came about 2 hours before me. When we arrived at the glam photographer's place, who else is there but N? She is dressed in this prom-style navy blue sequin and sheer dress. She had a matching dress for K and a shirt and pants for D. Then she threw a too small baby blue dress at me. My photo shoot colors were emerald green, nude, and white. I told her this, and she said that my outfits and colors were tacky. See, she's just sticking her fingers in every little thing. Like, she's the type of person, like, you know those, like, gender reveal parties where the mother runs into the photo and the video and, like, hugs the dad and, like, ruins the moment? That's the kind of person this mother-in-law is. The photographer pointed out he set up for what he and I agreed with, and her outfit didn't match. She grew angry and stormed out. I apologized to the crew, and pictures went on beautifully. While we were there, my friend texted me saying she had a flat tire and we needed to push back the picture start time. She has a Jeep, so she had to wait for a triple or a tow truck for a jack to lift it. Why am I thinking the mother-in-law popped the tire? I don't know. Okay, sorry. Maybe that's too far. Maybe that's, like, I mean... Come on. Suddenly, she has a popped tire. She suggested to move it to the beach, which was only 15 minutes away from the park where we originally were going, and we could get some beautiful sunset pictures. It pushed our time back 2 hours from 5:30 to 7:30, but we were okay with it. We got lunch and went shopping. Well, at about 5:45, N is video chatting D from the park asking where we are. He said we're shopping. She said, what about the pictures? I guess he wanted to see if he could bait her, and he said they were canceled. Her response sent him through the roof. She said, well, I canceled them already and tried to book something under my name, so it could just be us and Kay, but I couldn't book a shoot, so I figured y'all were still taking pictures. Okay, so she admitted it. She admitted it. She didn't pop the tire, clearly, but I wouldn't put it past her. D, what do you mean you canceled our pictures? N, well, you don't really need more pictures with wife. I'm your mom. We need more pictures. This moment is about us. What the f are you talking about? Oh my God. This is so creepy. Why does she need maternity pictures? She's not even pregnant. She added, she's not even part of the family and that baby probably isn't yours. She's gonna do you just like ex-wife and cheat and have another baby and make you raise it. Watch and see. That's a low blow. This is the thing about dealing with narcissist mothers. Again, listen, all right? I feel like I should say this. Maybe I should have like a little disclaimer before any video. I'm giving advice just based on my own personal experience. I'm not a therapist, though I have had lots of therapy. Lots. Every week right now. I learn a lot about people, about psychology, about, you know, narcissism and people with narcissistic tendencies. And what I have learned is that a narcissist will at first play the victim, which is what she did at the beginning. You know, she cried and like was very sad, went and appealed to all these people to try and get people on her side. And of course, you know, some people were on her side because, you know, I'm sure they could empathize with a mother-in-law or a grandmother that like was excluded from a pregnancy announcement without knowing the extra context, right? I'm sure she didn't tell the extra context about berating you and calling you fat when you were pregnant. But then when that tactic doesn't work, they switch to more aggressive tactics. You hit them with logic and then their only response is to be aggressive. That's what I'm seeing here. And again, I'm not a therapist. Do not look to me as if I'm a therapist. Think of me as a friend that's giving you advice. He went quiet. Kay heard everything. So yeah, this was a video call so everyone could hear. Wow. She never really knew why her parents split up. She is their child, but her little brother is the product of ex-wife's affair. She got teary-eyed after putting the pieces together. Dee turned and walked out of the store. I told Kay if she wanted to leave, we could, but she said no, she wanted to keep shopping. Retail therapy, baby, let's go! Let's go to Louis Vuitton! I felt so bad and paid for whatever she wanted. By the time we got to the car, Dee had calmed down. I don't know what happened and I never asked. We shook it off long enough to take a second set of pictures and went home. Anne came over for the first time 2 weeks later. She tried chatting me up and volunteered to take over the baby shower. I'm sure she'd love that, to get her grubby little hands on everything, so that she could find ways to like subtly disrespect you. I wanted a luau theme since it was summer. She came over a few times a week to ask about certain details and go over the guest list. Ooh, I know you feel bad about excluding her and stuff, but like, we decided to have the shower at home because we have plenty of space inside and outside. But 3 weeks before, she decided she didn't want to do it anymore. See, she's sabotaging it. Thankfully, my mom, his dad, and a few of our friends could step in and take over. Dee's dad got us a hotel for the weekend of our baby shower in a small tourist town about an hour away. We used it as our baby moon. Some family members who were driving into town got hotels nearby our home for the weekend, so Kay could play with the other kids and we'd get to snoodle.
Snoodle-cadoodle.
While we were out, our families got to work on setting everything up. They really went all out. We were supposed to arrive at 3. Dee's best friend and my sister were texting and calling about 30 minutes before and said to take an extra 15 to 20 minutes. When we got there, mother-in-law was sitting in the car pouting and angry. Apparently, she tried to put some decorations up and my family told her no and she felt unwelcome.
Move here. Horror in the court. My marriage is breaking because I hit it too hard. It's coming off.
Fuck, I actually did break it. I need a new one. I can't even twist it. It's like I got... Anybody got some super glue? Does anyone have a glue gun?
Help me! Help me!
Sorry, I'm yelling. I know you hate that, but I'm excited. Dee told her that she couldn't get upset when she dropped the ball last minute. She drove off upset because he wouldn't take her side. We went in and enjoyed the party. About an hour or so into it, N walks in with a maternity shoot dress on. She was wearing it? Did she have like a fake pregnancy belly too? No, she didn't. The one where it's see-through with the ruffles and long sleeves with a train. And she didn't have on anything underneath but a thong and some heels.
What? Stop. Shut up. No.
I think it's safe to say at this point that this woman wants...
No. Stop. Stop immediately. Go to jail.
She wishes she
go
was pregnant with her son's
to jail.
baby.
Go to jail. Go to jail. Just go to jail. Go to jail.
I'm deceased.
Go to
Thankfully,
jail.
the kids were inside eating.
Shut.
His dad and my mom started screaming at her. Why?
Stop. Stop. We need to hang up. Let me hang. Hold the phone. Hold the whole pole. Let's back that bullshit up just a smidge. Y'all bracing it? Y'all bracing it? Brace yourselves, baby. Brace it.
Her son. She wishes she was pregnant with her son's baby. I'm deceased. Thankfully, the kids were inside eating. Dee's dad and my mom started screaming at her. So into it, N walks in with a maternity shoot dress on.
A maternity dress.
She was wearing it? Did she have like a fake pregnancy belly too? No, she didn't. The one where it's see-through with the ruffles and long sleeves with a train. And she didn't have on anything underneath but a thong and some heels.
Again, children, if you're just joining, family, friends, adults, everybody, cousins, babies, lovers, all the, oh, my sweet Jesus Christ. This is the mother-in-law. So the lady's story telling you about her mother-in-law showing up to her for her son. Baby shower stuff. Naked in a see-through murder robe. My husband died mysteriously robe. Naked in heels and a thong to a family barbecue thing. A baby shower. Going to her son's baby shower in a see-through girl with no bra on in a thong and heels.
How are you not embarrassed? Oh, I think it's safe to say at this point that this woman wants...
Holy shit, you gotta have some cojones,
She
yo.
wishes she was pregnant with her son's baby.
Yes! Ugh. You need some balls, bro. You need some balls.
Dee's dad and my mom started screaming at her. Why would she come like that? She said it was her big day and thanks for coming to her shower. Please pinch me. Like, this has to be a dream. This has to be a very bad dream. A huge fight broke out. My uncle and aunt went in to make sure the kids didn't come out. When we got around to the front, I saw that she'd messed with the yard sign letters. She changed it from congrats D and wife to congrats D and N. And she stood to pictures of her in her same maternity dress she had on the lawn. Jail. Honestly, je téléphone à la police. Like, this is so fucking weird. This is so weird. Like, is anybody else getting the heebie-jeebies right now? I finally snapped. I lost control and tried to fire her. I am the most no hands having person you could possibly meet, but I got my hits in, period. Sorry, I don't condone violence, but in some cases.
I do right now,
oh
though.
my God. See, okay, the reason why I don't condone violence is like the minute that you kind of like push over the edge like that, like she could press charges against you, right? She's clearly doing all of these things to provoke you. Another narcissistic tactic, by the way, so that you look like the bad guy. Always try to keep your cool when you're dealing with a person like this, okay? Because like I've like lost it around narcissists before. Like I'm not friends with them anymore, but like I've like I've lost my cool. I had the right to lose my cool. I was really pissed off, and I did it in front of people. And like to anyone who didn't know the full situation of what was going on, I looked like a raging bitch. Like I really did. But like also I was pushed to that point. I didn't throw hands, but I was yelling and very upset. I realistically should have just pulled her aside and been like, listen, you're not welcome in my home. Happy to talk about this another time, but I didn't. I freaked out at her in front of a bunch of people. So my bad. I did not have any decorum. And hey, listen, sometimes we're pushed to the point where we can't have decorum and we can't be demure anymore. But if I can give you any advice, if you're dealing with someone that's pushing you over the edge, try to keep your cool and move in the shadows. My dad pulled me off her while Dee and his dad put N in the car. After things cooled off, we went to finish the shower. Afterwards, most people went to the hotel for the pool or went to the hookah bar. My mom and sisters stayed back and put the baby's nursery together. Since it was just those three, Dee made sure to set the alarm since they wouldn't hear the door from upstairs. My mom had the code in case they needed to go out. At about 10:30, we got a phone notification that a window on the ground floor was opened. My mom and sisters then start calling saying they didn't open it and were too afraid to go down to turn it off because they could hear someone down there. Ooh, break-in. I told them to lock themselves in the room until the police came. Dee's dad rushed from the hookah lounge to see what was happening. Turns out the nosy neighbor saw someone sneaking around. She knew we weren't home and didn't know my mom and sisters were inside since there weren't any cars, and immediately called the police, who were there only a minute or so after the alarm blared. I baked her a tray of brownies for that, lol. Yeah, honestly, good on that neighbor, because like, I feel like if she wasn't so quick thinking, things will not unfold the way I think they're gonna unfold. No proof, right? Anne was arrested as they caught her sneak in the window. She had tried to break in after her garage code didn't work and take the baby shower gifts to her house. Oh, brother. Honestly, like, she je telephoned à la police and, like, good. We normally don't turn the alarms on. There's a 30-second alarm delay that scared her so bad she peed herself. Good. Good. She is stinky and a criminal. She smells like urine and has to go and sit in that in jail, in her urine pants. The police arrested her. She called Dee nonstop, but he told the officers to take her in, and he left her there for about a week. Oh, no. Oh, no. Sorrows. Prayers. He finally bonded her out when he figured she learned her lesson. When he got there, she refused to go, saying he had put me and our for her, and that she put up with ex-wife, the affair child, and Kay because she knew that he would be back. But since it now looks that he doesn't want her back, she didn't have a son, let alone grandkids. Fine with me. I don't mind it. Like,
Bye.
Is that bad?
There's
the
door.
His aunt ended up bonding her out, and we haven't heard from her since. Oh, love that. She did, however, post a long Facebook rant exposing me for having her arrested for taking what is rightfully hers. Literally no one with any common sense would agree with this. A few family members who weren't here the weekend of the shower called to ask what happened and when we explained. The people who accused me of being wrong for the gender reveal thing say it's still my fault because she didn't get a gender reveal. Them.
Like, the fuck does that have to do with her?
Who cares? That's what my best friend says to me whenever I call her with some, like, I don't know, like I have conflict resolution issues, and she just literally says, who cares? She says her mom told her that. Who cares? Who cares? It solves any problem. Who cares? You gotta be okay with being the villain in someone else's story, honestly. Baby boy is due any day now, and I've been working to the last possible minute so my maternity leave won't get cut short. And at some point came into my job and took a picture of me working, and clearly visibly 40 weeks pregnant, saying I'm faking my pregnancy on social media. Restraining order. Plus a few other snarky posts about how she's being ostracized because I'm jealous of her. Interesting choice of words.
Jealous,
At least you don't want to
say.
fuck your own son. She tried to call CPS on me saying I was can't say that, doing things I'm not allowed to be doing while pregnant and was a K, but they never went through with the investigation, saying it was dismissed. After that, D told me she's not allowed to know the baby updates. He blocked her on his profile and mine, on all of our phones and emails. We haven't had any contact with her, but other family members keep reaching out on her behalf. You can go no contact with them too.
Get out my life, get out my life, get out my...
I feel like I caused this somehow, and I feel awful at how things ended with them. But at the same time, it's crazy that she's treating me like this. Don't feel bad. Like, literally do not feel bad at all. August update. I posted the other day about the chaos with my mother-in-law and my pregnancy. My water broke Sunday, and I labored at home. Unfortunately, my doula caught the virus and couldn't attend my birth. We dropped Kay off at a family friend on Monday who's very anti-mother-in-law, so we knew our secret was safe. I gave birth to my baby boy at 2:21 p.m. and he brought a friend. Oh girl, no wonder you were big. No wonder. You got two of them inside you. Yes, I unknowingly carried twin boys to full term and naturally birthed them. You are superwoman. No complications on any side. Needless to say, we are overjoyed to have this blessing. I am overjoyed for you. About 3 hours after we cleaned up and in my room, I checked my phone to see lots of congratulations. We hadn't told anyone, so we were blatantly confused. My sister video called and said she saw the post on mother-in-law's page. It said, "What a way God works. We prepared for one miracle and God said it wasn't enough. My son and I welcomed 2 baby boys into the world. Say hello to Malachi Edward and Jeremiah Andrew." Are those actually their names, or did she just make them up? Wait, okay, so I'm sorry, hang on a second. I don't like this very much.
Very bad feeling about this.
The post included video and pictures of me giving birth that could have only come from my husband's phones, since he and a staff member took them. You literally see my lady parts with the baby coming out. I feel so disgusted. Absolutely. What the actual frick is a person doing posting that online? Je téléphone à la police again. Like, again. Also, those aren't the babies' names. We weren't decided on the babies' names, let alone 2 babies. I cried. Years of putting up with this came crashing down and I lost control. Hubby left after a while when I calmed down. He kissed me and said, get some rest. Turns out he'd already filed a restraining order against her. Good. I never brought it up with him for fear of hurting him. This violated the terms of the order. This is so horrible. Like, I'm so sorry you had to go through all this. What unnecessary drama. How unnecessary all of this is. After telling family that post was out against my knowledge, they flagged her post. Turns out she had access to his email on an old laptop or tablet and used it as means to keep up with us. That's how she got a hold of the post. I feel like that is very illegal. Like, I'm sorry, but I feel like that is very illegal. She hadn't tried to come to the hospital. I came home Thursday, and so far she hasn't shown up to my house. I'm deeply saddened, and now I'm afraid I'm going to have PPD because of the stress.
1 hour later.
Update. My husband asked for a paternity test. Give him one. I have no idea why. His mother got to his head. My heart hurts. I've been crying for days. He asked the day we moved into the new house. I dropped a box of plates and they broke. Of course my twins are his, but he never gave me a reason of why he wanted the test done. It's his mom! They look exactly like his grandma. They have his toes, same frowns, same eyes as his dad. The only feature they have from me is hair, but only Z seems to be growing any. I asked his best friend for help, but he didn't know he asked, which is rare that he doesn't know something. Usually we can put 2 and 2 together. He hasn't been acting out of the ordinary or anything. He asked. We went, we got the results, and he kept it moving. Also, mother-in-law went to Kay's school to have lunch with her yesterday, but was swiftly turned away. She showed up with Kay's bio mom at dismissal and tried to get Kay to go with them. Kay apparently screamed the house down. Ooh, that's kind of like attempted kidnapping? Like, I'm sorry. I'm just like thinking of this as like how do we get her? You know, how do we get her? Give me all you got. Because if you've seen Baby Reindeer, it takes a very, very long time to like actually put a stalker away. Like, I'm just thinking of like, what move is she gonna do next, and like, is this prosecutable? Is that a word? We don't care. Teachers and the school officer came to see what the problem was. Kay told them she was not allowed to go with mother-in-law and she isn't safe with her mom because she hits her. She screamed and hated them both and hoped they die for being so mean. Baby mama got aggressive and tried to snatch her up, but Kay bit her. Like a rabid dog type of bite. Baby mama was bleeding and she threw Kay away from her onto the sidewalk. Teacher grabbed Kay and pulled her inside. The office lady was already on the phone with hubby by the time they brought her in. I'm exhausted. Update. I put my big girl undies on and sat down with D last night. I asked him about the paternity test in email. He changed the password and thought it logged out of the other tablet like it does for most things. He's got a new one and is working on transferring bills and his stuff to it. He went up to the school and changed it in person to ensure it won't happen again. As for the test, he didn't question whether they were his. Thank God. He got K tested too. He's building up a folder to fully excommunicate mother-in-law. I feel like he could have communicated that to you though. Like that's kind of like a pretty messed up thing to ask without context. She's a part of K's original custody order. He is trying to get her taken off because she is still legally, as per his divorce, with baby mama, has rights to K. He is trying to collect all the info he can and put it together to take before a judge. Even though we have the restraining order, he has to bring the information to court otherwise. And lastly, we have a 2-year update. It's been almost 2 years since the incident, so here's all that's happened. I got pregnant about 2 months after the boys were born and had a baby girl. She came early but was healthy and didn't need a super long stay in the NICU.
Yeah, baby.
My lady parts are tied and burnt. 4 kids is plenty. She's had enough. She's throwing in the towel, guys. Our house burned down. The neighbor's gas grill combusted. Honestly, every time I read like something bad happens, I automatically assume it's the mother-in-law. Oh, I'm damaged. The neighbor's gas grill combusted and took our house down with theirs and the neighbor on the other side. I was home with the boys, but luckily we were downstairs. They were very apologetic and are still apologizing. Father-in-law sold his home and moved with us after the fire. We put our funds together and purchased a few acres and had homes built on it. Plus a guest house is in the works. Kay, stepdaughter, has asked about buying animals, but I'm not truly on board with it. Father-in-law is, and though he's retired, he said he'd do most of the care. He even found a lady friend who works at the grocery store near us. Mother-in-law passed away around New Year's. We found out a week after Valentine's Day when her attorney had insurance people contact my husband for his payout of her benefits. She had passed in her sleep and had been in her house for a day or 2 before her sister got concerned and found her. She didn't have any underlying issues and there was no outlying cause of death. No one told us because they were still miffed about the whole situation. His grandmother reached out after she learned he was getting all the money from mother-in-law and agreed to pay her back for funeral costs once he got the money. He did and gave her a little extra for the inconvenience. We haven't heard a peep from anyone since. There are only about 4 cousins of his that we speak to and have seen the kids. Kay's mom hasn't reached out since the incident with the school. We sent her texts, but get 1-word responses or none at all, so we've left it alone. I'm going back to teaching this fall. The babies can all go to a daycare that has before and after care for the kids at the school I'll be teaching at. They're giving a nice teacher and a multi-child discount. They're also willing to transport the kids to me at school or home if needed. Thanks so much to everyone who was on that roller coaster I was on and was sympathetic. Wow, like, I'm blown away by this ending, and like, you know, obviously I'm not like, is it bad to say that I'm kind of happy that, that she died?
Sometimes the best gift is the gift of never seeing you again.
Oh, I'm sorry, but like, holy crap, this was all so unnecessary. Like, OP literally had to uproot her entire life to get away from this woman. She was making her life a living hell. And then it turns out that she didn't even have to go to jail. Well, I'm gonna call it a happy ending. So, are you the a-hole for excluding your mother-in-law from your pregnancy announcement? Absolutely not.
Subscribe!
Hey everybody, welcome back. This is some Am I the A-hole drama that gave me hives.
Hi!
I'm allergic to it.
Sounds itchy.
You would know.
I thought we wouldn't talk about that. I guess what happens in Vegas, right?
Am I the a-hole for getting mad at my best friend's girlfriend?
Oh boy, I smell drama.
There. Me, 24 female, I have a best friend, 23 male. I've known him since high school and he was pretty shy back then and we had been paired up for a school assignment. At first, he was very closed off with me, but we noticed that we had a lot in common and we began to have more confidence. We are both heavy metal fans, although I admit we are not experts on bands and all that stuff, but we had fun going to concerts together. I feel like I made him grow self-confident. He even had the confidence to grow his hair and dress the way he liked. He comes from a somewhat religious family that didn't like skeletons on their shirts or rings, but over time they accepted him.
That's what metal is, baby. Skulls.
Rock and roll.
I still want to start a band, a Bridezilla band. It would be epic, right?
Bridezilla. Why did my stepmother take my dress? Why would she wear white to the wedding?
You done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Michael has ADHD, so...
Me
too!
Wait, is this part of the story or is this just me?
No, this is just you.
Squirrel?
See what I have to deal with? Well, a few months ago, he told me and our friends that he
Squirrel.
already had a
I
girlfriend,
am a
21 female. I
squirrel.
admit that it surprised me, but I was happy.
I
for
know what
him.
I am.
However,
I
when
wear
he
my shit
introduced
on
her to
the
us,
neck.
I was
So you
slightly
know I am
disappointed.
also a squirrel.
I won't deny it. She's pretty, but she looks too naive and looks like the typical good girl. Although instead of pink, she wears light blue. Gasp. And her personality was so blank. She didn't talk much, and when she did, she stuttered a little. Like she didn't know what to say.
She's just probably a bit nervous. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I don't really like where this is going.
How dare she wear blue?
I love it when girls kind of like pick random things to dislike about someone and they try to use that as justification for not liking them, but in reality, they're just jealous.
Yeah.
Like, let's be honest here. She liked her friend and doesn't like the fact that he has a girlfriend.
Yes, I think that's where this is going.
I think that's where this is going.
I think that's where this is going. Stupid. She's wearing pink?
She's so freaking basic, man.
I'm wearing pink.
Oh yeah, sorry, I meant blue.
I know this sounds bad, but on almost all of our group outings, he would take her with him now. And it was so annoying to see how she tried to be friends with everyone. Okay, so wait, so you're mad that she doesn't talk, and now you're mad that she tries.
Yeah, it'd be one thing if she was trying not to be friends with you or
Yeah.
trying to take him away from you.
It sounds like she's trying to make an effort here, and pretty much everything she does annoys you.
I'm smelling a little stinky butt here.
You smell like a stinky little bug.
With a couple dingleberries, you know, like the hairs and the poop, and it just hangs like a little berry cherry.
You have a hemorrhoid in your a-hole.
Oh, you have a hemorrhoid, my stepmother's hemorrhoid!
But hemorrhoids are no joke.
Jork.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
It's story time, Michael. Okay. It's story time. Okay. Let's not interrupt the class.
Okay. It was so annoying to see how she tried to be friends with everyone. She also tried to get closer to me. Now, here's the problem. A few weeks ago, it was my birthday. For obvious reasons, I invited him along with the rest of my friends, and obviously he took her to my party. I was upset, but I didn't want to be rude, and I let it go. When it was time for presents, he said to me, someone else also wanted to give you a special present. He made a gesture to his girlfriend. She smiled at me and gave me her gift. It was an Iron Maiden t-shirt and sweater. I didn't know how to react. I didn't say anything. She seemed to have noticed because she told me that if I didn't like my gift, I could exchange it for another one, but I rejected it.
Why?
It sounds like she made like a very conscious effort to like do something nice for you.
Okay, maybe there's some juicy details that we're not aware of yet, but I need more context. It sounds like this person's pretty stinky.
It sounds like this person just doesn't like that a guy that they had a crush on,
Let's be honest.
is dating someone else. This is the thing about girls that are jealous. You could be the nicest person on earth. They still gonna hate your guts.
Your heart could have lots of girth.
In fact, being the nicest person on earth in addition to being like super pretty almost makes it worse. It's like they want so badly for you to not be likable that they invent reasons in their head not to like you.
Guys are simple. It's like, you like beer?
Yeah.
You like sports? Want to not talk about our feelings and just like sit in silence and play video games?
Yeah.
Did we just become best friends? Want to go do karate in the garage?
Girls will shit in your heart, honestly.
I have lots of friends who like deep conversations, but one in particular who always just shout out to my boy. I'm not going to say his name, but
Shout out, but no shout out.
shout out to my boy. I remember we were at a hockey game and, you know, we're trying to watch the game and all of a sudden he just asked me a question like, when was the last time you cried? And I was like, God, yeah, let's get into this. So I love that kind of conversation. Doesn't always happen, but I am a sensitive little flower.
She started saying it was a very special gift, that I was like an older sister to her and other things. I couldn't take it anymore and I yelled at her to shut up.
How dare you buy me a gift and try and be my friend? You're just so selfish.
You
I'm honestly waiting for more context because this sounds ridiculous.
Oh, there's more context, don't worry. I couldn't take it anymore and I yelled at her to shut up. That it had become very clear to me that she was very perfect and that she should do me a favor and shut her mouth.
Oh, it's a nice gift. Can you just take it back and shut your mouth? Shut your mouth.
She didn't say anything, but she just looked down and started crying. Oh. My best friend looked at me in a way he had never done before. He just apologized and left with her. I was so devastated and upset to see that my birthday had been ruined. Yeah, and whose fault is that, my dear? Whose fault is that?
I'll give you a clue. It's you.
This could have been avoided.
This could have been avoided, but I still want to see this through to the end.
Okay, we'll see it through to the end. I promise.
As they say in Harry Potter, until the very end. If you know, you know.
Do they say that?
It's, anyways, just keep going. Telling me to shut up? ADHD.
Oh God, your teachers must have loved you.
ADHD break. ADHD break.
I love you, Mike, but just chill. I was so devastated and upset to see that my birthday had been ruined, and the scolding from my other friends didn't make me feel any better. The next day, he wrote me and told me that until I apologized, he could no longer be my friend. It didn't surprise me, honestly. You were kind of rude.
Kind of a cunt.
I tried to tell him I didn't mean to, that I was just feeling overwhelmed. Oh, jeez. I recently had a disagreement with someone in which they used feeling overwhelmed as a way to excuse their bad behavior, and it's such a cop-out. I'm so overwhelmed, I can't be like a human being for 1 second. Sorrow's prayers. But he told me that was no excuse, and he stopped talking to me. I've written to him multiple times begging for forgiveness. I have yet to see you talk about begging his girlfriend for forgiveness.
I have yet to see a reason why you don't like her.
I agree, but like I think we know why she doesn't like her. I think it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, but I want to hear her say it.
Yeah, but she's not going to say it. because
Jealousy isn't just a river in Egypt.
Nobody wants Nobody nobody wants to admit that they're jealous. It's a normal human emotion, and sometimes it gets the better of us. You can apologize to her. It's one thing if you want to apologize to your friend. You owe the girlfriend an apology, okay?
Right.
More so than your friend. He leaves me on red and he never answers. I tried to talk to our group of friends and get their help, but everyone told me I was a fool for treating my best friend's girlfriend like that when she just wanted to be nice.
Period. Exclamation point.
I mean, yeah. I admit that I may have been a bit harsh on her, and I would hate for my friend to throw away so many years of friendship just because of one incident. I'm desperate. Am I the a-hole for messing with my best friend's girlfriend and accidentally hurting her feelings?
Yes.
Yeah, you absolutely are an a-hole. Like, you 100% are the a-hole in this scenario.
You've
didn't
not
have to
given
do
a
that.
single reason why you would have been mad at her, other than the fact that probably jealous.
Or, you know, maybe she's protective
Yeah,
or
maybe
something
that's
like
what it
that.
is.
That you have literally no reason to dislike this girl. It seems like you're looking for reasons to dislike her. Listen, we can all be assholes from time to time. I think if you reach out to the girlfriend and you sincerely apologize, doesn't sound like you're very sorry or that you feel bad about what you said, but I think that if you sincerely apologize to the girlfriend, not your friend, because that's the person that you hurt the most, maybe there's something that can be salvaged here, but don't expect them to accept the apology because that was just silly. I already sent a message to his girlfriend to apologize and she hasn't read it yet. She wakes up at 8 a.m. I hope there's still hope. For those of you wondering why I expected only my friend to come to my party, it was going to be too loud because of the music and she said she doesn't like that. She doesn't have any disabilities as far as I know, but I think it might be social anxiety. I'm not sure. I don't know. You're being hella silly. We have another update. Okay, I've already earned the hate of Reddit. Thanks. But you don't have to send me rude private messages. I already understood that I acted very badly. Well, I already got an answer, not directly from her, but from my now ex-best friend. Yes, he decided not to give me another chance. This is what he said. G. Me. I already saw the message you sent to A, his girlfriend. She showed it to me. Oh, interesting. I'm sorry to tell you this, but your apology feels forced and fake. It took you a whole week to apologize to her. See, this is why I said you need to apologize to the girlfriend. And that's why he wasn't responding. Because it's not his feelings that you hurt here. Like, I mean, I'm sure he was disappointed in you, but like...
So she waited a week to apologize?
She waited a week, yeah.
Not a great plan.
And you probably weren't even going to apologize to her until Reddit told you to. I don't know. I don't think there's any remorse on your part, and that's why I don't feel comfortable with you anymore. You ended our friendship as soon as you decided to humiliate my girl. I appreciate the time we had as friends, but now my happiness is her, and I will protect her even if I have to cut off all my friendships. Wow.
Jeez.
I wish you the best of luck, and I hope that you realize how terrible you act. Goodbye.
Wow. How old are these people?
I think she said she was in her early 20s.
The good news is time heals. Time heals everything. Sometimes you make mistakes when you're younger. I think that right now, maybe give each other some space. I don't know, maybe down the line you guys can reconnect.
Maybe, but
Maybe.
remember what I said about you can apologize and they don't have to accept the apology? And also, you didn't share what the apology said, so I'm very curious about what it actually said.
You may have like your best friends growing up, but eventually they find a partner and we grow up and our allegiance shifts from our best friend. I mean, not completely, but we focus on our partners and that's just what happens. And
Yeah.
now being in my mid-30s, your 20s, you know, you're with each other at school and all that stuff, and then you find a partner, or you find a job, and like that's your focus, and you kind of lose touch. But as you get older, sometimes you reconnect, and it may not look good right now, but just think about everything. Think about that kind of perspective, and maybe you guys will reconnect later on. But right now, just give him some space.
Yeah.
and try and be more open-minded. It's not like these people are stealing your friends from you.
Well said.
We've all
Oh my goodness. Look at this update.
Another update?
And it just means that I'm right.
Oh my god.
Which I love. Addition 2, I admit I had feelings for my friend.
No way.
Yeah, knew it.
But I think I confused them with brotherly affection. However, I really loved him too much, and I guess that's why I acted like that with his girlfriend. It was just resentment. She didn't deserve it. Well, it's a good thing that you are recognizing these feelings and why they are normal, but also kind of unhealthy to feel that way. Let's not be outright mean to people who haven't done anything to us. People who are total bitches to us, however, we can be mean to.
We can be petty,
But don't be mean to people just because. Just because.
That's the thing, is we've all had a friend who we've been kind of confused about, right? We were really close with them, and then all of a sudden, something weird, a switch flip. I've never had that happen before.
Carrie will elaborate.
I've never had that before.
Are you still friends with this person?
No.
Good answer.
When you're growing up, you can kind of confuse feelings. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm really proud of you. If that means anything to you, that you sort of came to your senses and understood what you were going through, because that's what it is. It's like these kind of things happen because you don't know what you're feeling. You just feel this resentment. But you dig into that. Dig in there.
Find
dig into
out
your
why
heart,
you feel
into
that way.
into the swamp, as they say. Dirty, smelly, poopy swamp.
I firmly believe that a lot of this is because of the age, like early 20s. I
Yeah.
feel like we all kind of said and did stupid stuff when we were jealous and young. We get better at hiding it when we're older.
Yeah, exactly. Because you have a place that you live by yourself, so you can just go hide.
Please don't tell anyone how I live.
You know what? I think like you started off as a stinky butthole, but I think you're cleaning it a little bit now.
Yeah, I think you wiped it.
You
Like
wiped it
there's
now.
still some skid marks, but
No, you have a fissure there, which is you have an anal fissure, but it's healing.
4 out of 5 butthole. So are you the a-hole? Yes, you are, but it's okay.
4.5 hemorrhoids out of 5.
Am I the a-hole for telling my wife no one likes her gifts and she should stop giving them?
Hey, yo, what the f?
I did a sketch about this. That's so funny.
Just laughing at how unbelievably mean this is already.
Like, I'm trying to think of what's the worst gift you've ever gotten?
Ego is the enemy. Mike gave that to me.
Okay, first of all, stoicism. Oh my god. Ryan Holiday is fantastic. I actually gave you all 3 books, and you haven't even touched them, you little bitch. I got you the Daily Stoic. I got her all these things to help channel and ground her and tune into the wisdom of the Stoics, but she hasn't even looked at them. That's why she's an emotional wreck 24/7.
I like to pick and choose my self-help books, you know?
Yeah, sure. Anyways, bad gift. Funny gift. My mom, God bless her soul, she gives the best gifts. But she bought me, funny enough, I've used it a few times, a cake saw.
That cake saw does not work.
Its sole purpose, it's a plastic saw, and it's just for cake.
It doesn't actually saw cake that well, though.
No, it doesn't.
No, it does not. Like, we've used it a couple of times. We brought out the cake saw. Like, we've
It's
had
a
many
cake
party. We've used this cake saw a few times, and it just, like, it flattens the cake. Like, it just does not work.
It's because it's too thick. It's not like
too
it's
thick.
not like a.
It's not a
Should we
blade.
go back into the story?
Yeah, we should keep going here.
Too thick, huh?
My 25 male wife, 25 female, is a gift giver. She loves to give gifts, and she usually puts a lot of thought into them. We have a group of friends that we get together with for Christmas and Secret Santa every year for the past 5 years. Each year, she would buy a gift for her Secret Santa and also put together a small gift for all our friends. At first, since we were the ones hosting, I thought it was just a small party favor. But she does this every year, even when we aren't hosting. I failed to see the problem. I'm not understanding. These gifts usually consist of some chocolates,
Sounds good.
some writing utensils,
Also good.
some hand soap,
Good to be clean.
candle.
Like to smell good.
Love candles.
Big candle guy.
Hand sanitizer from Bath and Body Works.
Need dry hands.
Those are pretty, like,
Normal things.
pretty normal, useful things. Like, I'm sorry. I love getting soap as a gift. I love getting candles as a gift. It's always a great gift.
Why didn't you give me Call of Duty for PS5? That's what I would say. Honestly, sounds like pretty good gifts to me.
Okay, so here's the reasoning. Since most of the people in our group are guys, they don't use most of what she gives. They feel like they are obligated to get her something too.
Is that worth putting on the internet?
Absolutely not.
Okay. I told my wife that most of it goes unused, but she says she continues to do it because she likes to give them gifts and expects nothing in return. And since we usually celebrate after the holidays are over, she's not spending more than $15 a person.
Huh.
I mean,
Hang on. I got a wee. Just a Silver.
Cheated?
Silver said, that's how you orgasm! That's what she said. Hey, Silver said, I wasn't coming and
Fucking dirty cunt.
Ugh, fuck. That was lovely. Okay, walk away. Ah! Oh, fuck, scared the shit out of me! Let me just say, Elsabeth, you motherfucker. I completely forgot I was wearing a goddamn tiara all the way over to the coffee store and back until I went to the bathroom just now. I looked in a fucking mirror when I stood up. Fucking pink tiara. Nobody said nothing.
Queen.
No, fuck y'all. I passed so many goddamn people. Nobody said a word.
Oh my
Like
God.
it was Tuesday. Like it was Tuesday. Gave me hugs, said hi, Merry Christmas, whatever, happy blah blah blah. Wave. Not a fucking soul. Come here, let me push you off. Come here. Let me push you off for posterity. We're gonna restart, but you need to go die. Right now. Go in the fuck. Go die right now. Right now.
Okay,
You know what
let's try
you
to kill
did.
her then. Let's try to kill her.
We need to kill her. Fuck everything. We're restarting anyway. Get the fuck over here. Get the fuck over here. You're going in the drink. Fucking
Get in the oven.
Get in the oven, bitch. Ouch.
Suck a motherfucking dick. Suck a dick, suck a huge or small.
Looks like a garlicky enough garlic. What's wrong? Back.
You gonna chop that with magical powers there? Sorry.
I will punch you in the face if you flip that.
Suck a motherfucking dick. Suck a dick, suck a huge or small.
I feel a little very crummy today.
I'm not a question. I like the butts, and I cannot lie.
Lovely.
We've been speckledorfed.
Fuck! Sully! These up out of the Alice way. We're no straight. All of them behind my computer. All the bulls. Just. Every single one. X.
Arsenic Gummy Bear rated your channel with 6 viewers.
Yay!
Was that necessary?
Azurikoi followed your channel.
Was that necessary? Was it necessary to not like you're literally you're a bitch. You're a bitch. You are literally. You could have been like, I'm coming in.
I'm raiding into
I'm coming
you.
right now. You could have been like, you were like, I'm coming right now. No. You gotta just make me poo. You just gotta make me poo. You just gotta make me poo.
I said I was raiding into her.
You like an hour and a half ago. An hour and a half ago. 6 days.
All right.
Party 1. Elsabeth 99 cheered 1 bits.
Gave her 1 bit and that scared her too.
Don't distract me with your monies when I'm angry.
I feel a little very crummy today.
Okay, walk away. Oh, fuck, scared the shit out of me. Oh no, it's that dick.
Oh no, it's Dick. Oh no, it's Dick. Wait. Okay, listen. I feel like Elsabeth is hecka sus. Wait.
Whatever.
Told you, Elsabeth is hecka sus. And then I killed her.
I didn't even get to kill anybody.
I told you she was sus, and I killed her.
I still don't understand my role.
She was sus. I'm not sorry. She was sus. She be shake that ass for me. Shake that ass for me. Yeah, I punched the fuck out of him. Look at that shit. There's no goose that got free of my fist. Don't ask a Canadian to punch geese, okay? We're really good at that. Lovely.
We've been speckledorfed.
Fuck! Sully! SNLN56. You're adding an extra S, you slut.
SNLN?
Yeah, snake. Suck.
Game no phone.
Suck, nipple, lick, nipple, 5-6.
Game not found.
Well, it's right there.
It costs $40.
Are we sure about that?
Snake, nipple, lick, nipple, 5-6. Hi. Thank you.
Can you say hello?
Hello.
Let's be friends.
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 I love you. Mwah.
I love you.
Mwah. I'm so happy just to be with. Yeah, I forget. Unless I can remind myself, like I just did, which I will continue to try and do, because I will forget immediately. Yep. ADD. I have math, okay? I have math. Can't help it! Cello!
I gotta run really quick, so I might end up with a bunch of extra cards. I gotta go run something. Miss Faust. Be right back.
Check on the baby.
See the cat getting mad at me for mad at her? Cello, stop it!
You will address me by my Christian name. Shake ass ho.
I'm stuck in the hole. Help! I'm stuck! Help! I'm stuck in the hole! Help me! Help I was stuck. Okay, I panicked a little bit. Just a little bit. And those bitches clipped it, because, well, they're bitches. So, that's what happened. I'm switching, because I'm going to finish taking that blanket off the loom. Later. Okay.
She's not going out of her way to spend like a ton of money.
My mom's like this, honestly. She just gives and doesn't expect anything in return.
Yeah, no, totally.
You have to
she
just
does.
be okay with receiving the gifts, which I am.
I have like a Karen gift drawer, and like it's like gifts from past Christmases, and I'll just go into the drawer and be like, oh, that's a skincare item that I haven't used before. Let's try that.
I love you, Karen.
Love you, Karen.
Love my mom.
And also, this is such a non-issue. Like, one thing that I've been getting into recently is if you get like an accumulation of like extra stuff, like little things that you're not going to be able to use, you re-gift them. It's a really good way to save money. It's a good way to make sure that it goes to a good home, that you're not being wasteful. I mean, just don't tell the person that gave you the gift that you're re-gifting.
Mom, I've re-gifted some of your gifts.
I did end up giving that like a puffer jacket for a beer can. I gave that to someone.
Yeah, same. I get the same thing.
Otherwise, it just accumulates, and you know, you might throw it out, but this way you could give it to someone who could actually use it. It's really not that big of a deal.
But let's see where this is going. Maybe she started to give away gifts.
I finally told her no one likes the little gifts she gives them, and she should just stop. She got really quiet and hasn't talked to me since.
I don't know, man. I mean, if that's your love language, if you like to give gifts, let them give gifts.
Just let them give gifts. I know she enjoys gifts, but why waste your money on people who don't appreciate it? Am I the a-hole? If they don't appreciate it, then it's really not your problem. I would say that, like, you don't need to make an a-hole out of yourself because your friends don't appreciate the gifts. Like, I'm sorry, do your guy friends not wash themselves? Like, what is wrong with giving people soap?
Yeah, just take the damn soap and keep it for home, or give it to your girlfriend or wife. Like,
use it to wash your ass. Your
Mouth.
stinky butthole. All right, so here are some of the comments. This was actually deleted off of Reddit because it's embarrassing. You're the a-hole. You could have phrased it literally any other way. You could have suggested alternative gifts that you know the guys would actually use or like. Literally. Okay, this is a very, very good point. Yes, okay, I understand she's getting them like fruity body soap or something that they're not going to use. I don't know. I don't know the context of the gifts, but everybody likes chocolate. Most people like candles. Mike likes candles more than me.
Like, as in, I like candles more than I like you?
Those friends are lying about the... What did you just say?
You're saying that I like candles more than I like you, or like candles more than you like candles?
No, you like candles more than I like candles, is what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I actually think that these guys are saying to your face that they don't like these gifts, and they're going home and having bubble baths.
Oh, for sure. Or they're re-gifting, and then they're getting all the credit. And then their significant others are like, oh, wow, you're such a good gift giver, Tom.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like
liar.
Your friends are also kind of being a-holes. Also, what kind of goblins do you have for friends that they don't have a use for stationery or soap? Literally.
How often do you use a pen?
Honestly, I like a pen. I like a nice pen.
Yeah, you ballpoint or gel kind of girl?
Ooh, both. Like, it really kind of depends. I like to, like, color code my notes with, like, colored gel pens.
Oh, I knew I loved you.
Oh,
Are you
man.
0.7, 0.5?
That's hard. I think depends. I think margins 0.7. Yeah, 0.7 is thicker.
I know, thicker. So you do like thicker pens.
Yeah.
0.5 is the best, though. It's so precise.
0.5 is nice, but I like the thickness too. I like the jelliness. So this was deleted from Reddit. We're gonna read some of the toxic Reddit responses.
Okay, let's hear it.
OP should divorce his wife so I can marry her and introduce her to all my friends that would actually appreciate her thoughtfulness. What a weird thing to get mad about.
I mean, maybe it makes them feel uncomfortable or whatever,
What
but like...
could possibly possess someone to be angry about someone being a gift giver?
I doubt the friends said anything.
Yeah, maybe he's using that as an excuse. Maybe he's jealous of how thoughtful she is.
Or maybe they said something and then he's just like, you're embarrassing me.
Or yeah, like maybe they're chirping him about it or something. But even then, like, what's the big deal? She's just like giving you some chocolates, you psychos.
You disinfect your hands, wash them, and eat the chocolates, and then write in your journal. Like, that's like basically my night. That's my night.
It's perfect. These are all perfectly useful gifts.
Stinky asshole.
Stinky butthead.
Stinky butt. Is there even an update?
No, there's no update because I would be also very embarrassed. So are you the a-hole? Yeah, you're mean. You need to apologize to your wife, like right now.
Yeah, say sorry, okay? Because now she may not ever give gifts again, and that'll be because of you.
Or maybe she'll divorce your ass.
Yeah, and give some other guy who appreciates it chocolate and pens and lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. Anyways, yeah, I think you're a bit of an asshole. That's what I think.
You are the a-hole.
You are a...
My wife is sad because I got my close friend gourmet ice cream when she was sick. Am I wrong? My wife and I have been married for 5 years and we've never really had any major relationship issues. However, I did something yesterday and my wife has been kind of sad and aloof since. For context, my wife has been really sick for the past couple of days and she's been staying at home. Now, normally I would have taken paid time off to support my wife, but work was really busy this week and I had to go to the office for important meetings. My wife was very understanding, but did ask if I could come home soon after work, and I said sure. I'm also close friends with Helena. We've been friends for 5 years and she works at my same company, albeit in a completely different department. My wife knows about Yelena, and Yelena even comes to our house a couple times for dinner. While my wife isn't super close with Yelena, she does think she is sweet. Yesterday was Yelena's birthday, and we usually don't do anything fancy on birthdays. We just give each other small gifts or go have lunch or dinner. So after work, yesterday, Yelena and I went to a fancy ice cream place nearby, which had opened a couple of months ago, and that was my birthday treat/gift to her. The whole thing took maybe 40 minutes, and I went home immediately after that. When I got home, my wife asked why I was late, and I told her it was Yelena's birthday, and we just went to have ice cream after work. My wife looked very sad after that, and I asked if I did something wrong. My wife said no, but ever since then, she's been kind of sad. I asked my wife multiple times why she's sad, and I even apologized, but my wife told me there's no reason to apologize, and I did nothing wrong. Am I wrong?
She's just a bit jealous. I don't know. Do you do these things for her as well?
To me, if I'm reading this correctly, maybe the wife kind of feels a little bit like you're being super nice to Yelena and like not taking care of her while she's sick. I don't know.
Why did you get it to
much.
go?
And maybe her saying that
Get
out
some
loud
to go with
maybe
the
kind of
girl
would make her
for
feel a bit
the
uncomfortable.
honey.
Maybe that's why she's not responding to it, but I don't know.
It goes without saying that like if your wife is sick at home and you're not doing anything like sweet for her to like take care of her, but you are doing those sweet things for other people, I don't know, right?
Yeah, I mean, she's probably jealous.
I think that if you were doing the same things for your wife, maybe she wouldn't feel as weird. But isn't it kind of weird when your wife is sick at home, you're going like on an ice cream date with somebody else? Like, I don't know.
Why didn't you bring her ice cream?
You could have brought your wife ice cream, yeah.
You put another woman before her, and she's a little bit jealous.
Yeah, or maybe she just wanted you to do the same thing for her, or like to think about her. Oh, you went for ice cream with Yelena, and you brought your wife ice cream because she was sick at home.
Yeah, you should have did that maybe.
I mean, maybe it's possible that your wife is a little bit jealous, and maybe there's nothing going on between you and Yelena, and maybe she doesn't want to admit that she's jealous, or maybe she just wishes that you took care of her a little bit more while she was sick.
It's tough to know without more context of your relationship and context of you and Yelena.
So we'll read a few of these comments. Dude, your wife is sick at home and you go on a little ice cream date with another woman. Did it occur to you at all to A, tell your wife you would be late, and B, bring her something? Okay, I'm glad that we had kind of the same read on this, because it's like...
Was Yelena sick at home?
She wasn't sick at home, no.
So he just went on an ice cream date with her?
It was her birthday. So
yeah, okay.
He went out for ice cream with Yelena because it was Yelena's birthday.
Was it just the two of them?
Yeah.
I know, but how would you feel if I went out with, like, Emma for ice cream on her birthday?
Emma's married.
Well, I mean, even still, though.
I think it matters if they're married.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it does matter if they're married.
Again, it also kind of depends on how well everyone knows each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
How well does she know Yelena?
She likes her.
But not enough to trust her, I guess.
Or maybe she just feels a little neglected, that's all.
Yeah, that's probably it,
I think
honestly.
maybe it's just like feeling a little neglected, and she wants to be taken care of when she's sick. Being cute.
I take care of you when you're sick.
You do.
Bring you soup.
Yeah, and you have set my expectations very high, so thank you for that. And I also take care of him. Honestly, the only thing I know how to cook is like chicken soup. You gotta take care of your partner when they're sick.
And I want ice cream when I'm sick.
Do you?
Gourmet.
If you're not gonna prioritize your wife,
Diamond
plate. Yes, you're wrong. I don't think this is about the ice cream. How much time do you spend making your wife feel appreciated, loved, and supportive? What have you done to help her while she's sick, even though you said that you've been busy, but not too busy to take a work friend out for ice cream?
Yeah.
Very good point. I don't know the answer to that. Maybe the answer is you are the best husband ever and she's never wanted anything in terms of her emotional needs, but clearly your wife is feeling some kind of way about a gesture that you made to another woman. It warrants some reflection. I think we need to reflect on how our actions could possibly affect our spouses and our houses.
And our Chaosses. Das ist scheiße.
Yeah, you making is a poop and stink. You
You are really making me
you are making poop and stink with your sore face. You've made a little dookie here, but you can maybe clean up this dookie.
We will call you Duke Ellington.
You do. So are you the a-hole?
You're like a cheeky little
Yeah,
butthole.
you're like a cheeky one. Yeah, cheeky's good. I would agree with Mike. Yeah, like you're not like doing something incredibly hurtful, but you're not really considering your wife's feelings.
Did you get that though? Like cheeky?
Siscat!
Hey everybody, welcome back. Am I the a-hole for hating my engagement ring? Ooh, this is a spicy one. All right, I actually have like a few different stories for this that I thought were just peachy. Let's start with the story from the Charlotte Dobre YouTube subreddit. This is from Cats Are Cool M.
That is a scarecrow.
Thanks for sharing, madam. I, 29 female, got engaged to my fiance, 30 male, after 2 years of dating and 15 years of knowing each other. He's super sweet, kind, supportive, and very family-oriented. His parents love me and my parents love him. There was absolutely no drama in our relationship until now. I knew that he'd been looking to settle down and be married, and he knew I was too. We kind of just have always known, even for those 15 years, that this was gonna happen. Hard to fight the gut feeling. Because we were talking so much about getting married, he wanted to take me engagement ring browsing so that he could see what styles I liked and didn't like. Okay, so wait. But that's good then, you showed him what you like. When we went, I suggested we go to an outlet jewelry shop because I know he wouldn't want to spend a fortune on it and I didn't want anything super expensive or extravagant either. Ooh, yes. I love that for you. Don't gotta spend a fortune on an engagement ring, but I would argue that like the engagement ring has to be something that you're not gonna get tired of. Like it has to be timeless, it has to like really speak to you. People are picky about jewelry, man. Simple is usually better if you're just gonna go ahead and get someone something, but it's always good to like take her shopping.
Get in, loser, we're going shopping.
Or like send a little DM, you know? Oh, I like this. Is nice. Pretty. The one and only rule I told him was I only wanted traditional diamonds. No offense to those who like more colorful rings, but I prefer to be a little more traditional. Not me with my yellow diamond. I like my yellow diamond. It's happy. It looks like champagne. I put on many rings that were all very similar. Just one simple diamond and a strap. Seems pretty reasonable, honestly. I tried to try on ones that were no more than $1,000. I thought that was generally reasonable. Twas, I agree with you. Months later, he proposes, and I start to cry from the joy, and after I say yes, he opens the box. And in the box was a small greenish, brownish colored diamond with extremely tiny traditional diamonds around it. A greeny brownie diamond. Oh. A greeny brownie diamond. We don't love greeny brownie in this house. Like, I'm not a greeny brownie kind of gal. Well, it depends on what kind of greeny brownie. I was disappointed, but I put on a fake smile and tried to erase it from my mind so I could let the excitement of the moment continue. After about maybe 30 minutes, I went ahead and asked about the ring. I asked about what kind of diamond it was, and he said it was called a moss diamond. Didn't even know that existed. And he chose it for me because turquoise was my favorite color, and it was the closest he could find. Okay, so this is like what we're looking at. This is kind of like a moss diamond, like just to kind of like help us visualize and do our research. It's nice, but if it's not what you wanted, the issue with picking like an engagement ring that has a color is it doesn't always match everything. So
hello,
essentially,
fucking mother.
you told him
Hi,
exactly
Sally.
what you wanted, that you're
How
very
you doing,
traditional,
baby?
and then he kind of went ahead and got something that's totally different. Okay. I wanted to say, what about my one rule of traditional diamond only? But I also didn't want to be ungrateful, so I didn't ask. This is a tough one. I asked him if he had gotten it at the outlet shop we went to, and he said he'd gotten it off of Etsy. My maid of honor later told me Etsy made good quality jewelry, so that perked me up a bit. I decided to just kind of let it be and accept the ring and learn to love and attach memories to it. Okay. Yeah, that's a difficult thing, right? It's a difficult thing because like he clearly put some thought behind it. He wanted it to be your favorite color. Like I wouldn't necessarily say that this is a turquoise. You did have a very specific request for a traditional diamond.
This is what I wanted, okay? This is the pastels.
Getting to
it was a legal
the
week.
drama. This whole process has kind of made me realize how cheap he is. I don't mind when someone knows how to stretch a dollar, but to me there's a difference between frugal and cheap. When I look back at all our dates, his gifts and everything, it kind of clicked in me that all of them had either been cheap or a free gift from a friend that he decided to give me. Wait, he re-gifted you a gift?
Are you actually saying that?
Okay, sorry, how much did he spend on the ring? I'm curious. The gifts he's given me during our relationship were just because he found them for free or someone sold it for an extremely cheap price. Okay.
$1.99. I've got $7.99. I've got $16.99. Cheap.
For one of my birthdays, he ended up getting us tickets to this massive local ball and got us ballroom dancing classes before the ball started. I showed no interest in ballroom dancing, but I thought it was a fun idea to go, and we actually had a good time. I thanked him and I asked how he found out about this. He told me originally his friend was gonna go with his girlfriend, but couldn't make it, so they gave us the tickets. So basically, the ball, our food, our drinks, our dance lesson, and even my corsage was all free. This is tough because it's like you don't want to be ungrateful, but like it is nice when like not necessarily to spend money, but when someone like puts like actual thought into a gift. It's all about kind of like listening to your partner and like seeing them, like really truly seeing them for who they are and what they like. To me, someone that doesn't know how to give gifts to someone that is close to them, it just really feels as though they don't know you. And I don't think it's the gift, it's the part that's like, I feel like you don't know me at all. And there's more cheap and free stories where that came from. When I look back at things, whenever we did do something extravagant, it was always on my dime. He's not rich, but he's certainly not poor. He makes pretty decent money. Oof. Maybe he feels like he doesn't need to put the money or the effort in because like maybe that's also what you're accepting. I feel like we gotta have a little chit chat. And we can't frame it in a way that's like,
you never do anything for me.
Let's have like an adult conversation and make it about the fact that how do you even have that conversation? Like how? I'm like, yeah, I don't know. How do you even talk to someone about this without sounding entitled?
You don't appreciate me, you don't deserve me.
I do get where you're coming from. It's not an easy conversation to have. The thing I think made me finally break was our Valentine's Day plans. He told me he was gonna take me to the biggest landmark of our city, which is expensive just to even set foot in. And they had a restaurant inside that was ridiculously expensive. I was amazed and I even said, are you sure? You know that place is expensive, right? He said he knew it was one of my bucket list things to do and said I deserved it. Let me guess, he had a coupon. Okay, so now he's making you believe that he's spending all this money on you and treating you when he's not. It meant so much to me that he was willing to do this and I was so excited. A few days later, I found out there was gonna be a wedding convention in our town. I bought tickets, $15 each, plus one for my mom and maid of honor. I told him about it and he said, great, it's better to spend our money there than on that restaurant.
Huh? What?
I was confused. I told him they weren't on the same day. In fact, they were a week apart. And I already bought the tickets and he didn't need to buy anything, so he wouldn't have to worry about spending any money at the convention. He said, no, it's better to save our money, so let's not go to the landmark restaurant. Wait, I'm sorry. I thought you were gonna say that he got it for free. Now he's saying,
we're not going at all?
You're not going at all? No, we are not going.
I'm on this journey with you.
Don't love this for you, babes. I really don't. My mind was blown. I couldn't believe he canceled my dream plans over something that had absolutely nothing to do with the plans. I talked to my maid of honor about it. She said she's always noticed he was a bit cheap.
My prices are so small you can barely see them. Some small prices.
On to the ring now. I never looked up my ring on Etsy to try and find it or ask for the price because I thought it was rude to look up or ask. But because of all this craziness, I decided to go on Etsy and find my ring. Oh no. There were surprisingly many Moss diamond rings to look through, but eventually I found it. The ring was being sold for $28. Listen, okay, listen. I think that it's entirely fine if you don't care about, you know, the cost of your engagement ring. One of my really good friends was engaged for like a few years before they got married, and he just got her this like simple pearl ring that she wore until they got married, and then they were able to save up for a ring she wanted. It wasn't super important to her, and I totally get that. But like, it's very clear that you are traditional and you do place importance on these things, and it doesn't seem like he wants to make that effort or investment in you.
I roll out of bed and show up.
Honestly, my heart kind of broke. I started saying stupid dramatic things in my head like, am I only worth $28? Not. Not, my love. I want to confront him about this, but I might be the a-hole here for just letting this get to me. I don't know. Would I be the a-hole for confronting him about this? I definitely do think that you need to talk to him because, like, maybe he's just kind of learned that you're, like, you know, just so easygoing and like not picky and stuff. And you don't ask much of people. Believe me, like I can relate. But then I also kind of like get mad when, you know, people don't show me the love that I feel I deserve. That's also my own fault, right? I'm not expressing that like, you know, I'd like to be spoiled sometimes. Like not every day, maybe every day, every other day. I'm just kidding. Everyone deserves to be spoiled by their partner at some point, don't they? Not necessarily spoiled monetarily, but spoiled in a sense that like they're going out of their way to do nice things for you and things that like they know you'll like. I don't know. To me, I think that this is like could be just a communication issue that could be resolved. You definitely got to talk to him before you marry him. I don't think the word confront is a good word. I think talking to him about how you feel would be good. Is it materialistic to want like a nice ring? Maybe a bit, but like, so what? I'm sorry, so what? I think it's like an indication that someone really wants to invest in you when they get you like the ring of your dreams, or like, I think it's a good thing if somebody wants to invest in you that way. To me, it's an investment. The fact that you don't make much of an investment.
Fucking Sully.
It's not looking good, bruv.
Jesus.
When you confront him, be totally prepared. He will call you
Cheer
ungrateful, materialistic,
100.
and greedy. Don't
Sully
be easily manipulated by
2D
these
cheered
words.
100
You're clearly
bits.
not a greedy or materialistic person.
Hello,
Giving everything you've said
You're
about the
a
relationship.
butt.
Also,
Thank
be
you for the
prepared
biddies,
him not to
Sully.
change. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Like, I'm worried that you can go and you can say these things, but I don't know. I kind of think that he's sort of used to doing the bare minimum. I don't know if he will change anymore.
I don't like effort.
This man does not care about what you value, and if you notice, he doesn't seem to care about or even know what he values. Your husband should be planning dates that interest you, certainly, but also ones that interest him. He really has no interests he wishes to pursue at all other than his friends' sloppy seconds and whatever is free or cheap. That's the sign of an undeveloped person. I think that's kind of valid. I think that's a valid.
A dandelion.
Not the a-hole. The bait and switch he pulled on you is absolutely ridiculous. He took you shopping to see your taste and style and then got you nothing close to that and only spent $28. And not even something precious, lasting to symbolize your love and commitment. It's cheap costume jewelry. And he's just justifying to say it's close to your favorite color. It's BS. Now that you've looked back and seen the pattern, this is going to be your entire life. You really need to think about that before you decide to join yourself with this man for the rest of your life. Something that hurts your feelings and doesn't align with your values is going to be a problem down the line. You're just going to get more frustrated and it's going to eat away at you if you don't say anything. Yeah. And that will definitely strain, if not end, your relationship in the future. And the whole restaurant thing, just completely illogical reasoning. You're going to a wedding show the weekend before, so you can't go to dinner, a completely separate event the following weekend. One has nothing to do with the other. No, he was using that as a way to get out of paying for it.
Cheap, cheap, cheap.
He never had any intention of taking you. Yeah. It's kind of like, oh, he's dangling this carrot in front of you and then not giving you what you want in the end. He truly found out how much it was going to cost him, and the fact that he built it up and then pulled the rug out from under you is awful. All right, I've had some wah-wah. We can make our decision. The jury has spoken. You are not the a-hole, and you are most certainly not worth $28. Who else is on the chopping block? Am I the a-hole for telling my fiance I don't want my Temu engagement ring? Oh, bestie! This was originally posted in Am I the A-hole by user ZNXNBNCB. ZNXNCB.
Try saying that 10 times fast.
My 27 female fiance, 29 male, proposed to me a few weeks ago. It caught me completely by surprise, but we've been together for 3 years and things have been going great. So I was really excited and I said yes. I really liked the ring when I first saw it, and my friends and family all think it's stunning. It's an oval cut with diamonds across the band. Ooh, tasteful, cute, classic. I asked where he got it and he wouldn't tell me where, but that he got a great deal on it. I didn't think anything of it until yesterday when we were in bed and I asked him if it was a diamond or moissanite, mainly out of curiosity. I don't have a preference, by the way. He said he didn't know and would have to look it up. When I glanced over at his phone, he was in the Temu app. Ah! How are you not embarrassed? That's an absolutely not from me. I asked him if he got it from there and he didn't respond. So I asked again and he responded with something like,
Does it matter?
yes, it does. You can get it for free on Temu. Oh my God. Maybe he did get it for free. With things like this, I've heard of this happening before where, like, you know, you get someone an engagement ring, but, you know, you get something that's, like, not a real diamond, but you say that it is a real diamond. What happens if that woman finds out that it's not a real diamond? I'm going to kill him. Like, it's very easy to test these things. You gonna be embarrassed? I spent all night so confused. Today, I decided to download the app and look up my ring, and I found one that looks identical. I found the exact ring, and it listed at $38. Ooh, more than the last one. I am
mad.
He makes good money, $200,000 a year, and I feel like he could have shelled out some money for a ring better than one on Temu. Am I the a-hole for telling him I don't want it? Throw the whole man away, like what? What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
For the record, I'm pretty sure the standard for an engagement ring, like the polite thing to do is 2 months of salary. The equivalent of 2 months of whatever you make in salary.
$5 and some pocket lint.
Yeah, it's, not 2 months of salary. Some additional thoughts from OP. I'm not mad the diamonds are not real. No, she's not mad. She also said that she'd be okay with a moissanite ring. Moissanite is gorge. But I worry about the quality of the ring because I imagine my engagement ring to at least be sturdy. Yeah, that'll fall apart for sure. It's fine for now, but I have a hard time believing it'll last longer than a year if it's $38 on Temu. Not the a-hole, that thing might turn your finger green. He's lucky you don't have a sensitivity to fake metals like some do. He makes good money but bought a $38 ring. Is he cheap with other things where this discount shopping isn't a new thing for him and he's just an all-around penny pincher? My first thought was, did he not spend the money because he doesn't want or expect this to last? Yeah, let me provide some context. Really, he's never been overly frugal. I'm probably more frugal than he is. Neither of us are huge spenders, but we make enough to not have to strictly budget or anything. We have our own accounts and split rent equally. I know he at least has $100,000 across his savings and investments. We go out for drinks a few times a week, and we'll go to concerts together and whatnot frequently. We travel a few times a year and stay in basic accommodations. Like our DoorDash the other night was $40. My ring cost less. My ring costs less than door dashing. You are not the a-hole, but what we all want to know is, would you really marry him if he even replaces the ring? OP responds, the responses to this have made me even more confused. People saying it could be a loyalty test, that he doesn't want me to be able to sell it if we divorce, or that he doesn't plan to be with me for long. I have a pit in my stomach. I haven't considered breaking things off, but that was before I wrote this here. I was thinking maybe he was not thinking or rushed to getting the ring, or maybe he genuinely thought he was getting a great deal on a high quality ring. I'm not sure at this point. I plan to confront him when he gets back from work.
He isn't worth it.
See, this is the thing, is like sometimes I'm like, I really don't want to be a dick. Like, is this, I'm trying not to be a Let's read an update. After reading responses from my first post, it got taken down. I was freaking out a bit. He came home while I was FaceTiming a friend about this. I hung up with her and talked to him for about an hour. He apologized for sleeping on the couch and that he needed some time to think.
Think about what?
He doesn't see eye to eye with me on my concerns about the ring, and he said he did his research and that it was highly rated. Dude, the highly rated on Temu? Those aren't even real ratings, bro. He says if the ring breaks, he will replace it, but he didn't say it would be higher quality. I have people messaging me that the ring could be harmful to my health, and Temu has horrible standards for their jewelry and labor issues. Yeah, it's like a terrible app. Like, if it's too good to be true, it probably is. Somebody, somewhere, is getting exploited.
That's capitalism, baby.
Everybody wants to save a buck here and there, but I'm telling you right now, like, fast fashion has made actual quality goods, it creates this unrealistic expectation of how much things should cost. And if something is that cheap, someone somewhere is getting exploited. He left and went to his brother's house. Usually I go with him, but things are tense. Am I the a-hole for telling him I still don't want it? No. I don't like this at all. So those of you who are asking, you know, if she's a gold digger, this was OP's response. I want to clear up these gold digger rumors because this isn't only about the cost of the ring. I only mention these things for context, not because I feel he owes me something in return. When I met him, I was making over 100K and he was working part-time and doing an internship, bringing in significantly less than me. He totaled his car early on in our relationship and I happily drove him to work every morning on the way to work when he didn't have a car. When his mom got sick and went on hospice, I immediately canceled all my travel plans and holiday plans with my family and sat with him visiting her every day for months. I helped with funeral arrangements. I helped plan his brother's wedding. I loaned him money for a new car once he started his new job. He did pay me back. Good. He moved in with me recently and most everything in the home is mine that I paid for prior to the relationship. Furniture, etc. I've paid for so many plane tickets for our travels, concert tickets. I've never asked him to pay back and I never will. That's what a relationship is, literally. I genuinely care for him. He's done similar gestures for me and is more than willing to spend money on dates. Believe it or not, I'm not this greedy woman sitting here and getting excited to get his money. I have my own, okay. All right, final update we have. He came home this morning while I was in a work from home meeting. These comments made my head spin all night. I got 3 hours of sleep, so I admit I may be in the wrong for bringing up his finances, but I did. I asked him what was going on, if there was anything he needed to tell me, if he was testing me by doing this. Well, that really set him off. What kind of person do you think I am? You think I'm a cheapskate? A liar? You obviously think really poorly of me. I mean, no offense, but it kind of doesn't really seem like he thinks very highly of you either, babe.
Is the bad place.
It doesn't seem like he holds you in very high regard if he got your engagement ring off of a Chinese exploitation app. Manual exploitation cheap labor app. But still, he never gave me a reason. So I asked why he was deflecting every question to victimize himself and avoid my questions. He tried to leave again. So I tried de-escalating and told him where he's coming from, but I need to know if he still loves me. He was immediately apologetic and still wants to get married. He said, I can just pick my ring out and buy it with my own money. You will not buy your engagement ring with your own money? Absolutely not. He said he's sick of talking about this and it's water under the bridge now. He's acting like his normal self again since this convo. I hear him out there skipping around, humming to himself all happy, and it's actually pissing me off. Maybe I'm being dramatic, but I don't think I can handle a marriage with someone like this. Absolutely not. No, you cannot. Run. So this is what I think happened. He played the victim and whined and whined and whined until he got you to
You
drop
better
the
have waved
subject.
at me,
He didn't
'cause
actually
I
feel
waved
that
at
way.
you.
He wasn't actually sad. You're sitting here upset, and he's happy because he got what he wanted. He didn't actually feel
You know when you go live and I get in there and I say, hey,
and then all of a sudden,
and you're like,
switches
I
as
did
soon
it, I
as he
waved.
dropped the subject. I would be genuinely offended. He's over there, he's skipping, he's like, I got out of this, I don't gotta spend any money on her. I gotta say, it ain't gonna get better, honey. It ain't gonna get better. You know what you should do? You should bring up the fact that you got a TMU ring in front of his friends and in front of his parents. That's exactly what you should do. You should bring it up in front of his friends so they know exactly how much it cost. And he's gonna be so embarrassed. That way when you break up, everybody knows why. Dude said it's water under the bridge, like he's forgiving her for not being happy with his drop-shipped ring. The audacity. I hope OP truly understands how much he values her and has the self-respect to know she deserves better. I second this. After telling her she's free to pick out her own ring and pay for it herself. I'm sorry, did we forget like how to human? Because it doesn't work like that. The issue isn't the TMU ring. It's the inability for the boyfriend to hold a substantive, did I say that right? Substantial? Substantive? Discussion about the issue. The deflection and self-victimization is a way bigger red flag than whatever misguided love used to justify the original purchase. Yeah, no, I would totally agree with that. Not only does he not value you, he also gaslights you and manipulates you and is trying to make you get your own engagement ring. It's a no from me, dog. Sorry. So, are you the a-hole for telling your fiance you don't want your TMU engagement ring? No, and you wouldn't be the a-hole if you told your fiance you don't want him either.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Would I be the a-hole for breaking up with my boyfriend because of his mom? Would I be the a-hole for breaking up with my boyfriend because his mom said I wasn't allowed to speak unless spoken to a year ago? I'm sorry in advance, this is long. That's good. What do we say? My boyfriend, 32 male, and I, 27 female, have been friends for 5+ years and close friends for 3+. A little over 2 years ago, we began hooking up, but both agreed we didn't want a relationship at the time.
So we gonna get it on? Or you gonna get gone?
It didn't take long, though, for both of us to develop feelings, and we agreed it was best we went our separate ways. However, February 2003, he invited me out to lunch and confessed to me that had been a mistake. And when he pictured his future, it always involved me. Okay. By the end of this conversation, we both admitted to having strong feelings for each other and wanting to give dating a shot. So from that point, things progressed fairly quickly as we already knew each other very deeply. Even when we were just friends, we would often read each other's minds.
Are you reading my mind right now?
We soon began to talk plans of when we would get engaged, married, and have kids in the coming years. These feelings were also communicated very on to his parents. Remember that for later. That in there. Also, before I get into what his family has said and done, I want to preface with something. When I tell you this man is the most loving, caring, kind man I have ever met, I really, really mean it. I've been in bad relationships in the past and honestly had just given up on dating. If I was not with him, I do not think I would be planning a future with another person. He's met all my friends and family and they have welcomed him with open arms. My friends adore how well he treats me and he truly has been one of the best things that's ever happened to me. Any issues we have talked through calmly together and worked past. Okay, sounds like you guys are pretty good. It's just his mom that's the issue.
Hi, Mom.
About 6 months into our relationship, I began to express more frequently that I wanted to meet his mom and dad. For context, they are still married, although it is very strained. And at the beginning of our relationship, he had moved in with them, less than 10 minutes down the road from my parents' house, and about 15 minutes down the road from my home. We had stopped by his parents' home several times, where I was asked to wait in the car.
Why acting suspicious?
And once we had to meet them at a gas station late one night for important medical reasons, and again, I was asked to wait in the car. Weird. He always explained it as he needed our meetings to be under the right circumstances. Was he afraid to introduce you to his parents because, like, he knows his mom's really difficult? Or, like, was he embarrassed of you? Like, I don't... Soon after that, I met his uncle and his uncle's family. It went so well, we made the 2.5-hour road trip drive to hang out with his uncle again, once or twice in the following months. I remember my heart being so full seeing how kind and welcoming his uncle's family was. However, I had still not met his parents. When I finally met his mom, it was fine, but she did come across as very my way or the highway, and got upset with a waiter that was calling out orders in the restaurant. As someone who grew up in a semi-cultist church, I was really familiar with the holier-than-thou pastor's wife with a dash of Karen persona. If you know, you know. Oh, I know.
Bye, Felicia.
A few weeks later, I met his dad at a soccer game, but he left after about 10 minutes, no speaking to me much. I saw his mom once or twice after that, and she didn't make much of an effort to speak to me or get to know me, and her behavior toward me in these small interactions became increasingly rude, such as walking away while I was in the middle of inviting her over for dinner.
What the hell?
Rude. As my boyfriend had just moved in and had already expressed to his dad he wanted to have his parents over so we could cook for them. At the time, I thought maybe she didn't hear me. Oh, she heard you, bestie.
Oh, it's not over there.
Eventually, at his uncle's Christmas party, I began to really notice his mom doing passive-aggressive behavior toward me and how intentional it seemed. For example, she randomly began talking in front of me about how terrible public schools are and how she would never let her kids be educated by inept public school teachers from the South. Both my boyfriend and his brother went to an extremely expensive international private school K-12, while knowing that not only am I a product of Southern public schools, but I'm also a Southern public school teacher myself. Oh yeah, that was on purpose. That was on purpose. She said other passive-aggressive things like this throughout the night and would ignore me or respond in only 1 or 2 words when I tried to speak with her. Yeah, she fucking hates you, babe. Like, she hates you. It is funny, isn't it? Oh god, they just, like,
They just hate us, you know? They hate us. When I told her about the poinsettia I bought for her, she visibly rolled her eyes and seemed annoyed. She would also turn her back to me or come to stand in front of me with her back to me while I was in group conversation. Oh dear. I mentioned that night to my boyfriend when we were alone how uncomfortable her behavior made me feel. He tried to explain of it a lot as it's just the business of the night and said we would all be able to get to know each other a lot in Boston. You see, we planned for my birthday, which is on New Year's Eve, to go visit his brother in Boston. Last minute found out that his parents had an extra room in the house they had been loaned by a friend, and they were going on almost the exact same days as us. My boyfriend had asked if we could stay with him, and his father said yes. So stupidly, I gaslit myself that everything had simply been a coincidence and I was being too sensitive and was optimistic as I packed my suitcase. I mean, that's a reasonable thing to assume if you're being invited to come and stay with someone over the holidays, you know? I would assume that being invited into somebody's home to spend the holidays with them was a good sign. So you're not totally delusional on that.
This is delusional.
Once we landed in Boston, I came down with a cold and my boyfriend with medical issues became very ill. I was terrified he was going to end up in the ER. I was constantly running to the corner store to get medicine he asked for. Even walked him 2 miles to get him Italian wedding soup from Whole Foods because I was trying to keep his sodium levels down. Hydration was a big concern to him out of the ER. Meanwhile, his mom went out of her way not to speak to me, made passive-aggressive comments to other people that seemed directed at me, be overly nice to everyone else, and would walk in front of me and put her back to me anytime we were standing in a group, especially on my birthday when we were all at an escape room arcade. If I spoke to her, she would walk away in the middle of me talking or wave me off the way you shoo a dog. I'm sorry I'm laughing. This is just comical, dude. How do people, like, get off on, like, treating others this way? Like, it's very clear that she doesn't like you. For some reason, thinks that, you know, her son is too good for you or whatever. But, like, at the end of the day, you don't need to treat people like if you feel that way. And you're also not really giving her much of a chance to prove herself.
Come on, man.
When we returned home, I spoke to my boyfriend about her behavior, and he said he'd noticed it too and was not sure why she was acting that way. The only explanation he could come up with was we were very different personality-wise. He said he was going to speak to her about treating me with respect. However, when he tried to have this convo, she proceeded to talk poorly about me for 2.5 hours. And my boyfriend claims he just froze and he didn't know what to do. He tried his best to defend me, but admitted he dissociated for a lot of the conversation. I don't like that he's not sticking up for you, honestly. Like, clearly he grew up with this, and maybe that's why he was hesitant about introducing you to her. But what are you supposed to do? Let your mother run your life into adulthood? Like, you just... The reason why she's like this is because nobody stands up to her. She claimed I was controlling because I gave him NyQuil when he asked for it and she doesn't like NyQuil. That I spoke for him because I told her I was worried about his fever and cough. And then claimed I had tried to physically block her access to him while he was sick. This straight up never happened. So she's basically inventing reasons to dislike you. Either she thinks someone else is better for him or she wants him for herself. After him and I having a very serious discussion about setting boundaries with his mom, he tried to speak to her again and explain I was trying to be helpful and I have good intentions. I don't understand why his mom wasn't taking good care of him. If she is gonna shit on how you take care of your boyfriend, then why is she not helping with that?
Who does that?
The conversation went much the same as before. My boyfriend asked if she would be willing to sit down and speak with me as it seemed there was a lot of miscommunications going on. She responded she didn't feel like it was her place to have to talk to me because she thinks that you're, like, gonna be gone in like a month. At first, I told my boyfriend no because I didn't like that she was going into it with the mindset that I needed to be, quote, put in my place. But my boyfriend insisted it was not the point of the convo. I could see how much it was hurting my boyfriend, and so reluctantly, I agreed and reached out to her. With my boyfriend's help, I drafted and eventually sent a letter apologizing if any of my behavior had been hurtful. Expressing my intention was to take care of him in a time of need, and expressing I wish she had given me the chance to explain these things at the time so we could clear up any misunderstandings. Yes, but you're also... Yeah, she's not gonna like that. She's not gonna like it. If I'm understanding who she is correctly, I think any point in which you make her at fault, she will not take well.
How are you? Not great, Bob.
I also
Not
said that although we do not
great,
have to be
Bob.
best friends, I hoped in the future we would both treat each other with respect because we both cared about my boyfriend. She responded with a day and time she wanted to sit down and chat at Starbucks. The day arrives, and I walk into my boyfriend, who said he would meet me there from work, already inside and standing with his parents waiting on me. Immediately, I had a sinking feeling. As you can imagine, the 3-hour conversation went terrible, but some highlights of my favorite things she said to me are, unless she comes up to me and asks me to speak, she doesn't want to hear what I have to say. She should be allowed to do what she wants with her body. When I asked if she could please stop walking into the middle of groups while I'm talking with others and put her back to me so I'm excluded from the discussion. Wow.
Wow.
She had in fact been kind to me because she allowed me to hug her when she entered her son's home. Context, I bought the home 100% independently before he and I ever started dating. But I guess since a man moved in, it's now his now. I'm just a silly little girl. Girl.
No, that's not.
She was also kind to me because she prayed an asthma attack away. It was definitely not the person who lent me their rescue inhaler and saved the day. Don't look at him, look at me. We are having a conversation because I turned to my boyfriend hoping he would chime in when I pointed out neither he nor I remember anything remotely close to me physically blocking her from entering the door to our room. When she wanted to ask him what his symptoms were and what he took, moments after asking me the exact same questions and then walking away before I could answer and barging into our room. I was behind her at this point, so I'm not sure how she could have even perceived I tried blocking her. I was controlling because I was self-conscious. Amazing that someone who had never asked a single question about me knows so well. This is what I'm saying, like, how is she so steadfast on her feelings towards you and who you are as a person without
was
actually
stuck to my
even
chair by a
knowing you,
candy.
without having any context? Like, maybe if she had heard from her son that you had done something bad to him, but if he said nothing, why does she have these feelings toward you if she doesn't know you at all? She knows everything about my boyfriend. She's known him longer than I have. I mean, yeah, she is his mom. And therefore, there's nothing I can tell her about him that she doesn't already know, and therefore I should not speak about him to her or anyone else. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, at this point, it's kind of like, I really don't like that your boyfriend is not saying anything in your defense. I genuinely don't see how you could continue a relationship with him while her also being in the picture. Like, there is nothing I can give him that she can't give him. Why is she making that argument? Does she want him for herself? Too much time has passed since the trip, and I shouldn't be bringing this up now. I mean, she also brought it up, so repeatedly referring to me as my boyfriend's friend and a guest of the family, okay. And the icing on the cake, after berating me, gaslighting me, interrupting me, and belittling me for almost 3 hours, and me finally on the verge of tears, she jumps up, rushes into my personal space, and says, "See, this isn't about me. This is something going on with you. You are hurting, and that's what I'm worried about." I mean, I think that you're hurting because she's hurting you. Yeah, she fully gaslit you in that whole conversation. Gaslit you, played the victim, classic narcissist coded tactics. This is the thing about like setting boundaries is like, I've just found that more often than not, people just don't respect them. And they not only don't respect them, but they also somehow make it your fault.
You did it. I didn't. You did it.
What do you do? What do you do when you set boundaries towards someone and they gaslight you and make it your fault? Because like the only thing that I've found that works is cutting off that person. You can question, you know, why don't they like me? Why has it gotten this way? Like, you know, all these other things. You can blame yourself. And most times you will, because them instilling that like guilt in you does its job. To the point where they never have to apologize for anything. Nothing is ever their fault. But more often than not, it's their behavior that's disrespectful. I just feel like other than maybe getting something off your chest and maybe that would help you feel better, I don't see how continuing a relationship with someone like this is beneficial to you at all. So at that point, I walked out. I drove home, sobbing to my best friend on the phone about what was happening, locked myself in the bedroom and cried myself out. Needless to say, I was devastated because I was seriously doubting my relationship. I would be too, honestly. Like, I think in situations like this with controlling mothers, you really have to have a partner that is willing to back you up.
I don't have the milk of mother's kindness in me anymore.
It took me a while to gather my thoughts, but after a few tense days, I sat down with my boyfriend and recounted to him every single horrible thing she said to me. I pressed him on why he didn't chime in when she lied about things that we both had previously agreed didn't happen, and when she was being condescending toward me. Kind of sounds like a like,
Oh, you're too scared to stand up to your mommy? Like,
come on, dude.
You're the biggest.
He admitted that he felt the need to be a neutral party in the conversation. That is bullshit. I'm sorry. I hate that argument. A neutral party? By not taking a side, you are taking a side. Being a neutral party and letting someone you supposedly love and want to spend the rest of your life with be disrespected in front of your face, you are choosing a side, and it's the side of the bully. I reminded him I walked into this conversation in good faith, that it was to clear up miscommunications, and instead, I felt like it was his family versus me, having to defend my character while being interrupted, insulted, and gaslit. I point blank told him that I nearly broke up with him that night, and every day since, but since my friend talked me down off that ledge, they acknowledged that we have something very special. Like, I understand he's a nice person, but he also sounds like a pushover.
You push too hard, darling.
I hate that. I don't love that for you, bestie. I also point blank told him I had 3 non-negotiable boundaries that I now needed to set in place for my mental health. 1, he needed to go to therapy and his first appointment had to be within the next 3 weeks or I would end the relationship. 2, he had 1 year to learn how to set boundaries with his family and stand up for me when I'm there and when I'm not, or I would end the relationship. 3, I would not ever speak to his mom again unless she apologized for the way she treated me, and even then, I would not spend prolonged time with her or interact with her closely. I think that's totally fair. I think that she's the one that has to suck up to you at this point. At this point, you have to protect your peace. He has since attended therapy regularly, and when his therapist expressed that his mom has an emotionally incestuous relationship toward him, God, I should just be a therapist. Always keep in mind, I am not a therapist. I have just had lots of therapy. So my opinions, you know, like they're from the place of I have done some healing, but they're not a therapist's advice, okay? Think about these videos as we are besties, and I'm trying to coach you through a difficult situation, okay? But it's interesting that the therapist thought the same thing. Here are the reasons. From a young age, she began to place the emotional responsibilities of a partner on my boyfriend because his dad wasn't meeting them. And in therapy, he's begun to recall a lot about his childhood he repressed, like the fact that she would often vent to him and expose him to very adult topics from a young age. She also asked him to make adult decisions for her, like how he felt about her divorcing her husband, his dad, or the financial burden of their very expensive schooling, asking him if he would be okay with being pulled out his senior year to be transferred to public school. Additionally, his parents made passive-aggressive comments about race, such as his mom stating her disgust for POC being with white women, his dad saying he's glad his son chose the right kind of white to date, when he began dating one of his exes who was European. His parents were also very cold, distant, and uninviting to his friends and girlfriends. Okay, so it wasn't just you. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so it's not about you, babes. Like, this is the thing. This is the thing that I think everybody needs to understand. When you're dealing with a person like this, you're literally dealing with a person with so much self-hate that they project that self-hate onto others. So it is not you, and I know it's hard to like separate the two. Like, if you might be questioning everything about yourself, think that you're not good enough, all these other things, but just like maintain, it is not about you. It has everything to do with how that person feels about themselves. They've also talked a lot about the night my boyfriend let his mom berate me in Starbucks for 3 hours, and how wildly inappropriate her behavior and him allowing it was. Okay, I'm really glad that his therapist is backing you up. I hope he takes it to heart. He clearly grew up with this person and is probably kind of afraid of her, honestly. But still, like, if he doesn't learn how to like set healthy boundaries and he doesn't understand that this is a very toxic relationship, I don't know. Doesn't seem like a war I would want to fight.
Game over, man. Game over.
Since then, he's apologized on many occasions, saying more than once it's one of his biggest regrets of his life and the biggest mistake he's ever made in our relationship. He also tried repeatedly to set boundaries with his parents and talk to them about the inappropriate things they've said and continue to say. However, the conversations always fall apart, usually with them beginning to gaslight him, make excuses for their behavior, change the topic, and pretend they don't understand the very simple things he's asking them to do. He is visibly exasperated with the conversations, often dreading having to interact with his parents, and has begun seeing them less and less. This is painful for me to see because I don't want him to not have a relationship with them, but I also know I can't have a relationship with them without something changing. And my bigger concern is that if we have children, they would see this behavior and think it's okay. That part. Yeah, I mean, it genuinely sucks. Like, it sucks to have to, like, not force, but, like, kind of make him choose between you and them. That's what you're doing, right? You're making him choose you over his parents. I mean, you're not really, because they're also doing things that are very hurtful to him, too. At the same time, I think that no one would want to put up with something like this. Like, anyone he dates is gonna feel this way. And they're gonna be treated the exact same way by them. Because remember what I said, it's not about you, it's about how his parents behave and how they feel about themselves.
I hate myself. Oh, I hate myself.
I just think that it's not necessarily your fault. I think that you're the one person who's willing to stay with him regardless of all of these things. It's one thing for them to traumatize me, but I've told my boyfriend I'm not okay with them traumatizing our children. I know all of this is making him feel torn, and often when we try to talk about it and how toxic some of their behavior is, he gets so wrapped in trying to defend their character, I don't truly feel heard. Well, yeah, because, like, here's the thing. He is also defending someone who, you know, probably gave him a lot, right? Like, yes, they're pushy and controlling and kind of racist, but I'm guessing he doesn't only see the bad side. He's only started to see the bad side once he started to push back.
If life pushes you down, you gotta push back.
My friends think he's worked really hard to grow these last 10 months and has already made some big changes and wants to continue to do better. So I feel safe around his family. However, my therapist has pointed out that this might be a bigger issue further down the road and has asked me if he has changed enough for me to consider next steps. Originally, we planned on getting engaged next spring, but things have been a holding pattern for obvious reasons. Yeah, I guess you have to decide, like, if you love him enough and if you're willing to, you know, be in these people's lives, at least partially, for the rest of your life.
One eternity later.
At first, I was feeling like he had because his uncle expressed wanting to sit down and have a conversation with us to help improve my relationship with his mom. And my boyfriend had called him and set boundaries that the strain had come from his mom's behavior. And I had already tried to mend that fence, but was treated poorly and it would not happen again. However, I found out this weekend that his uncle doesn't plan on his mom being there and instead just wants to share information about his mom to help us understand.
I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand.
I mean, you can hear him out and decide whether or not the reasons for her behavior are good enough. I don't know, it kind of just sounds like everybody panders to her. Everybody in her life is an enabler. I straight up told my boyfriend that was triangulation and I wasn't sure I wanted to have the conversation anymore. He was devastated and said he felt like this was his last hope, and he and his uncle had already acknowledged his mom's behavior will probably never change. I also found out he talked to his dad again about his frustrations, yet did not clearly set the boundary that he needed to be respectful towards our relationship and toward me. I got quiet at this point, and after a while, he admitted he knew he had dropped the ball. But honestly, at this point, it all felt like too much. I told him I didn't really feel like rehashing the same conversation because there wasn't really anything left for us to say for the millionth time, and I was tired. Yeah, I mean, this kind of seems like it's a lot more trouble than it's worth. I understand you love your boyfriend, but, like, I don't know. Again, like, I think that he's gonna have to deal with this regardless of who he dates or chooses to marry, unless he marries someone that's, like, such a complete pushover and is fine with it. But, like, it doesn't really sound like this is something that you want to put up with. Since then, things have been really tense between us. I know I said I would give him a year, and maybe I'm not being fair, getting upset when it hasn't been the full year. And in fact, he has gone to therapy and has set boundaries with some of his family, the ones who cared to listen at least. It is so much for someone to process and overcome in a year. He is just seeing for the first time how toxic many of his family patterns are and is still navigating how to put a stop to it. Hasn't he technically met my ultimatums, so I should be grateful for the progress I do see? Are my expectations too high? Am I being an unreasonable asshole? I don't think that your expectations are too high. Through all of this, I think that you were hoping that things would get better, or, you know, maybe there was like a little bit of like admission, or a little bit of like the mom and the dad, you know, saying maybe I'm not going to be such a dick, but they refuse to not be assholes. Like, they refuse. They're like,
No, sorry, I'm an asshole. Suck it up.
Suck it up. Clearly, he's breaking some generational curses, okay? He is having to undo, like, an entire lifetime of BS. I do think it's gonna take him some time to be able to stand up to his parents. Like, it's easy for us to say because we're not involved, but, like, I think it might be worth seeing how the year goes Because, like, realistically, you don't have to have a relationship with them. Like, you don't. I just think he's still gonna have to deal with this regardless of who he dates. And this work that he needed to do anyway. It might be worth, if you really truly love this guy, to see it through until when you promised. Because he is trying. Like, I do see that he's trying, and it wasn't just like, oh, I'm gonna do it for a week and then, like, not. Like, he is trying.
What are we gonna do over there?
And your friends seem to really like him. He just needs to come to terms with the fact that him and his parents have to be either low contact or no contact. And I don't think that that's him choosing between you and them. I think that that's gonna be, like, he needs to choose whether or not he's gonna be married to his parents for the rest of his life. Because it's gonna happen regardless if it's you or another woman. I think that you're not the a-hole. You do whatever you feel like you need to do, okay? Like, you know the answer. You know the answer here. You sound like you're at the end of your rope. I wouldn't blame you if you wanted to stick with him for a bit. I also wouldn't blame you if you didn't want to stick with it. Like, obviously, we don't understand everything that's happened. We don't understand, like, this is just like, you know, a Reddit post. So, like, she has to do what's right for her. You do whatever you feel comfy doing. First comment says, I'm grateful that my husband took the time to show me how toxic my father was and supported me in learning how to deal with that and change my responses to my father. But in the end, the only solution was no contact with my father. I really do not regret that one bit, and my life has been better for it. Unless your boyfriend is willing and capable of going no contact with his mother, this will never end. And unless he's capable of not blaming you if he goes no contact, then you will never hear the end of it. OP responds, thank you for sharing this. Do you mind sharing how long it took from him first talking with you about it to finally clicking for you to go no contact? My boyfriend now recognizes her behavior is 100% unacceptable, despite how normalized it has been for him. He also acknowledges he will have to go no contact if she doesn't change. But I'm not sure when he is going to decide if she isn't going to change, if that makes sense. He saw it immediately, but waited for me to comment about how unfair it was about something, and used that to open the convo. This was about 2 years in. We went low contact with periods of no contact or timeouts. Then when he finally reduced me to tears over how he treated my mother, I cut contact. That was 12 years in. We were loath to go fully no contact for fear of his treatment of my mother. In hindsight, I should have fought for my mom to leave him and gone no contact years earlier. Okay, so it does take some time. Like, it's hard. Like, there's part of you that, like, you know, still hangs on to the possibility of, like, you hope that things will get better.
You just don't get any better.
Petty.com said, I would say you would be an a-hole. Before making any decisions, I would lay out your feelings to your partner and tell him your concerns with the relationship. I would then make a decision based on how that conversation goes. You deserve to feel comfortable and safe. I'm sorry you're going through this. Your boyfriend is doing a lot to try to change things, and he's coming to the realization that something does have to change. And he is doing the work, okay? And he's doing most of the things he said he was going to. Give him at least until, you know, the year is up to really make a decision. Can he live with you and your future children having zero contact with his parents? If no, then break up. If yes, there may be a basis for conversation. I agree with this. I think that you need to make some adult decisions here. You got to see how it goes. Just stick to your timeline. Keep your promise. All right, let's be women of our word. Let's be people of our word.
I'm a man of my word.
And then after a year, if things really haven't changed, he hasn't set boundaries, and you guys are still under the understanding that, you know, this person's going to be in your life, the parents are going to be in your life, you're not going to be no contact, that's when you pull the plug. Subscribe! Hey everybody, welcome back. These are some Reddit stories that make you wish you could choose your family. This was posted in the Charlotte Dober YouTube subreddit. Am I the a-hole for going no contact with my twin brother because he refuses to meet my husband? Allow me. I, 34 female, have a twin brother, 34 male. We'll call him Sam. And I have a husband, 36 male. We'll call John. Okay, so for context, let's set the scene. Setting the scene. Sam refused to come to my wedding because he said I deserve much better than John. Because at the time, John was a mechanic at a local shop and only made minimum wage. I already hate this because, you know, you as family members or friends, you might think that your friends and family members deserve better than what they're getting, but it is in no way your job to protest that and make it your problem. We should always try to support
as much as possible. If you see things that they don't, hopefully they see those things in time. But if it's just something like, oh, he doesn't make enough money, I feel like that's very superficial. Maybe he doesn't make enough money right now. Doesn't mean that he's not husband material. And, you know, things change. So Sam and I come from a family that's well off. So Sam didn't see the appeal. I mean, money really isn't everything. Like, I feel like all the rich guys that I dated were also like total assholes. They were interested in women like half their age or younger. They refused to be tied down in relationships. They wanted to cheat. They wanted to have open relationships. Money does not buy class. I told Sam that I loved John and nothing was going to change that. Sam let that go and Sam got married as well. I couldn't make the wedding as I was 9 months pregnant and my due date was a week away from his wedding. Sam was super upset, but that's besides the point. Like, listen, it's kind of hard when you have a friend that's pregnant and can't come to your wedding because of that. You can be like upset at the situation, but you can't be mad at the person that's pregnant. That's not entirely their fault. Oh, well, not entirely their fault. It's not their fault at all. I misspoke. I'm sorry. I almost feel like he was like being petty by not coming to yours, but okay. I was supporting my husband while I was pregnant because he was going to school, and I wanted to support John and help him as much as I could. No, I did not pay for his schooling. Okay, good to know. At this point, it's been 6 years that I had been with John, but Sam still refused to meet him. What is he, an aristocrat? My parents were on my side and said Sam was being irrational, but Sam didn't care. He said he would see me when I got divorced. Dear Lord. If he's lucky. I don't know, after that I'd still be like kind of pissed. Oh, and he still hadn't met my 2 kids at that point either. Don't take out your grievances on the children. Like, come on. It's not their fault. I have a son who's 15 now. He's not my son's biological father. We started dating when my son was 6 months old, but he did adopt him. This is for any confusion. And I have a daughter who is 11 now, and they haven't met my twin brother, their uncle. For context, Sam and I live in different states. I moved out of state with my mom, and he stayed with my dad when we were in high school. But when I would travel to where he lives, he would always tell me he was busy and couldn't meet up. Sam would never tell us when he was visiting my state either. Interesting. That's rather odd. Like, he can think that you deserve better, but the result of that is he never wants to talk to you again or see you again. Like, I think that's so silly. Back to the story, my husband finished his schooling and started making a lot more money. Period, queen. Yes, how the tables turn. I was able to quit my job and become a stay-at-home mom. That was my dream. Yes, honey. Now my husband helps run a telecommunications company and he makes great money. You saw his potential and it worked out. Now this is where we get to the point of the story. Sam found out about John's new career because my dad told him about it. Sam was skeptical, but he just brushed it off. When my son was turning 10, that's when Sam and his wife got divorced. It was a nasty divorce and she got full custody of their kids and Sam's life took a hurdle for the worst. He was in and out of jail. Oh. He stopped seeing his own kids and pretty much became the epitome of what he thought John was. Interesting. People that are intolerant like this, like of anything, you really have to wonder why they project that onto other people. You know, Sam would start to call and ask me for money. Oh, no, he did not. Oh my goodness. This is funny. You're funny. I would always decline, but it kept happening. I told him to contact our parents if he needed money that bad, but he said they cut him off. Oh. It's interesting that he, like, you know...
Oh, I'm from this affluent family, and we are better than other people.
But then the affluent family cut him off, and now he doesn't have any money or probably skills. Let's just get this straight here. If you come from money, that money is not yours. It's not your money. Stop acting like it is, and stop acting like you're better than other people because your parents are rich. So now John and I were his only hope. I told Sam he needed to get a job and see his kids before he worries about getting money out of me. Well, he finally got really mad at me and told me John made more than enough money for us to send him money once a month. Wow. After all, I am his twin. Interesting how he plays the twin card when he refused to meet your husband or go to your wedding. You know, he's only your twin when he needs money. I told him no, that maybe if he would have met my husband 15 years ago, then maybe I would consider giving him money. Stand on business, bestie. I told Sam that all he's done is talk bad about John, never giving him a chance. Sam got upset and hung up on me. Oh, if it's not the consequences of your actions.
I've blocked him on everything so he can't contact me anymore. So am I the a-hole for going no contact with my twin brother? No, he's just an entitled brat, okay? He felt entitled to your parents' money, entitled to tell you what to do with your life, and now he feels entitled to your money despite never being supportive of your marriage. It's not just your money, it's your husband's money. He hated. I'm sorry if this sounds incredibly rude, but I feel like you need to hear it. Your brother sounds like a huge snob. He thought he was better than the minimum wage blue-collar worker, and he was discriminating against him because of it. As a retail cashier, I see this type a lot. I'm usually on the receiving end. Ugh. The only reason he called you is for money. He doesn't give a shit about you or your family, so he honestly doesn't deserve anything from you, period. Like you said, he needs to come down off his high horse and get a job. So this is the thing. As someone who was brushed aside most of my life, not only in the career aspect, but also in the relationship aspect, people really just didn't see my potential. They judged me for it and, you know, didn't give me opportunities because of it, or weren't interested in me because they maybe thought I was a big dreamer and I wasn't actually that good at what I do, or I would never make anything of myself. Now it's interesting when the people that would never bother to talk to me at work, never bothered to have a relationship with me because they didn't see any advantage to them, now those people are suddenly coming out of the woodwork and wanting to go for coffee and wanting opportunities and wanting this and wanting that. And it's like, I have gotten to a point where I've stopped responding. I don't respond anymore because it's like, where were you when I was struggling and, you know, would have appreciated a friend or someone to care about her? I'm petty. I would have done the same thing, okay? Maybe there's other people who are like, oh, family's family, whatever.
Yeah,
be a good person.
more emotes got added.
I would have done the same thing because that. Not only has he not apologized for how he treated John, but now he feels entitled to John's money. He's a spoiled, entitled brat, and he needs to learn the value of a dollar. John may have made minimum wage, but he didn't use that as an excuse to go and ask people for money. He went to school, he got a better job, and now he's doing great in life. So we do have an update. The serotonin that gets released in my brain when I see update. As of right now, let's see what happened. Hey y'all. Hey. I've got an update for you. But before I get into the update, I wanted to clear some things up. The reason it took me so long to go no contact with my twin brother Sam is because I thought he would eventually see that John is not a bad person and that John has been a great father to our kids. But unfortunately, that never happened. It just kind of seems like your brother uses everybody. He sees relationships and friendships only in a way that could benefit him somehow.
He's a narcissist.
When John and I started dating, I'd been living in a different state with my mom where I met my son's biological father. I got pregnant and he turned into a very physically abusive person. So I left before I gave birth. I wanted to protect my son. I met John when my son was 2 weeks old because I moved into the same apartment complex as him and he was my neighbor. We became good friends and that's when I started to fall for John. He and I started dating when my son was 6 months old. Hope that clears up some of that confusion. Okay, appreciate the context, my darling. Yes, even though I tried to see Sam on multiple occasions, he was too busy. So I eventually did stop telling him when I was traveling to the state he lived in. Sam's attitude got worse after John and I got together. After reading lots of comments, it didn't occur to me that Sam was possibly feeling like he was being replaced. But unfortunately, I can't always validate someone's feelings when I don't know what his issues were. Okay, I understand people trying to rationalize Sam's behavior and how he felt the way he felt.
More flowers.
It's not your problem. If you do not communicate your problems and feelings to others, your feelings are nobody's responsibility but your own. Maybe if he told me, I would have been better equipped to help Sam. Now to the update. I did a family call with my parents, Sam and John. My parents told Sam they were very disappointed in how he was treating everyone around him. Sam tried saying we were all going against him, but that's not what's happening. I had found out before we did the call with Sam that the reason my parents cut him off was because he would call and ask for money on a weekly basis, saying the kids needed it. Then my parents found out that he hasn't seen his kids. So yes, they cut him off. They felt used. Anyways, we told Sam that we'll be going no contact with him, that he needs to get a job, see his kids, and get his life on track.
John has told Sam that he doesn't want to hear that he's asking for money anymore. And that's what
Flowers
Sam told
or
all of us. It's not
succulents
fair
next?
That John, my parents and I have all this money that we
Flowers?
can't share with him.
Succulents.
Oh my god.
Flowers?
You are not
Succulents.
entitled to
Flowers?
anyone else's money.
Flowers?
That is crazy.
Succulents.
You're a lazy,
Flowers?
crazy...
Succulents. I guess I should finish all the flowers. I'm gonna finish the flowers.
He's a 34-year-old man that needs to take care of himself. That it's no
Ooh,
one's
I also
responsibility but
have
his own. He didn't like any of what we said.
of
Sam
the
told
big
John as
Legos
his wife's
left.
twin that he should be obligated to help him. Like, what? I'm sorry, but if anyone
Yeah, there's
gives
Harry
him money
Potter
at this point,
Gringotts.
he is literally never going to learn. He's never going to
And
learn
that.
that he needs to stand up and take
And a
care
whole bunch
of
of
himself.
other
He's a
smaller
man.
Legos.
He's
I
a
also need to wrap
34-year-old
these young
grown man. And helping him in the way that
I need
he
to
says
wind
it
this
will
ball of
actually
yarn for the
hinder
next
him. So I
blanket,
think by
too.
doing what you're doing, you're actually pushing him to be a better person. John told Sam absolutely not. Absolutely not. But he's still willing to meet him when Sam's ready. Sam didn't like that answer and told all of us that we are the problem. I mean, keep singing that tune and
This
see how
has to
far it
be
gets you.
rewrapped into
Unfortunately,
a
I don't
ball.
think Sam will change anytime soon. He needs to live without help and see how his actions are why he is where he is. Well, after reading the update, I think we're all in agreement. My dad
Where's
is
the butthole?
furious that my mom
Oh, there's the
giggitied
butthead.
with other people in an open marriage he wanted.
There's a
Ooh, that was a
butthole
good
that
one.
there
This
has
post
a
is from the
that
subreddit
has
True Off
I
My
have to rewind
Chest.
this.
My parents got married when they were super young. My dad knocked up my mom and their parents married them off. My grandfather was able to set up some business for my dad in a big city and they moved here soon after my birth. My mom grew up in a conservative southern town where she was taught to be a submissive wife. And even after moving to the big city, she didn't spend much time socializing. She had no friends and never went out. My dad was only there to provide for us. He was always away on business and he wasn't there as a husband for my mom or as a father to me. My dad made a lot of
Oh,
money, so we
see,
never
this
lacked
number 10 is a
anything.
total
Growing
different
up, I
number
became
10
my
from
mom's
this
best
number
friend.
10.
We would talk about
This
everything.
number
I pushed her to make
10
friends and find
is
hobbies.
a
After years of
wench.
pushing, she started going to a nearby park and made her first friend, a gym trainer. Encouraged by her friend and me, she decided to join the gym. Ooh. She met a few more people there and started having some semblance of a social life, but she still continued to tell me everything. I think my dad's new secretary gave him the idea, but he asked my mom for an open marriage almost a year ago. Yeah, he was cheating the whole time and basically wanted the green light. He told her he wasn't happy in their marriage and she wasn't providing him with everything he wanted. Like what? What else does he want? She literally does nothing and just stays at home. And she's working out now. What's the issue? My mom, who's a Christian wife, was mortified and told me about the proposal in tears. I suggested she get a divorce, but she said she didn't believe in it and she wouldn't be the one to end their marriage. I can sympathize with that. There's a lot of people that do believe in the sanctity of marriage, and it's so easy to just say, okay, let's just get divorced. Those were vows that you made, and who knows, maybe the open marriage won't be such a bad thing. She working out, she getting fit, she getting tight. And it's interesting that his new secretary gave him the idea. Your dad's new secretary, where did that idea come from? Is he wanting to be in an open marriage because of his secretary? Is that what that is?
It sure is.
As my dad pushed, I knew exactly where this would end up if my mom agreed. Her friend and I convinced her. Do it just to be petty, honestly. My mom was hesitant at first, but she agreed with the condition that they would be completely transparent with each other. My dad was a middle-aged 41-year-old man with a belly, and my mom, 39, was an athletic woman who worked out regularly. Period. I bet she'd be looking cute. This is the thing, right? It's like, it's just interesting how, you know, certain people want to be able to go and they want to have an open relationship and stuff like that, and it's like, are you sure that it's gonna go your way? Are you sure you're that desirable? Are you sure? Because judging by what you've told me, he kind of sounds like a... I'm a 22-year-old woman, by the way. I don't know how my dad was so blind or what he thought would happen. I helped create online dating profiles for my mom almost 6 months ago. After getting an insane number of matches, period, choosing from them and chatting with them for months, my mom started hooking up with a few people. Ooh, get it, girly, yes! Getting all this attention has provided a massive boost to her confidence and she seems better. Ooh, I love this for you. And for her. My dad hooked up with his secretary almost immediately. I knew it! What a cliche. He's had very little luck with other ladies. How are you not embarrassed? With their transparency thing, my mom tells him about all her hookups. Oh, I bet he loves that. turning into a little competition. A few weeks ago, my dad screamed at my mom for some minor thing. Usually my mom would have apologized, but with her new confidence, she didn't back down. It's been constant fights the last few weeks. My dad keeps starting fights by making snide remarks about my mom's clothing or appearance. He almost even called my mom a but stopped himself. I think the open marriage finally sunk in. My mom told me he tried to have a conversation about stopping their open marriage, but she immediately shot it down. I think they'll split up. My dad was never there for either of us, but the thought of my parents splitting up still feels weird. I don't feel bad for my dad, but I wish he put effort into his family. I'm happy for my mom though. Well, if it isn't the consequences of your actions. Why does this happen, like, quite often? Like, I feel like this is not the first time I've read a story like this. Oh, I'm so petty. This is hilarious. We do have an update. I know. A few days after my previous post, my dad left our home and had a divorce served to mom in a week. It doesn't seem like your mom will have too hard of a time finding a new husband. I'll just say that. My grandparents didn't know about any of this, but my dad told them when he served the divorce. He also implied to them that my mom was cheating on him. Oh, interesting choice of words. Both sets of grandparents came to our home and started berating my mom. I kept screenshots of all my parents' communications, and my mom showed them, and it got way worse after that. Grandparents started fighting each other, blaming each other's children for causing all this. I mean, the only person really responsible here is your dad. All of this could have really been avoided if he didn't think the grass was greener. And like, it is clear that like your mom is a very desirable woman. If she's 39 and she literally has no problems being on a dating app, meeting multiple people, going out on dates, hooking up, your mom's hot. I'm just saying, you got a hot mom. And your dad didn't see that. So a few days after this, my mom's old church friends came to our home. Back when my mom used to go to church, they used to look down on her for being from a small town. My mom has always been a very caring and non-judgmental person, so she disagreed with their bigotry, and they began excluding her from their activities. After she met her gym friends, my mom stopped going to the church entirely. These church friends started calling my mom a slut, and she kicked them out. I mean, your mom would not even be in this position if it weren't for her husband. I say that term loosely. My mom is on a cut right now, so she has very defined abs and arms. So along with all the normal stuff getting thrown at her, my grandparents accused her of having a man body. Her trainer has been a great support through all of this. She contacted the attorney she used for her divorce, and my mom is spending a lot of time at her house. Turns out the business my dad is running is owned by my mom. Interesting. Oh my God. It really sucks having to pick sides in a divorce. I wouldn't blame you if you chose your mom in this divorce. It was set up by my mom's dad in her name, so it belongs to her. I didn't know this until now and assumed that my dad owned it. Wow, the audacity. The sheer audacity of this man. The whole situation is a huge mess right now. Dad is living in some hotel, and my grandparents left yesterday after a week of fighting and trying to force my parents back together. I know there's a lot more divorce drama to come, but I hope it calms down for now. Oh my goodness. See, this is the thing about your dad. Your dad didn't want your mom to go and giggity-goo with other people. He wanted to go giggity-goo with other people. He wanted her to stay at home. He didn't see her worth. He didn't think that everybody would be so interested in her. Lo and behold, the truth slapped him in the face. Something tells me that secretary isn't going to be so interested in him once she finds out that he doesn't have that business that he said he had. Why is it always the one who wants to open up the relationship, the person who gets angry that their partner is seeing other people too? This is so unbelievably common. What do you think open relationship means? Because, you know, they don't want to, like, essentially say that they're a hypocrite, but I can tell you, like, firsthand from someone who knows someone who prefers open relationships, ended up duping a girl into being in an open relationship with him. He is allowed to see other people, and she isn't. And he gets very possessive and controlling when she does. So funny to me. It's because they don't want an open relationship. They want a hall pass to cheat while the other remains monogamous.
I'm gonna get
That's the
stopped
thing,
with
right?
the purple.
Let this be a lesson to everyone who wants to
Yeah,
open up their
11,
relationships.
12, and
The
13.
grass isn't greener. If you want to be with other people, and that's the reason why, cut your
12,
losses.
and 13.
I have literally
Yeah,
no
11,
pity.
12, and
like,
13.
like zero pity for this situation. Good for your mom. Get those gains, baby girl. Subscribe. Hey everybody, welcome back. This is some divorce drama that left me speechless, which is pretty hard to do because I don't know when to shut up. All of these are from the Charlotte Dobre YouTube subreddit. Am I the a-hole? for not telling my ex or his parents we are still living in our hometown after he cheated and left us to move into the woods with his boyfriend. Rise for the Honorable Judge Charlotte. I'm sorry in advance. This is going to be a long post, but I could really use some unbiased advice. So the backstory. Context. My ex, 27 male, let's call him Jim, and I, 30 female, met around 8 years ago. We dated for 8 months, then got married, and we were married for about 7 years. When I met him, he was Republican, raised Christian, and besides being really lazy, we never had an issue. His family was very friendly and active in our lives. Family. We met when we were both serving in the Navy, and when he got out, I supported him while he flipped through school, hopping from career idea to career idea until he found one he liked. It took quite a few years. During our marriage, we had 2 kids. Let's just call them Jack and Jill. For fun. Jack would be 5, almost 6 years old right now, and Jill just turned 4, so both very young.
I'm a little baby.
When Jack was 3 years old, he was diagnosed with autism, nonverbal but fairly high functioning. And my ex's overall withdrawal from interactions with him should have been my cue to say adios. But I figured he would mature with age. Okay, so I'm assuming you're getting to the fact that your husband is not very active in your children's lives. Around the time our oldest was turning 4, I got out of the Navy and became a stay-at-home mother with our special needs child being my job, if you will. Even though I was still making the same amount of money as Jim, I was doing all of the child work and housework on my own. He got a dog that he refused to brush, so it became my job.
Oh, no. You kicked me.
It was a Malamute, so it was a job of its own. This thing? Yeah.
Yeah, see,
I
this
see
number
where you're going
12
with
is
this.
gold.
So you spent a lot of time on that, I'm assuming. But you get the point. Overall, extremely lazy and terrible with money. At this point, it's kind of like, what the heck are you married for? If you have to do everything yourself. We bought a house, and 20 days after we closed, the pipes burst, flooding the entire house. It was a 1-story home, so we were devastated. But I put the $23,000 on my credit card to fix it, because I had 2 kids, and running water is very nice. Did he help? You guessed it. No! It followed on me for the 2 years we lived there. Basically, I married a man-child and everyone saw it but me. Ooh, doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. Now, as unhelpful as he was, his family was so nice. They immediately accepted me in, and since I don't have any family, it really meant a lot to me. His dad was a strong military man and had been in the Marine Corps for about an eternity, and his mom had little jobs to pass the time, but was so nice. She noticed the signs of Jack's autism and kept up with things once he had the diagnosis. She would call and check up frequently to chat and check in. We spent every holiday possible with them. He had a sister that I grew very close to, and it was going great. They would give Jim advice on how to help more, and he would take it for about a week, then slide back into my 3rd child position. Overall, I was content with life. I'm sorry, but nobody wants to be married to a child. I'm just saying, like,
You're not a baby, you're a man!
if your partner doesn't help you with things and make your life better in some way, then what is the point? Like, you're literally single. You're single, babes. You've been single. Now, to the storm. 6 months before my marriage imploded, Jim started to change, and I mean in every way. He went from smoking meat at least twice a month and eating meat with every meal to being a vegetarian. He went from Republican to liberal, from supporting the police to hating them. He went from making fun of holistic practices to carrying around crystals, and he truly believed he was a witch. I mean, I can't fault him for that. I'm also a witch. Each change was a month apart, roughly, so I would barely have time to wrap my head around one major life change before he hit me with another. He went from never doing fun stuff to getting a medical card and growing Mary Jane inside our home. This was only an issue because of Jack and Jill. Toward the end, he had a long conversation with me about exploring his sexuality. Now, he was the father of my children and he was having some serious medical health concerns, so I got him into therapy out of my own pocket. He went to therapy and basically, he came out as bisexual. I helped him come out to his family. I held his hand while he cried, and over the last couple months, I got him back on his feet and ensured he didn't lose his job. You're too good for this, man. Imagine what you could do with all that energy or put into someone who didn't take you for granted. At this point, I was thinking he would just want to co-parent together and be civil, but then his boyfriend showed up. Long story short, I caught him cheating with this guy.
a week after I had given him an out of the marriage, and he said he did not want to leave. So you did all of this for this man, and he still cheated on you?
So cheat day.
Quote, we were soulmates and he just wanted to know all of who he was and all that. Now, his mother and sister both told me that he was more than likely cheating on me and that this had been a previous issue. After I caught him, he came to me and told me he didn't want to be a father anymore, especially to a child as broken and damaged as Jack.
That's kind of messed up.
Snip, snip. Cut him loose. Cut him loose. Yes, I recorded that whole conversation, and yes, I immediately kicked him out. He did not fight me on anything, gave me the house, signed over the kids, and quit his job and moved into a tent in the woods with his boyfriend. Okay. They hopped from campground to campground, but more on that later. I had to sell the house. I could not afford the entire mortgage on my own with the debt I had on my shoulders from the house. So with nothing but my pure, depressed determination, we got the house fixed up. Ripped up the flooring and put new flooring in the bedrooms and painted a bunch of other things. I had friends come and help on weekends, but I made a really good profit off of that house. I had to move a couple states away with a friend to get back on my feet. They lived in the middle of nowhere and there were no services out there for Jack. I knew I couldn't stay there. So remember Jimmy the hippie? Him and his boyfriend broke up after 3 months while I was staying with my friend and had to retreat out of the woods. I heard he got a job, I don't know where, and he found a place. I don't know where. He changed his phone number and I don't have that either. I had given him my number and the address of my friend, so they knew where we were for emergency purposes. His parents texted my new number and told me they had to support Jim. If he didn't want to be in our lives, neither did they.
What the hell?
His mother told me they didn't want any photos or videos, did not want to speak to us, and would put a birthday and Christmas money into an account for them when they turned 18. His sister has blocked me on everything, and aside from paying not nearly enough in child support, I haven't heard from him either. We have just went through Jill's birthday and Christmas and New Year's with not one word from anyone about our well-being. While writing this, it's been 7 months in Ghost City. Wow. Wow. I don't understand why they cut you out of their lives when the only reason why you're not with your husband, I'm sure you would be with your husband, but he cheated on you. What did you do and what did your children do to deserve that? I don't get it. So after staying with my friend and paying all of my debt, good for you, and shooting my credit score to the moon, I moved back to our home state. I found a place to rent in an amazing school district for Jack, got back on my feet, and finally found my peace. See what you can do with all that misplaced energy? I'm proud of you. I reconnected with an old Navy friend who's been helping us a ton and treats me like an actual queen, though we're taking it very slowly. Jack is in school and talks a little bit more every day, and Jill is living her absolute best life. We finally have the life we should have had so long ago, and I'm exceptionally proud of both my kiddos. I've learned a lot about narcissistic people and how best to avoid them in life. That being said, I didn't tell anyone about my new address because I figured if they wanted to know, they would ask. His grandmother has been the only one on my side, and I've kept her fully informed. But other than that, I'm letting them have their, quote, space. So am I the a-hole for not telling them my new address? No. What do you mean? The people that told you that they want nothing to do with you. You're wondering if you're an a-hole for not keeping in touch with the people that literally don't want anything to do with you or your kids that they are related to? Hell no! Something tells me that they're gonna come out of the woodwork, especially if you're doing well and they see that. I'm blown away. Honestly, just keep living your best life, because I think that them coming back into your life and like telling them where you are and all that stuff, telling them where your kids are, maybe you want your kids to like know their dad or something, but it seems like you're doing really great without them. Why mess with that? You know? All he did, all Jimmy the hippie did, is stress you out and cause you more work than you could handle, and money. He cost you a lot of money. I think that his family made it very clear they want nothing to do with you. So, their loss. All right, there's a very good point in the comments. Not the a-hole. If they want nothing to do with you or your children, then why should they get to know your address? However, I would take him back to court to get a child support increase now that he's supposedly gainfully employed. Okay, that part. That part. It doesn't matter that he doesn't want anything to do with his children. He married you, caused you to go far into debt. You had to pull yourself out of it without any of his help. Pay up. OP responded, not a bad idea for the future, but right now I don't really care about his money. I get that, but like, get what you're owed, bestie, because like, you're fine right now and your life is thriving, but like, what if something happens, you know? What if something terrible happens, God forbid, and you lose your job or something and you're unable, like, do you want to have to take him to court when you don't have the money to be able to afford it? Or do you want to take him to court now when things are good to set yourself up in case something bad happens?
No one can survive in this world without help. No one.
If you don't need his money, then put it into a savings account for the children. But it really isn't fair for him to just deuce out without repercussions or accountability. Unless he's willing to sign off, give up his parental rights, he has an obligation to financially support the children. So he has been paying some things from what I understand, and it does just go into their savings. I still think that, you know, things are really good right now, but you just never know. I think it would be a good idea. If you don't need his money, then just do it for the kids, because
in this economy,
you're gonna have to support this special needs child for the rest of his life. You know, I understand not wanting to stoop, so to speak, but it's not stooping. He has, Hippie Jim has a legal obligation to help you with your kids. But anyways, I am very proud of you for getting back on your feet. That probably wasn't easy. I still think that you should move in the shadows a little bit. Find out how much money he's making and if it's worth pursuing legal action, getting him to fork out some cash. But you are not the a-hole. It is decided. Am I the a-hole for taking my mother-in-law and ex-husband to court over his family heirloom, which he refused to give me? Ooh! Next case. Now, I think that I might have read this story before, so if you have seen it, I apologize. But we do have a very interesting update where the mother-in-law in this story has made a Reddit post for herself. If you want to hear the story again for a refresh, I'll give it to you. But if you want to skip ahead to the update, I will have the editor put the timestamp on the screen and you can do that. This account is my sister's BFF. She's letting me use this as a throwaway. I am 31 female, and let's call my ex-husband Tom 33 male. We met in college, got married when I was 26. Ever since I was introduced to his family, my mother-in-law has hated me. Your mother's here! She wanted him to marry her friend's daughter. His grandpa approved of me and always came to my defense. His grandpa didn't really get along with my mother-in-law. Mother-in-law didn't like him staying at her house, and also his grandpa had diabetes, so he needed to be taken care of, and she apparently thought it was a burden. After our marriage, we offered for his grandpa to stay at our house, and he agreed.
Say something again. Say one more thing. I will slap. Say it again.
A few years in to our marriage, Tom and I were going through a rough time, and we were fighting a lot. Mother-in-law would fuel our fight and would visit our house uninvited and would make snarly comments about how Carla was a better match, and I was useless, and I was with Tom for his money. Tom won't take my side ever and be quiet. He would also get mad at me for being, quote, disrespectful to his mom when I would fight back. Pretty sure the disrespect wouldn't be there if there wasn't disrespect dished to you in the first place. Disrespect is not disrespect when it's a reaction to someone else's disrespect of you. He started taking on overtime at work to avoid me, and he was rude to me and his grandpa for no reason. All this time, I had been taking care of his grandpa, and we had a very good relationship. His grandpa, sadly, passed away last year. Oh, let me guess. He left you the heirloom. Got it. Soon after his passing, Tom and I got divorced. While I was moving out, mother-in-law came by and made a comment saying something along the lines of, glad he came to his senses and divorced you before claiming the will that the old man left for him.
Excuse me?
About 2 months after our divorce is finalized, I've already moved out, and I get a call from Tom saying he wanted to meet up. I didn't really want to, but I agreed after some convincing. Well, basically, his grandpa left me 3 jewelry sets, which are a family heirloom. Mother-in-law had no idea about the jewelry sets as grandpa and she didn't get along. So would she have been nicer to him if she knew about the jewelry sets? That's no excuse, literally. If I were to sell the jewelry sets, I would get about $300,000. Now the real tea is my mother-in-law doesn't want me to have anything and was trying to get me to sign off the ownership of the jewelry sets to Tom. And why would you do that? Sorry, I'm not understanding. What is in it for you? Why would you do that?
You also took on the financial burden of taking care of Tom's grandfather, right? I refused to as I was financially struggling and needed the money, so I decided to get a lawyer involved in case something happens. Mother-in-law and Tom and their lawyers left the room to discuss something, and while they were gone, to be on a safer side, I took a photo of the will on my phone just in case. Ooh, they left it in the room with you? Big mistake on their part. Well, after they came back, we talked, and I basically refused to give them a check or the jewelry sets. I also decided to get a lawyer for myself in case something more happens. Well, something did happen. Tell me why when I called Tom to ask when the jewelry sets would be given to me, mother-in-law interfered and said, "What jewelry set? Why would he leave you anything?" I was confused as to why she and Tom were pretending to be oblivious about this. Well, it turns out they, A, destroyed part of his will, or B, are hiding it so it looks like I was never given anything. Ooh! Does that constitute, like, tampering with evidence?
Yeah, perjury.
Not entirely legal, just saying.
It's not at
I
all
get my
legal.
lawyer involved and a whole crap show unfolded. A Chaosessä show, and I'm taking them to court.
That's Queen Skinny Legend Versace boots the house down.
His whole family has been blasting me on social media, and mother-in-law's sisters and family have been calling me and messaging me saying I'm a liar. I'm trying to get something which belonged to my mother-in-law. The hearing is in 2 days. Just move in the shadows, babe. And when you're finished, post a photo of that will so everyone can see. Well, now even my family is saying I'm being selfish and I should just give up now that the papers are gone. So am I the a-hole for taking my mother-in-law and ex-husband to court over a family heirloom? You're absolutely not the a-hole. What do you mean? Update 1. Hearing is tomorrow. My lawyer contacted me today to let me know that I should be prepared, as the photos I took of the will can be brought up in the court as false or fake document by my mother-in-law's lawyer. Not sure whether the lawyer knows about the whole will doesn't mention you thing, which my mother-in-law pulled. Tom called me asking me to back out. I refused. He asked me to meet up, which I agreed to after approval from my lawyer. My lawyer asked me to record the conversation in case Tom talks about the will or anything which can help us tomorrow. Well, Tom started to yell and called me bitch for trying to suck them dry. Okay, what I don't understand here is that you took in his grandfather, elderly and, had medical issues, took care of him out of your own pocket for years, and because you were so kind to him, he made the choice to leave you something in his will. I don't think that you're being selfish at all. I think that you're saying that you're having financial issues, but yet you still chose to help his grandfather. I think that you're just getting what is owed to you. I don't think that that's selfish at all.
You'll never get a cent out of me!
So Tom called me for trying to suck them dry. He slipped about a check which was under my name. This was not brought up before. Ooh, love that. Love that you're recording it. Before I could ask questions, Tom just said, "You won't get anything either way, so let it be," and hurriedly left. I'm sorry. If he wasn't concerned, then why is he trying to get you to drop it? You got him by the balls, my love. I don't know how much the check is signed for, but my lawyer seemed happy about this. Mother-in-law messaged me saying she knows about this post and called me disgraceful for dragging her through the mud and for lying about the will. I think she's gonna make a post to give her side. Ooh, we'll get to that in a second. Update 2, I won. At the court. I knew you would. They were just bluffing. At the court, the main argument by the mother-in-law's lawyer was that my current name is not my maternal name, so the will cannot be given to me. The will has my maternal name, but when Tom and I got married, I changed my last name to his. Doesn't seem very solid of a case, honestly. After the divorce, I applied to change my name back to my maternal name. It's still in the process. My lawyer brought about the will being destroyed and hidden, and the opposition lawyer looked shocked. Yeah, I'm wondering if, the lawyer knew about that. He had to have known, because it was part of the case. Well, mother-in-law started to cry very loudly, saying all kinds of BS, which got her a warning. We presented the copies of the will, which I took, and made the point again that mother clearly said there's nowhere stated that you get anything. Her lawyer said it was an attempt to persuade me to be thoughtful about mother-in-law and Tom's situation. I don't think he knew about the conversations me and mother-in-law had about there being no will, and just made something up to make it sound convincing. Yeah, no, this is not a very good argument. Well, yeah, about the check. Tom tried to speak out of nowhere, but their lawyer said nothing and agreed that there is a check for me. The court ruled in my favor, as my name change was in process before I knew about the will. So yeah, in total, I'll get about $200K. I got some other assets from the divorce, and I'll also sue them for court time and lawyer fees. Oof. So in addition to the jewelry, you got about $500,000. Eat dirt, mother-in-law! We're wondering if mother-in-law tried to make a post herself. If she has, I'll post a link, as many of you asked. We have the link. Oh, she even linked your post. Am I in the wrong for looking out for my family? I'm the mother-in-law from a post that TR1_Win made. In the post, she has portrayed me and my son as some greedy monsters. I'm writing this post to clear up any misunderstanding that arose. So she links the original post. After my daughter-in-law and my son Tom divorced, all the assets were divided equally, and I know that my son did his best to provide for his family and me. Tree worked as a dentist but never made any actual money. Her contribution to their finances was basically nothing. After the divorce, she sucked him dry by claiming half his assets. Sucked him dry? That's literally just divorce, babes. If you didn't want her to do that, she should have signed a prenup. Welcome to divorce. Try makes me look like a monster. My father-in-law and I did not get along, but it didn't mean that I didn't take care of him. I too needed support and self-time, and I just couldn't fulfill all his demands. My son took his grandpa to his house so I could have some rest. It was not because I wasn't taking care of him, as that girl says. I know for certain that she forced my father-in-law to sign off the ownership of the jewelry sets to her and sign on the check. I know for certain? But do you have proof of that? How do you know that?
Do you have evidence?
I don't know. To me, it sounds like didn't force her to do anything. Do you have any idea how difficult the process is to, like, change a will? You not only have to go through lawyers to change a will, but you also have to pay for legal fees. So it's not just like oh, let's cross this out, or like, let's add something in. It's not that simple.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
She was the outsider, and there is no way Tom's grandpa would have known her properly to leave her anything. But he lived with her, and she took care of him for years.
Are you kidding me? Stop it.
After his death, I was shocked to know that Tree was given anything at all. She was also Tom's wife, so what's hers is also my son's. So I asked Tom to call her so we can make things right. But this was after you guys divorced. You guys are, like, Tom and his wife divorced. Am I understanding this timeline correctly? That girl refused, knowing how much me and my son are struggling. I had to cut down on expenses, shopping, massages, etc. And the check and jewelry sets would have been a great help. I'm sure it would have been. Dorothy's niece agreed to be my lawyer for free, and I had hoped that we would get what's ours. But she refused, saying something about her struggles. She has a job and lives alone. Why would she need $200K?
It's none of your business. It's none of your business.
I think everybody could use $200K. I'm just saying. Let's not compare struggles here, okay? It doesn't matter that she doesn't need it or you don't think that she needs it. What matters is what was written in the will and what she's legally owed. As the last attempt, I tried to get her to give up by saying there was no will. So you're admitting it. You're admitting that you lied. She took us to court over this. At the court, I tried my best to talk to the judge so they know what we've been going through, but no one listened. I'll tell you why they didn't listen. Because you essentially committed fraud by leaving out that very important piece of information. You lied
essentially,
to a court of law
you
and
did
to a
commit
judge
fraud.
and said that this woman was owed nothing and she was never mentioned in the will. And she took a photo and proved you were lying.
You got me red-handed. You got me red-handed.
In this argument, it's like, it doesn't matter if you're having struggles or not. That jewelry set and that check is not yours. Maybe if you had been nicer to her, it could have been something that you could have split or something. But you weren't. You weren't nice to her. And she had to take care of the grandpa. She won what was mine, and we are struggling. She has no right over anything. I mean, the court would say otherwise. The judge would argue differently. Her selfishness will lead to her downfall. I know God would make things better soon. I hope that I have cleared my name. I also request people to feel some sense in her.
Wait, what?
I think any hope of getting the judge to sympathize with you was pretty much thrown out the window when it was proved in court that you lied. And your lawyer lied. All right, let's look at some of the comments. I know where I stand on this. This was very juicy. I love getting, like, both sides of the story, you know? They're, like, my favorite. First comment, but she took care of the old man, not you. Agatha responds, I took care of him too. I'm an old woman. Why is it only me who has to make sacrifices? I mean, she was literally under no obligation to take care of this guy. Is that your father or is it your husband's father?
Just call me daddy.
Just saying. You didn't make sacrifices, she did. He's not even related to her and she stepped up, literally. You're a criminal. You are.
You are.
I am not. Learn how to speak with elders. Ooh, Agatha getting spicy. I mean, clearly your either father or your father-in-law didn't want to give you any of his heirlooms or any of the money that he had stashed away. What does that say about you? It says a lot, actually. The comments are so mean. Go cry me a river, you duplicitous. Tried to deny the will exists after showing it to her, lied in court, judge saw through it too, and boo-hoo, now you claim poverty. Karma is a real B word, ain't she?
No,
okay,
she
so
ain't.
is it
Karma
perjury
is
or fraud
not
that she
a
committed?
bitch
Either or.
at all.
It's not good. All right, Agatha. Hate to
You
say
can
it,
accumulate good
the jury
karma,
has spoken.
just like you can
are
accumulate
the
bad
a-hole.
karma.
Hey everybody, welcome
It's
back.
all
These
a
are
balance.
some psycho sister-in-laws that ruined the wedding day. Story time, recited. All of these are from the Charlotte Dobre YouTube subreddit. Sister-in-law smashes wedding cake and gets disowned at brother's wedding. Hey, I didn't even know what tag to use, as this story is messy. In every sense of the word, I assume. I'm using fake names, although the groom and bride allowed me to share the story. This is my sister's story, yet I'm involved as well. I, 18 female, have a sister, Anna, 24 female. We grew up as close as possible, and we always did everything together. When Anna met Alex, her now husband, he worked at my parents' restaurant part-time to get his life started. Alex and Anna fell in love immediately, and our families got along well. Despite the age gap, Alex and Anna share life views, so it all worked out. Yet the only person that didn't like Anna, nor my family, was Sophia, 21 female, Alex's sister. Sophia made a big deal out of everything, yet she always acted like my sister's best friend. Her facade crumbled down at their wedding. Alex and Anna started dating 3 years ago and got engaged 2 years ago. The wedding took place this year
incestuous.
in March.
Watch.
Sophia went dress shopping
She's
with
in love
Anna,
with the
yet
brother.
didn't participate in the wedding planning. It's not the culture where I'm from. Yet she had every type of request in the book. Vegan menu, no flashing lights, saying it would give her a seizure because of her epilepsy, which her mom denied her having.
You liar!
No smoke machine, as she would choke. No roses in arrangements or bouquets, as she was deadly allergic. As my sister planned the wedding, Sophia kept shooting her snarky remarks and was always rude, calling her every name in the book. And when my sister announced her pregnancy 2 months before the wedding, and the fact she named her kid after her best friend, whom I knew was an amazing woman, that sadly passed away in a crash, Sophia called her idiotic and unable to get over it, as to her, said best friend's name was ugly.
What is wrong with you?
Oh, she sounds fun. Alex agreed with the name as he liked it himself. Her reaction and hurtful words pissed me off, and no one was allowed to treat my sister with so much disrespect. So without consulting Anna, I changed the tulips from bouquets and arrangements to roses. Just to see if she'd fake it, as her mom always had roses in the house, and she seemed completely unbothered by them. Oh, that's the ticket. I mean, okay, like, I'm not sure if I would do this. Like, it's interesting to see, just to see, but I wouldn't outright do it at the wedding. You know what I mean? Because I feel like, what if she was actually allergic to roses? You could, like, get her a bouquet or something and be like,
oh my god, sorry, I totally forgot.
But even that, like, I don't know. I had EpiPens on me at the wedding just in case I was wrong. At the wedding, Sophia showed up in a baby blue dress, or so she said. To everyone, it was white. The whole wedding, she complained and seemingly didn't even notice the roses until Maya and Anna's aunt mentioned it. Sophia started panting and crying out, causing a big scene and grabbing at her neck, seemingly out of thin air. Why, hello there. It is time to give a quick shout out to the sponsor of this video, Bombas. You see that? You like that? That's a nice sock. That's a good looking sock right there. Y'all, when I tell you, these are the best socks I have ever worn. Mike actually introduced me to Bombas socks, and I used to like steal his. Don't worry, they were clean most of the time. So when they wanted to sponsor a video, I was like, dude, I already wear these socks every day, and I know they're good, and here's why. They are super good quality. They focus on premium materials like merino wool and extra long staple cotton. I'm active. I walk a lot. I work out multiple times a week. And since wearing these socks, no little piggies have come out to play. Bombas is also a great company. For example, did you know that the item that homeless shelters need the most is actually socks. Socks are an item of clothing that you can't really donate if they're used. I mean, you could, but it's best to not. Bombas have a one purchased, one donated policy, and they've donated like 150 million items to date. You're gonna feel good, and you're gonna do good, and you're gonna save some money. If you use my code at checkout, you're gonna get 20% off your first order. Just go to bombas.com/Charlotte Dobre and use code Charlotte Dobre, all caps, to get 20% off your first order. I'm gonna give you one more look. Oh yeah. Starting to throw herself on the table where the champagne and cake were, knocking both down. Everyone was looking. There's a term for this, right? Like, I've actually been watching like a lot of documentaries of people who claim to, like, really famous people who claim to like either have cancer or like some sort of like fake disease, and they use it as like their personality, and then they get exposed. There's a term for it. Is it Munchausen syndrome? Munchausen syndrome, now formerly known as factitious disorder imposed on self, is a mental health condition where individuals intentionally fake or induce physical or psychological symptoms to appear ill, often seeking attention or sympathy. This is actually like so much more common than you would think. It's not as simple as, you know, pretending to be sick because you don't want to go out.
Sorry, I can't go to work today.
It's a lot deeper than that. I think it stems from, like, you know, maybe at some point early in childhood, they, you know, were sick and they got the attention that they sought. You know, everybody kind of coddled them and, like, you know, came to their every whim, walked on eggshells around them, and they started to learn.
I'm learning.
If they were just poor, sick old me, they didn't have to behave like a normal human being. Everyone would always tiptoe around them, treat them with all of the respect and attention that they've always wanted. I find that people who can't get attention any other way often are like this. They use it as a way to, like, be center stage. And believe me, I know someone like this. So the cake got destroyed, Anna started crying, and Alex comforted her, while Alex's parents, Maria and Vladimir, started berating their daughter for making a fool of herself and their family. Vladimir said she's disowned, and he hoped to never see her again.
You're done. You're done.
And everyone left her on the floor crying and continued celebrating my sister's beautiful marriage. I played petty and picked a rose from one of the arrangements and threw it on her. Whoa, okay, bestie. Before calling security and going to enjoy myself. Post-wedding, Sophia posted about us on social media, complaining how we intentionally triggered her and got her disowned, and is currently dragging my sister through the mud. We're trying to take legal action, but we'll see what we can do. I'll update if necessary. Yikes, that girl is so overly dramatic. I'm convinced she made sure to crash into the table with the wedding cake just so she could ruin the wedding. And maybe the whole ploy about the roses was, you know, like, everybody gets roses for weddings. Like, I'm sorry, but roses are a thing at weddings. Just finding little ways to kind of sabotage, right? And then she realized that you probably intentionally did that and acted like a psychopath. I'm glad your in-laws didn't enable her behavior and in fact disowned her in front of everyone at the event. How are you not embarrassed? Yeah, some people are saying that this might have been fake because, you know, like, as I said, what if she was actually allergic to roses? I understand the pettiness behind it, but, like, don't use this as, like, oh, okay, I'm gonna do this to someone who says that they're allergic to something. Let's just get that out of the way. Should have used the EpiPen. Better safe than sorry.
Well, there goes all those.
Okay, settle down.
Better vacuum them up later.
My sister-in-law's wedding karma. Hey everyone, I've never posted on here before. Welcome. But after watching so many of Charlotte's videos on YouTube, I thought,
why not share my own story?
Why not?
I hope I don't need any
Little
more of that.
Setting the theme.
Let's see.
My husband and I have a blended family.
Don't breathe it.
No.
I have 3 children, and my husband has 2. His youngest has special needs. This is important to the story.
The lie detector test determined that was a lie.
My husband and I did not invite his youngest sister to our wedding. Why? Because she is drama.
13? Nope,
My husband
I don't
wanted
need
his
it.
brother
Okay,
to be his
good.
best man, and because of false accusations,
Ooh, Jesus, Mary, and all the fucking rest of them. I don't remember the names
before
of.
she publicly
Woo!
declared she did it for attention and
Lord.
nothing happened. I beg your finest pardon? My husband decided he wouldn't put his brother through the stress of being near her. Fast forward a few years, we as a family get an invitation to sister-in-law's wedding. It was a beautiful outdoor Great Gatsby Roaring 20s themed affair. My family sits down at the table and waits for the ceremony to start. After about 5 minutes, my mother-in-law comes up and tells my husband that sister-in-law wants her immediate family to sit at the very front. She looked at me and asked if I minded. Not at all. Ooh, rude. I'm sorry, immediate family does get to sit at the front, but I think it goes without saying that their partners also sit.
Criminal offensive side eye.
As my children and I are sitting away from my husband, I see my beautiful stepdaughter, the one with special needs, and her mom and stepdad. Guess where all of them were directed to sit? Yup, at the very front with the immediate family. Right. Yeah, that was a dig. That was a dig. My husband was angry. He came to sit back with me. I told him calmly it was his sister's day. She wanted him at the front. He needed to respect that. I didn't realize the groom overheard. He tried to get another chair for me, but I told him no. I wasn't trying to create any problems, and I looked back at my husband and said, "We're leaving as soon as the ceremony is done." Mind you, this is all in front of the guests, including the groom's family, friends, and her friends and extended family.
That sounds messy. Okay.
Not a good look. The ceremony was beautiful. My sister-in-law looked ethereal. It was perfect for her. My goodness, you seem like a very well-grounded, really understanding person. I think that you are handling this beautifully, and the way that you talk about her is like, it just goes to show that you're not being petty in this at all. That's all it is. It's just family. Ain't that deep. After the ceremony, as we were leaving, my other sister-in-law asked what was going on, and my husband told her. She was appalled. We noticed some other people leaving but thought nothing of it until afterwards. The bride called my husband the next day crying because apparently almost everyone left after the ceremony. She wanted to dance with her big brother because she couldn't have a father-daughter dance, but he left without saying goodbye. I mean, I think that that's kind of her fault. Both sides' family left soon after too, and she had no clue why. I think intentionally excluding people and making a big scene about it is kind of silly. She wasn't even able to get family pictures. That's when my husband blew up at her and said, "Yeah, you didn't get family pictures with me because you disrespected half of my family." Period. I love this for you. After explaining to her what happened before she came down the aisle and how he wanted to leave, but I was the one that told him to sit at the front because it was her day and that's what she wanted, and how everyone there saw how she treated people and thought it was less than her, when in reality I showed more grace and dignity than she would ever possess, and they knew it. She then cried, and she only did it because I didn't invite her to our wedding. Yeah, but listen, that's not your... Okay, hold on a second.
Wait a minute.
That was also not just your decision. That was also your husband's decision. He actually had to tell her that it wasn't me that didn't invite her, but him. She was his sister. It was his responsibility, and she should be mad at him. We all cut contact with her, but it was after she called us demanding we financially support their mother. She was in on the wedding stuff and is extremely toxic in her own right. Well, that's my story. I hope you found it entertaining. What a way to just, genuinely ruin your own day. Just to be petty and spiteful like that. You didn't have to do that, okay? At that point, it's you're bringing this negative energy to a day that's supposed to be special, and you're being, spiteful. For what?
I have cause. It is because I hate him.
I understand she felt some type of way about not being invited to your wedding over things that she did. But, not only did she exclude you, she also excluded her nieces and nephews and made them feel like they weren't part of the family.
You see, your actions have consequences.
I'm really glad that everybody had your back. We're not going to talk about what the sister-in-law did, the allegations against the brother and what caused her to not be invited. But I just find that very, very funny that she caused this whole situation, the not being invited, and then is still being spiteful toward you. Well, if it isn't the consequences of one's actions. What is the relevance of the stepdaughter having special needs? I feel like I'm missing something. Okay, yes, this wasn't addressed. Oh, I'm sorry. My stepdaughter is wheelchair bound. My sister-in-law's excuse for having them sit in the front with the immediate family was because she didn't think my husband could handle his daughter. I can understand having her mom there in that case, but then why have stepdaughters and stepdads up there too? That's a good point. Yes. And also, really relevant update that I thought I would share. I think they're divorced now.
Oh, there's a big surprise.
I don't know all the details because I really don't care to know about her. Love this. Let's not put our energy into people that don't serve us. I don't know the details. I really don't care to know about her. I know she has 2 children and works as a flagger for road crews. You really did kill her with kindness in this respect, and I'm proud of you. The good thing about people is they often show their true colors without you having to do anything. Crazy sister-in-law tries to interject herself into my wedding. Bridesmaids have my back. I love hearing Charlotte's take on wedding drama. So after just finding out some drama that happened at my wedding 10 years ago, I thought I'd share. Ooh, goody, goody.
Won't you share your thoughts with the whole class?
Throw away because my family knows about my mean. My husband's eldest sister is the most egotistical, dramatic person I know. She has to be the center of attention at all times. I saw her a handful of times before we got engaged, and we were not close. Well, after getting engaged, someone gave her my number, and she was very vocal about what I should do for the wedding.
Hey, I have this great idea.
She gave me the contact for a Mennonite wedding dress shop. I informed her I had already gotten my dress. She then wanted to see a picture and complained I didn't invite her to go dress shopping. I replied that I kept it small, with just my mom and 2 bridesmaids, and that I was not sharing the picture of my dress with anyone. That is honestly a good call to not share it with anyone, because especially someone that you don't trust, I don't know.
I'm on to you.
I don't see that going well. Soon after that, she told me that her youngest daughter was the perfect age to be my flower girl, and that she already has a flower girl dress for her to wear. I said my niece was going to be the only flower girl. She said I was welcome to use the white flower girl dress for my niece. I told her I don't want my flower girl in white, but thanks for the offer. She insisted that I had to put my flower girl in white. I stopped replying.
Oh, but you simply must, darling.
Says who? Says who? Then she wanted to know what the brothers should wear for the wedding because she was going shopping and she was gonna go pick up new shirts for them. We informed her that the brothers were not a part of the wedding party, so it doesn't matter. She said the boys have to be in the wedding because they are family and it's a tradition. We told her it's our wedding and we were gonna do what we want and not because it's tradition. These are just a few of the ones that I knew about. Now to the things I recently found out about my other sister-in-law, her sister. The day of my wedding wasn't perfect, but I had the attitude of, if it's something that can be fixed, fix it and move on. If it can't be fixed, take a deep breath and move on. Don't let anything mar this day. The bridesmaids knew about my wedding day philosophy and that my soon-to-be in-laws were difficult, so they knew to run interference. Defense! The best offense is a good defense. Is that the term?
The team, go sports!
For example, my bridesmaids and I were outside the venue getting pictures taken when the in-laws arrived. Mother and sister-in-law started to approach and the 2 bridesmaids who knew them went over and stopped them from coming over, saying we only had so much time before the men arrived so they can talk to me and get pictures together later. On to the sister-in-law trying to interject into the wedding. We got our pictures done and then I hid away in the bridal suite until the ceremony. My bridesmaids were wonderful, helping to make sure everything was set up and ready to go. They were coming and going and reassuring me that vendors were here, decorations were up, etc. What they didn't tell me was that my sister-in-law was using me being absent to insist that her daughter was one of the flower girls.
Why?
What a silly hill to die on. Like, really? She actually had her 4-year-old in the white flower girl dress. Bridesmaids knew about this and politely showed her the wedding program with the bridal party listed. The one where her daughter was not listed as the flower girl. She then wanted to know where the family was gathering to be escorted in when the ceremony started. We had no family being escorted in, not even parents and grandparents. Bridesmaids set her straight. Oh my goodness. The fact that they even have to do this, like, they're small things, but it's also just like, why create problems? Just show up.
Get wrong.
Like, in this sister-in-law's mind, she's trying to like have control over some aspect of the wedding. Maybe she's, you know, genuinely thinking like,
oh, this is the way our family does it, and you know, I want to keep up with tradition.
But at the end of the day, it's not her wedding, and she should just shut the front door. She tried to convince my soon-to-be husband that I approved her singing a song during the ceremony. Oh. Again, my bridesmaids intervened and said they would go confirm with me. Why create these, like, problems? Like, just sit back, enjoy the party.
Get wrong.
She then changed her story and said it was her wedding gift to us. Depends on how good she is.
Wherever love takes you.
Husband politely declined and said the ceremony was already planned and to change it now was too much trouble. Yeah, like, don't you need to be like set up with AV and stuff like that in order to accommodate a request like this? It is actually so unbelievably common for family to interject like this. Like, it seems small.
No big deal. It is a big deal.
The little things pile up. Like, I can tell you right now that between signing wedding contracts, ensure I'm paying deposits on time, navigating the 120-person guest list, navigating all the people who, you know, didn't book when I told them to book and now are scrambling to find a place to stay, navigating, you know, all of the, like, weird family dynamics and drama, people who say they're coming and not coming and then coming and then... It's just keep in mind, when someone is getting married, someone in your family, a close friend or whatever, they are already dealing with a lot and navigating a lot. So while you might think that, you know, just like a simple request like this is an easy thing, it becomes not an easy thing because after a certain point, it's like, please just, like, I don't need another thing on my plate. Can't you see I'm busy? I already have another full-time job planning a wedding and accommodating everybody. Like, please, just don't. I'm sure there's more things she tried to do that I don't know about, but these are the three I just found out from her sister, who I also just learned was asked by my husband to keep an eye on sister-in-law the day of the wedding. I confirmed with one of my bridesmaids that she told me the bridal party did stop mother-in-law from doing numerous things to bring attention to herself. They were happy to do it and were glad that I could have as stress-free of a wedding as possible. Bridal party for the win. Honestly, like, kudos to your friends. Oh, and she also wore a white shirt with a pink skirt and tried to get her other sisters to wear white shirts so they would match in the family pictures. Luckily, it's not something I noticed until looking back at the wedding pictures. I mean, listen, all of these things are kind of like not overtly trying to steal the spotlight, definitely trying to have control over some aspects of the wedding, but just like, just back off. Those were some psycho sister-in-laws that tried to ruin the wedding. It's sad that I found like quite a few stories and only in our subreddit that work with this topic. Siska!
Hey everybody, welcome back. Today I'm going to be judging some dating drama with my fiance.
I'm gonna judge too. Call me the pudgy judge.
Oh.
Having a snacky tacky lately, you know.
I, 33 male, am developing a crush on my wife's 34 female cousin. 33 female. How long until these feelings fade?
Well, sir, the grass is always greener, but let's just start.
Is it greener? Is it greener?
Sometimes it's stinkier. Sometimes it's browner. Like our lawn.
Our lawn is very
Like
brown.
our stupid, finicky lawn.
I have a huge crush on my wife's cousin, Candace. This is a terrible situation I found myself in. I should say I genuinely think I have the greatest wife, Anna, in the world, and it's not even close. She's an amazing woman, mother, and wife. When I met her, she approached me at a bar and I was flattered. We hit it off almost immediately. She was nervous, but I found it cute. And she said she doesn't normally approach guys, but wanted to talk. Later that night, her cousin and best friend came and my jaw was on the ground. So you met them both on the same night.
Oh.
Interesting. And then you ended up marrying one.
But now you're just getting these feelings?
It kind of sounds like these feelings have been there since the beginning.
This is kind of sus.
Candace is just a fucking gorgeous machine. Everything about her, but
Oh,
it was
yeah.
too late. I did wonder how different things would have been if I met Candace first, but 10 years later, I would say things worked out. We got married and have a great little girl. The thought had completely left my head until recently. About 2 months ago, Candace had to drop something off, and I took off while my wife was at work. She had borrowed my laptop because hers broke while she gets a new one. We were just talking and drinking wine, watching 90 Day Fiancé, and she confessed to me that when she showed up, she thought I was handsome, and it sucked that I was already talking to Anna.
Wait, what? Why are they drinking wine in the first place? She just showed up to borrow the computer?
I guess so, and they just ended up hanging out? Okay.
Oh, God.
I don't like that her cousin said that.
I don't either.
Even if you did feel that way, that is so inappropriate. I just don't really see the point of sharing that information if you're not trying to get validation from that person.
Yeah, I don't know what the game is here, but that's really weird.
That seems like information that you should keep to yourself, honestly. My jaw was on the ground. And I told her when I saw her, I was like, damn, and wishing I saw you first. And she said, is that so? I immediately changed the subject, but my heart was pounding. Eventually, she left and went home. Ooh, this is
He's gonna have an affair. He's gonna have an affair. He's gonna have an affair. He's gonna have an affair.
It's almost as if
the
she was
cousin's gonna
gauging
message
to see
him
if
and be
you
like, "Hey,
were
this is
into
where
it.
I'm gonna
Like,
be
would
if
be
you
willing.
happen to
She made
need
a
your
move on him.
shit
Basically, yeah.
Like you
fixed,
made a move on
a
this
leaky
guy.
faucet or
she
some
confessed
fucking
that she
thing.
had a
My
crush on
toilet,
him. Yeah,
my
for
toilet's
Isn't
leaking.
it funny how, like, in movies,
Can you come
they
fix it?
glorify this kind of thing of like, well, love
You
finds
watch.
a way.
How
And then
is
in
it
real
possibly
life,
smell a
going to
hoe.
find a way? That's her cousin.
I know, but I'm just saying, it's just, yeah, it's really messed up.
Like, what are they gonna do? Run off into the sunset and never speak to any of their friends and family again?
Yes. Well, we know a couple that did that.
Oh my God, we do know a couple that did that.
You know what's so funny is that, like, you see them and you're like, yeah, they're meant to be together.
They are. They actually are, and they've known each other since they were like kids. That's the other thing.
They're
too.
also like in their 60s.
Yeah,
So
no.
it's different, but like, isn't it interesting how in real life it's like really messed up? But,
It is,
But
yeah.
you hear the story in a movie, or like, you know, I mean, in movies they glorify it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's so messed up how in real life when that happens, it's like, what?
Yeah, yeah, totally. It's actually a really crazy story. They both left marriages or
Yeah.
relationships to be with each other. You know, they're married, they're 60 years old now, they have a bunch of beautiful children, and it worked out for them.
Yeah, 100%.
It's very clear that they're meant to be together. That is just such a 1 in a million type thing.
But it is interesting how, like, in real life, I don't know, it's such a faux pas because in movies they usually make the person that main character is leaving a terrible person.
Yeah.
But in real life, there's so much more going on. There's so much more context.
Yeah, there is a lot of context, but I also would like to justify that the couple we're talking about have known each other and
Since they were kids.
Since they were kids, and it was like the one that got away. And also, it's not like they were married to like each other's family members.
No.
You know?
It's different. This is like family. It was a bit of a tangent, but it is kind of funny.
It's super, super relevant. I totally forgot about that. Anyways, all right, let's get back to the story. She later texted me saying she just wants to hook up one time.
Oh, fucking cool girl.
She actually said that
Wow.
in writing.
That is bold. Okay. And she would text my wife saying that she needs help fixing her dishwasher.
Oh,
And to reply yes or no, then delete the conversation.
I told
she
you.
said she would understand
told
either
you.
way. Okay, so she just literally wants to have an affair. She doesn't like love you or anything.
She's just curious.
Maybe she's sort of jealous of her cousin and like kind of wants what she has.
Or she's jealous that she got you instead
Yeah,
of her.
I know, but that like just get over it. Like
I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying like that's what it is.
trying to rationalize it. Either way, you sound awful because it's not like you have this undying love for this person, but you're willing to ruin your cousin's marriage, possibly because you want to have an affair with her husband.
Yeah, but it's also weird that you put in the context of like when I first met her, she was stunning, drop dead stunning. Like in The Mask when Cameron Diaz comes in and his tongue.
I waited, and my wife said she will take care of our daughter, and Candace needs help with her dishwasher. I went over there with zero intention to have sex with her.
Oh.
But you still went over
What I
there
fucking
knowing
told
that's
you.
what she wanted.
Had an
And to
fuck.
let her know
Had
we
an
can't do this. But
affair.
unfortunately, things went the other direction, and we gigged.
Did you put your dish in her washer?
What I said.
We agreed.
What
it
I
was
said.
Just one time.
What I
you
said.
only live once moment, and
Nope.
that was that. I'm
Nope.
sorry, buddy. Let's
Nope.
be honest.
Go to
here.
jail.
You went
Go to
there
jail.
fully knowing
Go to jail.
that that's what she
Go to jail.
wanted. Okay.
Go
You
to
could've
jail,
just
buddy.
told
Go
her
to
with
jail.
a text,
Go to jail.
Sorry, not gonna
Go to
happen.
jail.
Yeah.
Go
You
to jail.
didn't have to go over
You
there.
knew what was
were
gonna happen.
curious,
You went,
you
and
let
you
it
did it.
happen.
Do you think it would be better to just sort of say no and ignore it, or would you like tell your wife?
I mean,
You
I think that
did
he should
it.
probably tell his wife.
You're a
yeah.
dirty,
I think so, too.
dirty,
'Cause then she
dirty
finds out
birdie.
later on.
You're a dirty
At this
birdie.
point,
That's
though,
what you
did
is.
he agree
You
to
dirty
it?
birdie.
No, but from the beginning, like if she said that to him, like at what point do you tell your wife? You know what I mean?
I'm pretty sure that you tell your wife like as soon as it happens.
Yeah.
You
so
tell your
she's
wife
like,
before it
"Come
ever
over to
happened."
Fix my dishwasher.
But also, if he's like incriminated himself by saying, "Yeah, like I'll do it," that also doesn't make him look very good. Maybe you just should try not to voice your feelings for other people other than your.
He just wants to give Anna his banana.
Unfortunately, that moment started bringing up old feelings I thought were gone.
Too late,
She
you
became
fucked
much
her.
more flirty, discreetly. See, it's never just once. Like,
It's lust, bro. It's
It's
lust.
lust,
You have a
it's
beautiful family. You have a daughter and a
I
wife.
know, it's so silly.
Too late.
I started being distant toward my wife. Ugh. We both know we can't act on it, but I kind of wish we could be together. But it would hurt too many people, and I can't do that. You already did it, buddy. You literally already did. They just don't know it yet. But at events, we become closer. I had food on my face yesterday, and she was wiping it off. That annoyed my wife, who said she can wipe off off my husband's face. She even complained about it in the car, but I reassured her that she's overreacting. Oh, right, you told her she was crazy, right?
Yeah.
This is why whenever someone says, oh, you're overreacting.
Oh, yeah? Am I?
Am I? I don't think I am. Yeah, I'm in a sticky situation and I need help removing my feelings before things get out of control.
They
How can I remove
already
these
did.
feelings so I can focus on my family.
It's too
Tell
late.
your wife.
Oh, yeah, I think you have to tell your wife.
And
Too
work through it
late.
I
together.
think that you need to really know how much you would lose. I don't know.
I don't know what you have to do here. I think you got to come clean.
I think you're a butthead. Edit. I get it. I'm a piece of crap. You don't have to tell me because no one feels more disgusted at myself than I am. I just want actual advice on how to have these feelings fade so I can focus on my family. I won't respond to comments attacking me and not giving genuine advice on how to make the best out of this really crappy situation.
Okay, you made the mistake. What can you do? Option A, you tell your wife and deal with the consequences. And then that can go one of two ways. You guys heal, or she breaks up with you, and maybe you act on Anna. And maybe that ends up, you guys are happily ever after, or maybe not. And then you lost both girls, you know what I mean? Both women. And you lost your family and their respect.
Or you could say nothing, which I don't recommend, honestly.
I just don't think that's going to end well, though.
I don't think it's going to end well either. I genuinely think that if you want to work on your marriage, you have to put your marriage first. So that means you can't see this woman anymore.
Yeah.
You have to tell her, like, stop it. And I think that the only way out of this, honestly, is to tell your wife what happened.
Yeah.
She might forgive you, she might not, but I don't think seeing this person is healthy for you. I think this person is meddling in your marriage and taking advantage of your previous feelings for her. She's ruining her cousin's marriage.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you're ruining your own marriage, but like, that's her own cousin that's doing that. That's messed up.
Yeah, dude. She came into your house, drank red wine, presumably. They red, maybe? Seem like red wine kind of people. I don't know, bro. I don't want to shit on you, but kind of a gutless thing to do. But I'm not going to judge you. You have those two options. I think you have to tell her.
We listen and we don't judge. But okay, maybe a little bit.
Doesn't mean I can't call you an asshole.
You're still a butthead.
You're still a butthead for doing this. But I think you have to tell her, and then possibly maybe you guys go to couples therapy or something and work through it together. I don't know.
If she wants to still be with you. You want your cake and you want to eat it too. I don't know. I mean, I do know. I do know how this ends up.
You know how it ends up? Diabetes.
Bro, this isn't a crush. You cheated on your wife. You need to tell her because eventually it's going to come out anyway. Better from you than her cousin. I'm developing a crush on my wife's cousin. That was the title of this. You made it sound like it was this innocent crush, but you acted on these feelings. You're like downplaying how severe this situation is. It speaks volumes in my opinion.
Even writing this post too, wasn't the first line like she was drop dead gorgeous or something to that
I have a
effect?
huge crush on my wife's cousin, Candace. You reassure her that she was overreacting. Sir, she's unknowingly underreacting. Don't be a gaslighting. Step up and tell her what happened. You cheated and now you're making your wife feel crazy because you're telling her any kind of feelings that she has are all in her head. It just goes to show that like when you have like a feeling about something, you think somebody's cheating. They probably are. I'm just saying. I don't have those feelings about
lie.
you.
It kind of depends on history, right? It's not always true.
I don't know if it necessarily depends on history also. Like, yes, okay, maybe you've been cheated on and that's how you feel. Maybe you have trust issues. I think that you can sense when something is off.
You can sense when someone's disinterested and disengaged,
Yeah,
for sure.
For sure. When someone pulls away attention like that or love, you can feel it.
When
You can
someone
sense
stops
it.
paying attention.
I see it all the time.
Sorry, what did you say?
I'm not going to rip into you. I think this is pretty self-explanatory here. You cheated on your wife and you feel bad about it, but you also don't sound like you are all that sorry either. I think she deserves better than you, but you can hope that if you tell your wife what happened, that she'll stay with you. I wouldn't blame her if she left.
That's fair. The only way out of this and to clear your conscience is to tell her.
Yeah, because honestly, I think that her cousin's gonna tell her or find some way to break you guys up.
But like, he came on to me. She could gaslight him that way.
I mean, he might also lie to his wife about how it happened too. He's like literally gaslighting us. I feel gaslit reading this.
Yeah, seriously.
I just went over there and like all of a sudden we're giggity gooing and I don't know how that happened.
Like, what do you mean? You don't know how it happened. What do you mean? Okay, this isn't an Am I the A-hole, but you are kind of in that territory.
Yeah, stinky.
How long until these feelings fade? Can't help you there, buddy. Don't cheat on your spouse.
Cheating is bad. Except for that one time I cheated on a grade 4 math test. I had to do it. I didn't study. Sorry, Alvin.
Am I the a-hole for wanting to leave my boyfriend over his behavior on my birthday?
Ooh.
I, Vanessa, 23, have been with my boyfriend Nelson, 26 male, for about 5 years now. He said he doesn't do much on occasions, and when I ask him about it, he says he's just not good at celebrating this on the actual date of the celebration, and he would rather gift or celebrate it a day or two after.
Okay.
Okay. So you're gonna celebrate other people when you say that you're gonna celebrate other people?
I don't like to celebrate Valentine's Day on Valentine's Day. I like to celebrate it 2 days later.
When everything's
Discounted
on
chocolates.
sale.
Nelson, come on, man.
I'm sorry, Vanessa. I tried to talk to him about it several times, if he might consider celebrating it at least for me, but my words never seem to find their way into his head. If I ask him if he has any plans for Valentine's Day or anything, he would ask me if I have nothing else to think about. He would post other ladies, wishing them a happy birthday with blessings or nice messages on his status most of the time.
His
status? Like Facebook status?
Are we talking about like WhatsApp status? Facebook?
I don't know, what kind of status are we talking here? Last year on the 5th of July was my birthday, and I woke up with my boyfriend on the same bed the morning of the birthday, but didn't even get a happy birthday from him.
That's grounds for murder.
Vanessa, what are you talking about? He got up and went to work just like that. Nothing from him about my birthday.
It's like he remembers it the day of and then has to like plan a gift or something for the next 2 days and then do the birthday 2 days later. Like, what is this guy's deal, man?
But he also wishes other girls happy birthdays.
I don't know. Blessings and stuff? Is this a cultural thing, maybe? Or
I don't know what's happening. I decided to wait. Maybe it's one of those surprises that they pretend to forget but are planning for you. Typical me with the high hopes. The whole day went by and still nothing from him. No call, text, gift, or plans. Around 7:30 to 8 p.m. that night, an administrator for a WhatsApp group that my boyfriend is in posted a picture of me wishing me a happy birthday. Not because my boyfriend asked him to, it's something they do most in the group. They post birthdays, weddings, and other occasions, and we get to congratulate and send our best wishes in the group. After several wishes, I saw my boyfriend's. His words, "Happy birthday, dear." Just like that. It was almost as if he was trying to make it sound so casual, and he was back from work by the time he sent that message. So, am I the a-hole for wanting to leave my boyfriend over his behavior on my birthday?
This guy sounds like delusional
It
and
sounds like
disinterested.
this guy is like not even really committed to you.
Not at all, yeah.
He's trying to like keep your expectations really low or something, or he's maybe seeing other people and you don't know about it because he's like wishing other people happy birthday.
But why is he also waiting 2 days or whatever? Like he's delaying the celebration of the birthday a couple of days.
It's the law!
I think that he doesn't do that for everyone. So I've met guys like this and they do stuff like this to keep your expectations low, or even to just like put you in your place. To be like, oh yeah, we're not dating, like we're not really together. It's happened to me so many times where I thought I was like dating someone and then we'll go out to a bar and he'll kiss someone in front of me.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, thank you. Terrible. Or like I thought I was dating someone and then I don't hear from them at all until on Valentine's Day, until literally 11:59 p.m. on Valentine's Day.
You up?
So he's literally waiting the whole day for like even a text message, and they send it at 11:59 p.m.
At least he texted you on Valentine's Day.
I just have a theory that guys that do this do it to kind of keep you in your place, to keep your expectations low, and also to make it known that, you know, they're seeing maybe other people.
Also, a question for you. Do you text group chats when it's someone's birthday, or do you just text that person individually?
I text group chats sometimes, yeah.
Doesn't that bother you, though? It's like, hi, I'm the best friend. Happy birthday, Charlotte. Does that not bother you sometimes? Or I guess you could look at it as, everyone, let's celebrate this person because it's their birthday.
I actually appreciate the text sometimes because, like, without Facebook, I kind of forget about birthdays sometimes. So it helps me remember that there's someone's birthday. I don't really think too much of it. Obviously, I expect the birthday text in the morning and then maybe a birthday phone call.
Yeah.
Just to see if they're busy and they're responding, because I don't know, maybe they're not checking the group chat or whatever.
I'm more of like a text you privately, like, happy birthday.
Yeah, totally.
Or sing you, like,
you could
happy
do that
birthday,
I don't think it really
stinky
matters.
butthole.
I don't know. I think you're being a little picky. I wouldn't read into it too much.
Picky?
I would not argue one is better than the other. Texting privately is also good. I think a phone call also is good.
Phone call's the best.
Phone call's the best. Not the a-hole. He's very demeaning to you, especially wishing other women happy birthday, and nothing to you until someone else does. He's not going to change, and you don't need to waste any more of your time on him. Life's too short, and enjoy it, especially when you are young.
Agreed.
My ex, after 25 years together, married 23, never could seem to remember my birthday or anniversary. No gifts either. I always thought he just couldn't remember. I was wrong. During our last year, he had an affair with a married woman. And guess what? He knew and could remember her birthday. Not only that, but her anniversary with her husband, who she's still with. I realized he just didn't take the time to make it important to him.
Jesus. Jesus.
Or, you know, he's just being deliberately mean to keep your expectations low. I don't know.
Some scumbags out there.
This is just terrible. Like, come on. There are plenty of guys out there that would wish you a happy birthday on your birthday. Like, the bar is in hell.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me?
The bar is in hell.
The bar is so far down. So, no, you're not the a-hole. And quite frankly, if you don't break up with him, I'm going to break up with you. Come on,
Dump that stinky soul.
Dump that butthead. My 25 girlfriend, 23 female, is upset at something I did before we were officially together. How can we not let it ruin our relationship?
Okay.
My girlfriend and I have a really great relationship.
Are you sure about that?
Before the situation came out, our relationship was great. She repeatedly told me this was the best relationship she's had and how we communicate very well. We've been together officially about 9 months and been planning our 1-year anniversary. Before we were officially together, we were seeing each other, and we did this for 7 months before making it official.
7 months? Okay, well, whatever.
The reason it took so long is because when I commit, and I'm not going to commit until I know I can give 200%. She even says I'm the best relationship she's had. The issue she has is because during our seeing each other stage, I hooked up with someone in her inner circle.
Ooh. You cannot penetrate the inner sanctum.
You are a stinky butthole.
It's an interesting choice of words. How did you meet this other person in the inner circle? Did you meet through her?
Probably.
There's so many other people that you could hook up with. I understand. Listen, I understand you weren't officially together.
But you were kind of exclusive?
But no, but they were seeing each other. They were seeing each other for 7 months. Like, after 7 months, you do develop feelings. The least you can do is not hook up with her friend.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm just like wondering, did they not establish ground rules of like, is she more mad that it's her friend or mad that he hooked up with somebody else?
Okay,
Probably a little bit
listen.
But I think it generally goes without saying that, like, yes, okay, you're in an open relationship or you're just
seen someone before for five months and blatantly, openly told them, dude, your sister's smoking hot. I would hit that. But they don't disagree. But they think it's fun. They agree. They know they have attractive sibling. They're besties. They're friends. Like, it was crazy. I say that kind of shit to my siblings. My one-up sister, who I absolutely adore and I'm friends with. I super, super love my one. I have 8 siblings. I adore my one-up sister. And I say that shit to her all the time. But she knows I'm just, like, y'all know me. I'm me. I say that to lots of people. But the ones I super mean it to, I hype the shit out of. And I feel like I have not done them justice in my total hype job adoration for my besties and my hoes. So, Mech, I have done you dirty. I'm gonna be super gayer for you more often as a bestie. I need to hype you more. I am slacking on the job.
each other. Like, yes, you're
like,
not exclusive.
dude,
you both can see other people. But like when you're hooking up with,
I
like,
am not
someone that
hyping
like,
y'all and loving y'all
with,
good
but,
enough.
Like, inner
I need to
circle.
do it
Also, this other friend. Like,
deeper.
we talk about this friend too.
Like
scummy.
Fist deep.
Depends if she knows or not. She recently
To
found
the
out because
elbow.
her friend told her.
The whole
Not out of
fucking
guilt,
way.
But out of jealousy for our relationship.
I am not loving you.
I can go on
Fist
and on,
enough.
but she's not a good person. Most of my girlfriend's friends are great people, but this woman showed her character. I mean, are you that good of a person?
Meow, meow.
One of your girlfriends or like
I think it's complicated.
romantic partners, friends too?
I think both of your hands, both of
Things
your
can
sets of
tango
hands.
here. Like you both. Yeah, let's.
4
go.
hands are dirty.
Either way, this hurt my girlfriend when she found out. One, because it was her friend, and I can say I was wrong and take full accountability for that. Good. That's the first step. The other part is the fact that I was sleeping with others before we were official. But that was more of a miscommunication. She was under the impression that I wasn't sleeping with other people and just too busy to make it official. I had told her I didn't want to commit until I can fully dedicate 200% and be the boyfriend she deserves. Just a misunderstanding and miscommunication. Okay, so you're saying that you did have the discussion that you were not fully exclusive.
I guess, but if a guy says that, he's definitely with other girls as
Yeah,
well.
he definitely is with other girls.
Let's not be naive here.
Yeah, let's not be naive, okay? If a guy is telling you that he doesn't want to be exclusive or that he wants to like continue seeing other people, he's gonna do that. In fact, he probably already is.
I mean, it's girls too. Like, if I'm
Anyone. If anyone,
everyone's talking to multiple people at once.
everyone is talking to multiple people at once. In a talking stage, in a hookup stage, or whatever, I really hate those. They definitely should not last 7 months. That is way too long to be in a talking stage or a hookup stage.
But I'm also
Nah,
kinda
nah,
curious
nah,
how soon
no
into
way.
their situationship was he banging this other girl?
We aren't at a risk of breaking up, but she's been distant, and I just want to take
If
initiative. So this
I
doesn't
am
fester in our
seeing
relationship.
somebody for
The
that
best
long,
thing that you can
nah,
do right now, I
man.
understand you were not exclusive. This was not like the best thing for you to do, realistically. You weren't committed to this person. You didn't have to hook up with her friend. Okay, so firstly, you need to apologize for hooking up with her friend. Secondly, you need to make it very clear to her that
You're committed.
you're committed fully
Yeah.
to her now. And also, I would probably promise to kind of stay away from this friend that you hooked up with.
And honestly, she should see that this friend is a scumbag
Yeah,
as well.
she should. I genuinely feel like talking stages and like hookup stages, it should never last this long. Even if you are setting boundaries and stuff like that, like someone's gonna get attached.
It's like a couple months.
Yeah, a couple months and cut it off, tops.
Yeah.
Because then you're just kind of being
Irresponsible.
with other people's feelings.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, once I start, like,
Thousands
if
of other
you're
fish in the
looking
sea and
into
you decided to
relationships and
gig-a-goo
whatever,
with one of her close friends, gross.
It's true. It's 50-50.
it
but
should
also,
not be
also her friend is a
7
scumbag.
months.
Yeah, her friend sucks.
That's
You both suck.
insane.
Men really think sleeping with a close friend puts them in an amazing boyfriend tier. It's like, no, listen, I am a great boyfriend. I gigged with her friend, but only before we were committed.
Fabulous job, fabulous guy. I am the best boyfriend.
Just a miscommunication and a misunderstanding sounds more like an embellished poetic lie. I need to date you casually for over half a year while I sow my wild oats with your friends. The truth. Versus, I'm not going to commit until I can give 200% to be the boyfriend you deserve. But this is serious, and it is seriously going places. There's a big wide gulf between these two statements, and your refusal to budge off your position that she's just misunderstanding how wonderful you are and how great it is that you finally committed. And it's just a miscommunication that you misled her into thinking things were much more serious and much more exclusive than they were. To you, not having the label of boyfriend and girlfriend means that you're fully single regardless of the relationship building you're spending months doing with her. To her, it obviously didn't mean either of you were fully single, and you seem to know that and knew at the time. Yeah, I mean, he's got a point.
You got a point, yeah.
If you knew what you were doing would bother her or be a deal breaker at the time in the courting phase, then doing it anyway and hiding it was dishonest. It doesn't matter if you told outright lies or lies of omission. You did tell a lie of omission because you have now been dating this girl for almost a year and you have never told her that you've hooked up with her friend. I don't know, man. I'd start with being more honest about what you were thinking and doing through all those 7 months that you were pretending to be this girl's boyfriend. Blaming the messenger is distracting you from your own misbehavior and is continuing your pattern of hiding your dishonesty. Tough truth there.
Yeah, they're coming after him.
Yeah, they
Nobody's
really are.
siding with him at all. I mean, he doesn't deserve to be sided with. I'm just saying, everyone seems to be saying the same thing.
I mean, yeah, it is just a little bit irresponsible to be like seeing someone for 7 months and then like not accept any of the blame for like hooking up with their friend and blaming it all on them and like, oh, she's a terrible person. And it's like, well,
We need to hear from that other friend's point of view. Like, he's saying this girl tried to ruin our relationship.
but maybe she actually told her friend what really happened because you're actually kind of an asshole. And
Yeah,
you
maybe
should have
she's
said it
actually
first.
maybe she's a really good friend.
Yeah, maybe she's a good
Because he
friend.
tried to hook up with her.
That's the fucking ticket, babe.
Maybe that's
the
what
ticket.
it is. And he's just telling this version of his story.
Kind of sounds like he sugarcoats it to make it sound better.
He's playing victim, really.
He's
is what he
playing victim and he's making her out to be the villain. But I mean, in this situation,
I overstuffed
she
it.
told her friend something that she really should have said, something he should have told his girlfriend. So she's the one that's actually being honest. For like what reason we don't know, right?
Yeah.
But oh, she's doing it to sabotage our relationship.
Yeah,
Kinda
maybe
sounds
it's like she's warning her, being like,
Maybe
hey,
she-
by the way, he's
Yeah.
going out trying to other girls.
By the way, like, while you two were seeing each other, like, we hooked up.
And I'm really sorry about that and whatever, but I care about you and I don't want to see you be with this guy.
I don't know if I can
fully
trust this guy as far as I can throw him, to be quite frank.
You are pretty strong, though.
What?
You could throw me pretty far.
I'm strong. I'm very strong. I've been working out. I wouldn't really trust this guy's word for it. It kind of sounds like he's sugarcoating and cherry picking what he's choosing to share. I think she deserves better. And maybe, you know, relationship next time around. Don't be so irresponsible with other people's feelings. And don't hook up with one of your hookups friends. Don't shit where you eat. Right, Mike?
Sometimes we'll have a sandwich poop, but...
Subscribe!
Hey everybody, welcome
sandwich
back.
on the
My
toilet?
ex-fiance
Blech.
wants to meet up after leaving me
Blech.
at the altar 4 years ago.
No, 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 no. Hell no.
This was posted in the subreddit Relationship Advice. Basically, 4 years ago,
Yeah.
I, female 29, was supposed to be getting married to my fiance at the time, Jay. Everything was going perfect. I was in my dress, I had my makeup on, and taking pictures with my bridesmaids. I was pretty much ready to walk down the aisle when Jay's best man pulled me to the side and said Jay was gone.
Over here.
Why all the drama, man? Like, why all the drama? He had gotten into a car and left, and no one was able to get a hold of him. Absolutely not. No, he did not. No, but he did. He did do that. I came home to our apartment and all his stuff was gone. Ugh, trifling. Just packed up and left and not a word, eh? He's been pretty much a ghost ever since he left me, and I had to force myself to move on. I ended up going on our honeymoon with my best friends. How very Sex in the City of you. Wait, is this the plot of Sex in the City? Which was the best decision ever, and then put myself in therapy to heal the horrible trust issues I now have. I haven't heard from him once until today. I understand why you have trust issues, but also I feel like this is something that's very, very rare. It's so rare that every time we do hear about it, it's like, ain't no way.
Don't watch,
Ain't
pervert.
no way in hell. What a coward.
I'm just
I just
kidding,
don't
do
get
it.
how you
This
like maybe you have
crisscrossy
reservations
shirt,
about
man.
someone that you're marrying, but like if you have those reservations, I don't think that they would just pop up the day you're getting married. I think that they would probably be something that you feel for a long time. I guess he got back in contact with an old mutual friend who gave him my number. No, but who told him to do that?
What were you thinking?
Jay texted me and said he wants to meet up and apologize. Girl, he's not apologizing to make you feel better. He's apologizing to make himself feel better. He says he has a lot of explaining to do about what happened that day. I'm torn. I swore Jay was a dead memory, but my curiosity and desire to get closure with him is pestering me. My current boyfriend supports me, whatever I decide, and I feel out of respect for him and how wonderful he's been, I should ghost. I'm very confused. I never expected to hear from Jay again. I have no idea what to do. Please help. I do have to say I'm rather curious.
I am sickened, but curious.
I'm not sure I would, but sometimes I imagine what it would be like to meet up with people from my past who hurt me just to see what they have to say.
What do you have to say for yourself?
Can I get a caramel macchiato?
Do it for the plot and come back and tell us what happened. I mean, definitely talk to your current boyfriend and ask him. I don't know if he's gonna be cool with it. It will probably cause a rift in your relationship if you do want to go and meet up with your ex, because it's like, what could happen? But I'm curious. I'm definitely curious, because like, what could have possessed him to just leave out of nowhere? No explanation, no note, nothing, just ghosted you. It can't be a very good explanation. So we do have an update. First off, I just want to thank everyone for the advice. I honestly wrote the post to just vent my frustration and confusion and possibly get advice. I forgot about the post for a few days until my sister and I were talking and she mentioned she saw a post from some girl getting left at the altar and her ex showing up again 4 years later. I told her it was mine and she's been pushing me to do an update. I figured it might be therapeutic to write everything down as a final closing of the J chapter. This all happened 2 weeks ago. Okay, I'm glad that you got closure. This is good. I feel like it's good. I really hope it wasn't a situation that was just like,
I just wasn't ready. I'm ready to marry you now.
Because that whole like Carrie plot in Sex in the City was like,
bombastic side-eye.
Against most of the advice, I mean, not my advice.
I was right, I was right.
I did meet up with Jay. As a lot of you said, it did not add any value to my life. Also, it was part of a 12-step program and he was making amends. Right, so what I said about him needing to do it for himself and not for you, that's true. We met up at a park and my boyfriend came with me. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. He sat off to the side while Jay and I talked. I actually feel stupider after meeting with him. It sometimes just really doesn't make sense to me to like meet up with people whom you're at peace with not being in their life anymore. Because like a few things could happen. Maybe they apologized profusely. Maybe there's a secret reason why they did what they did. That's maybe like a 5% chance. What will actually happen is excuses, gaslighting, manipulation, and zero apology. So I actually feel stupider after meeting with him. There were a lot of things in our relationship that would have had me out the door if I paid more attention and if he wasn't such a great liar. Basically, for the last year of our relationship, he was doing, we'll just call it party favors and cheating on me. Ooh, double blow.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
He's been struggling with his sexuality for years, and it's not surprising it ended up this way, now knowing the truth. His family are incredibly homophobic and horrible people. Oh, that's not. Oh, okay. I wanted nothing more to do with them when we were together, but he insisted on them being around just for big life events like our wedding. The party favors were something to get him through the day and act like he was in love with me when he was actually in love with someone else. Okay, like, I understand the confusion and the unwillingness to acknowledge that part of himself, but you were just collateral damage in all of this. This sounds like he's playing the victim here. And while it is an extraordinary circumstance, you and your life were just sort of like thrown in there, didn't matter what happened to you. He had met his boyfriend at work, and I'd actually met him a few times when I'd drop off lunch for Jay. When our wedding approached, his boyfriend said he needed to choose, and Jay chose him. Okay, again, it's like you knew all of this was happening. You guys paid for a wedding. You guys invited everybody. You made this person think that you were gonna spend the rest of your life with her. As much as I sympathize with someone who feels like they need to be in the closet, do not carry people along with you for collateral damage just to save face. So he packed up his bags and pretended everything was great until his boyfriend picked him up and they moved 2 towns over. I asked him if he was still with his boyfriend and he said no. He thought he could quit the party favors once he was free of his family and lying, but he couldn't. His boyfriend found out and left him. He kept going and hooked up with randoms. Then something traumatic happened in relation to the party favors, and he realized he had to get sober. He apologized for not being honest with me and leading me on like he did. He wished he could go back and be truthful because I would have been the most accepting of him being gay out of everyone. He said he missed me when he left, even though he didn't love me romantically. I was his best friend. Okay, I'm sure he misses you and stuff, but like, let's not also forget everything that happened.
I miss me too.
He really was not fair to you, and again, I sympathize. I think this ended up being a good thing that you guys aren't together. Imagine you find out like after you have kids and stuff. Ooh, would have been much worse. Don't get me wrong, being left at the altar is very dramatic and terrible, and you probably needed a lot of therapy, but imagine what it would have been like if you guys were actually married and you had like children and a house together. It was a lot to take in. I told him while I'm glad he's okay and doing better, classy, I'd prefer for us to not have any contact moving forward, but I do forgive him. He said he understood and he was only in town for a few more days and he'd be gone for good again. I'll admit, when I got home, I cried. My boyfriend held me and ordered me my favorite takeout. He's been really the best and didn't pressure me to talk about anything until I was ready. So if I got anything out of the worst day of my life, it's led me to who I'm with now. And that's how you should think about it, right? When you're in the midst of something really terrible that's happening to you, it'll pass. It always does. While you might wonder,
ugh, why didn't this happen for me? Why did this happen to me?
It's part of a wider picture. You just can't see it yet. All the comments that said it wouldn't add anything to her life are frustrating to me. Getting closure adds a lot. I'm very happy OOP's boyfriend went with her though. Always good to have a safety net. Yes, so my therapist would like me to get closure and to have conversations and all that jazz with people who've hurt me in the past.
I mean, that's a good point, but keep in mind that I don't wanna.
The thing is, though, I'm not sure closure is what we think it is.
Am I a joke to you?
Like, closure, I think in a lot of situations just makes you feel like you made the right decision. And whether that person had an excuse or not, you would be further validated in your choice to remove that person from your life if you had a conversation with them. Me personally, with the current situation going on in my life,
I just heard drama.
I don't really need that. Like, I'm still angry. I'm not sure a conversation would help things. I'm glad that this person apologized, you know, for ruining your life. Least he could do. But I'm curious, do you think it's better to have the conversation with the ex-friend, the ex-family member, or do you think it's better just to let it lie, especially if you know exactly how the conversation will go? We got some more ex-wedding drama here, and I promise it's juicy. Mother-in-law invites husband's ex-girlfriend to our wedding. This story was posted in the Charlotte Dobre YouTube subreddit. Okay, everyone buckle up. I have a real doozy of a story I would like to share. Also, please note, English isn't my first language, so I apologize if I don't make any sense. Never apologize for being multilingual, my love. The only word I can say in Italian is va fanculo. I'd like to start off that my husband, let's call him John, 35 male, and I, 30 female, have been married for 5 years, together 6 years. When my husband and I started dating, my mother-in-law did not approve of our relationship. She still doesn't, but whatever. I'm not sure what I did to make her not like me, but anytime I tried to be nice and friendly with her, help her with anything, she would downright refuse. Over time, she started making remarks like, "You aren't John's type," or that his ex-girlfriend, let's call her Holly, was so much prettier and has a better personality than you do. Those comments really hurt. I think it's a little difficult to navigate something like this because clearly she wanted her son to end up with the ex. Unfortunately, it doesn't really matter how nice you are. If someone decides that they're not gonna like you, they're just not going to like you. And as a recovering people pleaser, I know it's hard. Sometimes people just aren't going to like us.
Middle finger to my haters. Are you jealous?
When John and I got engaged, she lost her Chaosë. One day, out of the blue, she started asking if she could help with the wedding planning. And of course, me foolishly thinking maybe she's willing to bond with me, I accepted her help. I asked her to help with making decorations and filling out and sending out invites. And she seemed excited to do that. What I didn't know at the time is she wrote an invitation to Holly.
Oh, hell no.
Flash forward to the day of the wedding, everything was going smoothly, and I assumed everything was going to be fine. As soon as my dad and I got to the church, we got inside. And before I walked down the aisle, I noticed my mother-in-law sitting right next to Holly, who was wearing a red dress. I never really learned this like faux pas of like wearing red to a wedding and how it kind of means that you slept with the groom. I personally like wearing red. It's nothing about being, you know, like sleeping with the groom. But I guess if there is some subtext there, it's almost as sassy as wearing white. Pretty diabolical. I noticed John did not look too happy with his mother at all. John started arguing with his mother that Holly was not welcome at our wedding. If she couldn't be happy for him, then she needed to leave the venue. Like, what was the mother-in-law trying to do here?
I'll answer that for you. You weren't thinking.
Like, John sees Holly in this red dress and he's like, "Oh, I've made a huge mistake. Sorry, I'm not marrying you anymore. Holly, let's go." Well, mind you, we're all here anyway, so why don't you just go sit down and I'll just marry my ex. My mother-in-law lost her Chaosë on John. She told him he was crazy for marrying an ugly B-word language.
Whoa.
And that him and Holly could have so much more beautiful babies. The Delulu is strong with this one. Holly tried telling John she still loved him and that he should ditch me and they could get married right there and then. Oh, wait, I was joking. I was kidding. I was kidding about that. Oh, she tried that. Oh. Bombastic side-eye! Side-eye, like you can barely even see the side-eye. It's like... My maid of honor and John's brother both took Holly and their mother and tossed them out of the church. This is a house of God.
How dare you?
We were able to make it through the ceremony, but that situation left me all shocked. It doesn't end there, though. We get to the reception and everything was going smoothly until 2 hours in and mother-in-law and Holly decide to crash the reception.
Oh, gross.
God, do I need security at my wedding? Like, I'm hoping the fact that... Wait. I'm hoping the fact that I, like, am doing a destination wedding that, like, the undesirables will not fly all the way to the destination in order to crash it. But people really do be having the audacity. Holly trying to steal my husband's attention and grind all up on him. Security! Je téléphone à la police! I was sick and tired of looking at her and ended up punching her right in the mouth. Oh.
You go, girl.
Girl, I do not blame you. Oh, you didn't say mouth, you said eye. In the eye. Okay, eye leaves a nice mark. I do not condone violence. But in certain circumstances, I feel like sometimes it's deserved. I don't condone violence just because I don't want it to come back and bite you in the butt. But also, there really are some people who are not afraid of getting punched in the mouth, and it shows. My mother-in-law called me psycho and told John he's going to regret marrying me, and that he was going to be cut out of her will. Oh no.
Our table! It's broken!
My husband told her to get the frick out and never speak to him or I again. To this day, we don't have contact with his mother at all. And from what we hear, she refuses to acknowledge our marriage and the fact that we have kids. My goodness. This is kind of messed up, and I'm sorry that your wedding was ruined by not only this Holly girl, who should have had the common decency to not accept the invite, especially if she still loved John and was like literally willing to ruin the wedding.
Have some decorum, for God's sake.
But like the mother-in-law, I'm baffled at how someone wants to control a situation so badly. Just stop it. Let it go. Let it go. The mother-in-law is someone who loves having control and would do anything to get it. And I'm sorry if the reason was
you're gonna have more beautiful babies.
Are we sure Holly is all natural? It's really a mixed bag now. Like, there's so many people with plastic surgery. It's a little hard
All right,
to tell.
I think that's enough.
You might think you're paying for one thing, you'll get another one, it pops out.
All right, bye TikTok. We're gonna turn off that. Goodbye TikTok. It's enough out of you. All right.
Looks are a very superficial reason to want people to be together for. I can tell you firsthand, I've dated the really good-looking ones. Oh, Mike is very good-looking in my opinion.
That is enough for today. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you being here. Don't forget to check out social medias for updates and whatever, because I don't post